Good morning, Predecessor fans. I may not be R-Dog with the triple G's. I am Lance Cecil with the triple C's here for the main event, semifinals and finals of PCC8. And I am never alone. I've got Mr. Meds. I've got Mugiwawa with me. How are you boys doing today?
Well, I'm doing fantastic as usual. What I prefer is the final phase of PCC, and here we have like semifinals. We're gonna have the finals. It's gonna be a great day and some great games to watch.
Yeah, this is going to be an absolute banger of a day. We got some really good matchups. I'm really excited to see a lot of, what the teams have been cooking up for this final phase. We did see a lot of cooking yesterday with some weird picks, specifically coming out of some of the teams. I think we're going to get back to more standard today, but I'm still excited to see a lot of really good predecessor.
So am I, and we have to talk about what we saw yesterday. All 2-0s, all of the way through it. All of these teams kind of smushed their way here. This first setup that we have is going to be Dirty Lake and the boys taking on Rogue. You can see here, Dirty Lake and the boys beat Bad Timing 2-0 yesterday. Rogue also took care of Flow State 2-0 yesterday. Mugi, what did D-Lab do to be successful in their first quarterfinal matchup against Bad Timing?
Well, Bad Timing is a team notorious to try to go for like some spicy strategy, especially with Blob on the offlane playing carry picks. But Dirty Lake and the boys is a team that is very like kind of well formed when it comes to devising strategy, and they know how to play against that. And they, in the sense that just like drafted better, had the better team comp, didn't like let any openings, and then they just like did their game plan, and they definitely can crush Bad Timing during those two games.
And the same to you, Mr. Meds. What did we see out of Rogue that looked so good to help them get over Flow State yesterday?
So I think that Rogue just played a very standard game that, they had a strategy, they executed the strategy, and they really didn't let F8 kind of play themselves, they didn't really let them play their strategy, right? Flow State really likes to control the map a lot, but I think that Rogue really just stuck to their strategy. They knew that they had the picks, they had the drafts, they had the macro, the micro, and they were just able to, get through that series, pretty handily.
I think so too. Honestly, I think you guys both make really good points. The real secret, they both have NA West mid laners, which is how they came to the spot that they were at. We do need to focus in onto this series though, because I do think this is going to be a pretty tight one. Mugi, what do you see when you look at how these two teams match up against each other?
Well, first, and I think it's also like correct for the other two teams at the bottom part of the bracket, is like it's gonna be like pretty great when it comes to it, because like all those teams like are very good at drafting. And here we can see that it's interesting to see, if we look at the most banned and most pick heroes, like there is no Zarus, there is no Aurora, like it's the Gadget and the Decker, and then the Drongo and the Sevarog. And actually the Sevarog is on the side of Rogue, which is super interesting because we all know Lobber Sevarog, of course. But in terms of stats, Rogue, better objective, better KDA though on the side of D-Lab. And besides that, like once again, like I'm always impressed by D-Lab and any team's import is in, because if you look at the damage per game, well, it's super low. But if you look at the KDA, it's insane. And I feel like Dirty Lake and the boys with import running them have such a great efficiency. If they deal damage, someone is going to die. And that's really like one of their strongest suit, and I feel like Rogue have a little bit of an issue when it comes to that. Maybe a little bit of like ping also that stopped them from like finalizing those skills. But against D-Lab, they really have to step up in that department, otherwise it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at these numbers, what really catches my eye is the objective number. We've got 6 for Rogue, we've got 5 for D-Lab. It really kind of is a testament of how both these teams want to play, right? They want to play for those objectives. They want to set up on the objectives, take control of the map, and kind of force their way through the game through the objectives. So I think we're going to see kind of a slower, methodical game out of these two teams, mainly focused around that objective pits. We're going to see a lot of river skirmishes, a lot of trying to set up for these objectives in that mid to late game. And then, once that team fight is won, they're going to immediately go to the other pit, and then they're going to try to force their way and try to create advantages through the objectives to win the game.
And we've seen Rogue in the past, if you go all the way back to our Swiss, willing to sit back, give objectives up, know that they're going to scale. The brain power that is on both of these teams is next level. These guys know or have forgotten more about Predecessor than somebody like me will ever even know to begin with. I think that's probably true for all of us here that you can see on camera, except for Mr. Mugi over here, of course, with that giant brain that he's got on it. But we also need to set the stage for what's going on today. These are money matches in our first semifinals. We just did a little bit of a preview for D-Lab taking on Rogue. Our second one of the day that we will get to a little bit later will be the Doctors taking on Professors. Both of those are money matches. Loser eliminated. Winner goes on to the finals for that best of 5 series. Winner is guaranteed at least $1,000 for the team. The person who gets first in our event today will take home $2,000 for their team. $3,000 in total prizes will be given out today to these wonderful competitors for all of the hard work that they've put in. And we want to take a second to say we could not do that without the help of our wonderful Predecessor community. We thank all of you that donated, all of you that supported our fundraiser and helped us be able to put on and do this event that we do. We've got a great team here at PCC. None of it is possible without all of these people that are competing and all of you that are watching. It is 8:12 in the morning for me over here on the West Coast. We got 137 dedicated PCC fans in the Twitch right now. We would like to thank all of you so much. I believe our draft is getting close to being ready. What are we expecting to see be a priority in this draft to start the day off, Mugi?
Well, if we look a little bit about what those two teams have played yesterday, like out of the 2 matches, D-Lab played 2 times Terra, so I say that's something they kind of like, if they can get it, and they're gonna ban the gadget immediately. On the side of Rogue, there is like 2 picks they actually played both time. It was the Zarus, but also the Rictor on Penguin, and he has been amazing on that Rictor yesterday. I don't know if it's something that they're gonna pull again. I don't know if it's something that they really practice, because like D-Lab is like another beast, but it's always something that could be interesting to see, like maybe a repeat of yesterday from Penguin that was like 1v9ing the game.
Yeah, I think Penguin on that Richter is actually super interesting, right? Because Penguin is actually an EU player playing on NA, and when you're playing Richter on Ping, I don't know if any of you have ever done that, but it's very, very difficult. So it really puts a testament to how much work he was putting in on that champion. But we do see the Zarus picked up from D-Lab, a very big priority pick, across the entire tournament. I think Zarus just offers a lot to teams that like to play front to back. It's a really good initiator. We talk all the time about how it's a really good ult, and that brings me over to the Rogue side. I really feel like they're going to put a lot of priority on this Aurora. Conte has been a monster on this, and having Conte be that initiator, creating space, and being that, having some agency in the game has really found Rogue success.
And they picked the Terra up as well, potentially trying to put some pressure away from Lobber to pick that Sevarog up, as Terra does play pretty well into it. I know Mugi might go into this a little more. I'm a little surprised to see the Aurora after the Zarus is picked up. Kind of hard. Oh, actually, no, I've got that backwards. Pretty hard to play Zarus into Aurora. So you like seeing this. And then the Decker's going to come through for D-Lab as well on the arms of Toasty.
Well, it seems that the Zarus is always the first pick for every single team when it's not banned. Like, overall, you have a very strong jungle. I feel like the jungle hero pool is kind of constrained in the current meta. We see that Rampage and Camera are struggling a lot. So, like, securing that very strong jungle that is strong, like, throughout the whole game is very important. And Zarus really offers you that. Of course, there is, like, some weakness for that. We see Aura and Terra being secured, and like you were mentioning, kind of denying the Sevarog. But we're gonna secure a very, very strong dual lane here for the side of Dirty Lake and the boys. Decker, also a pick that has been notoriously banned in the first phase throughout the tournament yesterday. And we also get Cream, that is like kind of considered one of the best carry, to the point that he was also making a lot of appearance in off lane during the scrims.
Yeah, we won't see I don't think any Grim off lane today. I think that's primarily a BT pick, and since they fell yesterday, I do not think we're going to be seeing Grim off lane. Maybe it does, but who knows? We do see a Sev ban coming out from Rogue. That's one of the picks that Bondru from D-Lab just really loves to play. So, taking that off the board is, definitely a good pickup.
Very respectful to Lauber. I'm not exactly sure why they decide to go this. I don't want to question them, but with the Terra already picked up here, have that kind of natural counter. We'll see the second ban come out. It's going to be a Richter try to keep that off of Penguin.
And that ban kind of show a lot of respect for Dirty Lake and the boys. Like, they have seen Penguin pop off yesterday. Well, they feel they're confident enough with what they already pick to not let's not risk the wild card that Rogue has been going for during the other side. And with the Drongo, that would have been the double silence, and so that's something that could have been a little bit scary. Here, the gadget has been removed from the side, and we already have a pretty strong dive comp with the Terra, the Aura being able to go in. So we're gonna secure the Gideon to reinforce that possibility on the side of Rogue, leaving the last pick open on the support side, because there is no support to be taken on the side of Vertilike and the boys, and kind of waiting a little bit because they also want their mid laner. And so that's gonna be the classical Gideon into Howitzer. We know Happy Picker is super strong on the Howitzer. I would say the best Howitzer in the tournament so far. A lot of very aggressive flash with the landmines that set up super good kills, and also a very long backline damage.
Yeah, so I was saying earlier that we're going to have long schlogs games and everything like that. We're going to focus on the mid to late game. But with this Kallari pickup, I actually think D-Lab is going to be very aggressive in the early game, trying to get something happening with this Kallari. We did see that Kallari being brought out in the group stages. And, Import was that facilitator in that early game, allowing D-Lab to kind of snowball through the game that we did broadcast. Now, on the side of Rogue, I would expect that Penguin pick up a Muriel here, but it is actually going to be a steal, kind of rounding out that, dive comp that we did already talk about.
So, we see a lot of potential to blow a person up on the side of D-Lab with the Howitzer, the Kallari, and the Grim. We see a lot of crowd control on the side of Rogue. How do these comps stack up against each other, boys?
Well, it's very interesting because I feel like they have a lot of flexibility. Overall, we have the Kallari, true, but we have the Zarus to create some space so the Kallari can still be relevant while keeping the Decker in backline peel duty, while having Grim and Howitzer probably the two best damage dealer at staying into the backline. So they have a lot of tools that works, but also on the side of Rogue, actually, it's interesting because we have Terra, Aura, Steel all being able to initiate, but also you can decide to keep Aura in the backline to peel for that Kallari, or the Steel to stay in the backline to peel for that Kallari. So there is a lot of moving pieces that they can adapt throughout the match, and both of those compared to some matches we have seen yesterday are completely functional, and that should give us a good match.
Yeah, I think what this game is really going to boil down to is, can Import get onto Neft? Neft has shown, through the group stages yesterday that he will pump out the damage, right? So can Import get to Neft? Can he shut him down? And then if he does, can Wangle end up dealing that damage for Rogue to carry them through the fights? So a couple of big questions there for me going into this game.
So, with no further ado, we've been waiting a long time. The money matches, they start right now. D-Lab versus Rogue, Game 1, Day 2, main event, Prime Championship Circuit 8, semifinals, kick off right now. E Squared, take it away.
Gamers, we got game 1 of the semifinals coming up. I'm so excited, and I hope you are too. You got E Squared with you today in the casting booth. That means it's me, your bro Ego, always rocking with you. But in this band, we never rock alone. I got the man, the myth, the legend, F6. Brother, are you ready for this game?
Dude, I am so ready to get started here, man. I just cannot wait to see Dirty Lake and the boys and this Rogue team. They looked impeccable yesterday when they were playing, and I mean, these two are going to go at it, and this might be one of our semifinals that might just seem like it is a grand finals.
It really does feel like it, man. These are two giants within Predecessor, within the PCC, because they stand tall and they stand on business. There are so many players within this set that can just win a game by themselves. Lobber, Appy Picker popping off, Import to say at the very least, Conte, a new up-and-comer, but Neft, a sustained and always consistent fragger within that dual lane. F6, we really got a treat for the fans.
We have a treat here, Ego. I mean, look at D-Lab, the way they've been playing this entire series. I mean, then look at Rogue, the way they showed out yesterday, showing like, hey, we've cleaned up a lot of things and we were ready for Dirty Lake and the boys. But like it was already said on the desk, it's going to be up to Import to really shut down Neft and Penguin, because yesterday they had a great day. We saw that Richter ban because they definitely respect it, but still Penguin is one of those supports that can really turn the tides of a match.
And seeing him now on the steel pick, I'm kind of expecting them to get a relatively active within the early game if we do see D-Lab trying to do the same. As you said before, I couldn't have said it any better, man. Penguin really had a showing yesterday, and I more than respect his Richter. I would be fearing it at this point if I was any other of the top 4 teams.
Lobber, though, we see that Zaris is actually something that switched up. Usually we see that Zaris in the jungle, but Import went with the Kalari, a little bit more of the assassin type, trying to burst down that dual lane or whoever it needs to be, just kind of just deleted from this game. But Zaris now in that off lane is going to be chained up against the Terra, which is kind of a counter towards her, lock her in a cage. Doesn't matter if you're trying to CC her if she can't go anywhere.
And we've seen Decker have a very similar effect on the Terra. So with them having not only the Zaris, but the Decker as well, they can deny some engages that are going to be coming out of Bonedrude as he does get active and eventually gets out of the lane. We're kind of pivoting the focus over to the mid lane and dual lanes as well. Toasty here on this Decker, a 68.8% pick rate, banned out from them 25%, but with a win weight of 45.3. That's getting real close to the 50%. It really shows just how valuable this pick can be.
It is so valuable, especially with Atosi. This is one of those heroes that we do highlight whenever it's picked up on him. And I mean, those stats are definitely a little bit lower for him himself, just because we know whenever he is on it, it's actually probably going to be greater. But Import, though, on that Kalari, I just want to highlight just a little bit in with that Decker. If they're able to have anybody in that containment fence, especially on a gank, and they have nowhere to go, he's just going to be able to burst down whoever's locked in.
Yeah, and that's a big factor of this D-Lab composition, right? They're going to be able to lock you in and force you to take some of this damage throughout this Decker with that Coliseum, and especially with that Spearoneer and Zaris just being such a potent force, as we have seen not only within this PCC but within previous ones as well. I'm kind of hoping to see Rogue allow themselves to scale into the late game, get Neft his items, and put him and Conte as well as Wingle into carry mode and see how they perform in this mid to late game.
Overall, Conte has been performing very well into this series. PCC8 for him has been a new one, transitioning over from Overprime coming into this league, and he's just been doing outstanding, kind of just spectacular in a sense, where nobody really expected him to get this great of a start, making it to the top 4 in your first PCC8, and look at this first initiation on this gank, forcing that blink out on Appy Picker, already that pressure being applied in that mid.
And talking about a start, this is exactly what you expect to see coming out of Conte. He doesn't know what the S key is. He believes it's a disfigured W because that's the only thing he's ever truly known. As we're going to now see Import matching up against Conte here. It is going to be a disengage as the Aurora is going to be playing closer to that friendly side red.
Don't want to take any risky fights for no reason. He knows that Import is on that Kalari, the assassin. Her burst is impeccable, and I mean, she's just going to be able to burst him down there, especially when he doesn't have level 6 yet. Not too much into his kit to really stop that. It's just a meaningless fight. So just kind of waving the white flag to back out, do your red side. They do know he's over there, though, so he's going to have to be careful on when he wants to initiate a gank over on the dual lane.
And speaking of meaningless fights, something that does give a fight a lot of meaning is going to be the objectives, as Fangtooth may be coming up sooner rather than later here. We do know these teams both kind of take a different apparatus to how they play around at Rogue. Definitely has had a lot more success in being able to just lock down these objectives, while on the other end, D-Lab has also done much of the same, but has an easier time closing out games once they have them.
They're going to be able to do that on the side of D-Lab. I think with this setup and matchup, they have a lot of containment. Like we talked about the containment fence, we talked about the Zarya's cage. They have a lot of control over these neutral objectives, even though Rogue, which is ones that are going to be able to consider themselves to be the objective players. We looked at the stat sheet. They're able to get more objectives throughout the game, but the big problem for Rogue is securing the end game, being able to close out these games, and that's how it's going to come down to, is with those big objectives later on. Can they secure that, and can they end the game with it?
And can Happy Picker get out of this situation? That's the wall does go up, and so does the Glacial Bifrost. Some solid damage is going to be laid against Happy Picker here, as Wangle is going to get the first blood.
Oh, disgusting. Knowing that the Blink is down, a huge wall over there to stop him from going to his towers, destroyed him. But look at Bungered, the Blink up, not level 6 yet. The Guillotine's not there for import secure. The kill able to escape, barely.
Nearly a 1-for-1 there, and this is exactly we know what Conte wants to do, right? He's going to get active, such as import. They're going to be looking for picks here earlier on, but with the not quite mispositioning, but maybe a slight overextension, knowing that Conte is going to be looking in that mid, Howitzer gets caught out, and the kill is going to go into the hands of the mid laner and Gideon on the other side.
That's what you want, right? You want to get your team into an advantage to start pushing towards these objectives. Happy Picker still a little bit time on his Blink, probably about another minute less. Has to be careful in that mid lane. Now he knows the threat is there. The threat is real. And this might buy some time for Wango to be able to push up the mid lane a lot, for them to rotate to one of these neutral objectives.
And if you do leave a little bit of blood in the water, especially around these objectives being up, Conte is coming through with the tent, a torch, s'mores, because he is more than willing to absolutely camp out that lane, as we are going to see him now making a rotation into the enemy side jungle. Lauber is going to be showing a little bit of face, but utilizing that mobility in Aurora's kit, it is going to be a reset back over to the friendly side, as we can see some wards being placed along the river on both sides of this game.
You're going to see that vision control coming out of these two teams. I mean, this is the top four. This is the semifinals, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to see the best of the best play. So they need to have that vision control and make sure they know when these rotations are coming through. They have Wangle, they have Happy Picker from the mid lane who like to rotate. And especially with the Kalari on the map, you're going to need to have that ward vision down.
Speaking of the Kalari, we're seeing him get a little aggro, as it is going to be the Coliseum that now comes down. Bonetrude is going to be fighting for his life within the Rage Cage. Import playing off the back, and he's going to use the game, and Lauber will pick up the execution, as the kills are going to be even up 1-1, but we're not quite done with the fighting yet. As Steel is going to get put into the Decker Cage. Look to play the space onto the back, and he's going to be forced to utilize the Bull Rush to get out of the engagement, as the Gag Grenade will buy Neff the space he needs to get out.
With your Blink down, we knew that gank was coming over onto the right-hand side, but the double ult able to secure that kill just allows for Lauber to now start to control that side of the map. With Mini Prime being up, Fangtooth being up, this opens up for a lot, especially with how much they're able to push back Neft and Penguin inside the dual lane as well. They might just be able to pick up any one of these objectives.
And I'm looking forward to seeing them make this play, as we're going to see Toasty drop stun offline, though. He's not going to be able to help secure a little bit of damage onto Wangle coming out of the mid. Lakeinator maintaining all the pressure in the world right now, as he is going to be making a play for that gold side. Come Penguin, though, making a rotation, seeing if he can do anything to stop it, and the answer is going to be no, as he's just now going to take a little bit of free damage before he rotates back to his carry.
A little bit questionable there, going over there trying to stop him from getting a gold buff, being not a range support, but nonetheless, Lake able to get that gold buff. A little bit extra economy going towards the side of Dirty Lake and the boys with that, but still that to be said, though, these neutral objectives are still up, and they're going to have to still try and get what they just saw, able to push out the dual lane to be able to contest this Fangtooth. We do see that Kalari and Conte are on the same side of the map, so this might get spicy, this might get dicey.
And it might get potentially a little bit fatal within the solo lane, as we have seen this Terra just getting chunked by this RS. However, having that little bit of mobility, he'll be safe. The same can't be said for Toasty, though, as we are going to see an engagement coming out of Penguin onto Lakeinator, the support off to the back end, and even more importantly, the jungler will be as well. Import playing that Fog Gate really well, but as a ward comes down, his position is going to be given up, and it looks like it's going to be a call for a disengage coming out of both of these teams.
Ooh, just not the right moment. They knew that Lakeinator had the blink up, so they couldn't really just full on send it. He would have just been able to escape that. Now, Fangtooth is going to be attacked. It's going to be left to be out. The wave on the duo side is pushed in. That's going to allow them to allow that duo lane to free roam on. But look at Wango. Look at the rest of the team. They're going to come in here, but it's going to be too late. And the first Fangtooth is secured by D-Lab.
This is going to be so dangerous for Rogue. As we talked about previously, D-Lab is so confident and so secure in their fundamentals to be able to close out a game when they have an objective lead. You can be up 5-10 kills, but if they have those Fangtooths on you, it puts you in the danger zone because they know how to utilize that little bit extra to just strangle you and make sure you are not able to breathe and eventually choke away the game.
That's why they're here, right? That's why they're on the top of the top. But they're going to have to show us again. Every game is different. Every set is different. And it's going to have to come down to consistency. We know D-Lab is consistent, though, but so is Rogue as they're showing themselves back up into this tournament with all of these players. So they're going to have to be able to show out here.
And show up as we're going to see another big ice wall. The Glacial Bifrost is going to be able to lock him down as Neft locks him away into the grave screen. It is going to be a kill that swings in favor of Rogue, but Happy Picker on the back end is going to be looking for a pick, but following it up is going to be Wangle. This is a dangerous position with Neft being also very low content. He's going to actually be able to body block and being able to combo the Penguin ulti as well. It is going to be a slam that slams down Toasty. He's cooked. And that's going to be 2 kills swinging in favor of Rogue, but not for free, as it's going to be an exchange for the mini orb.
What a cleanup, what a pickup. Rogue now in the kill lead. That rotation going off over into the left-hand side. Yes, it was not free, but it was a message sent towards Dirty Lake and the boys that we are here, and we are here to fight for this title.
They are firefighters on a road because they are just always looking for the smoke. I mean, how many times have we seen a rotation this game? We're sub 15 minutes in, and we have seen Conte living in these lanes. I'm talking about a rent, a mortgage he's paying monthly. And to be honest, D-Lab has the objective lead, though. So if they are able to not let the skill lead get too far, I believe that they're going to be the ones applying the pressure once we hit that 15-20 minute mark.
You're not telling a lie, but I don't even think it needs to be 15 minutes as they clean up a kill. Nev caught out in the front of his own tier 1 tower, and they pick up a kill to get that kill lead a little bit closer for the side of D-Lab.
You know, and that's partially just the strength of the Decker play, right? That range stun into some of the minuscule but still present damage that she's able to inherently do through her kit, and more importantly, the guaranteed damage that Lakeinator is going to be able to get. I mean, Neft couldn't have been any further into his tower without literally being behind it, but it ultimately doesn't matter when you're that low. All it takes is one good stun, and Decker can ensure that you are going to get sent back to base.
Bonjour here in a bad spot. Here comes that Coliseum. Forces the blink out on Bonjour, so he is safe, but not for long. Spear of Nair just misses. His blink is down. Lauber, this might be unfortunate, buddy.
And off the back end, it is going to be Wangle with the Black Hole ult, but not going to be enough to get the kill onto him as the Blast Flower is going to be activated. I'm expecting to see the Torn Space come out in hot pursuit, but with the Cosmic Stone being just barely online, Lauber is going to be able to give him a little bit of a dance class, ensuring that he can prolong his life as Happy Picker makes the rotation and forces Wangle to give up on the kill. R2000 is going to be deployed, and in response, it is going to be a blink coming out of him as Happy Picker drops the ult on the bottom side. It is going to be an ult coming out of Conte as the Epoch comes out as well onto Happy. Now in a 3v1 situation, he will fall and Rogue will get another kill.
What is happening in this match? Ego. Lauber was dead to rights. Wangle just not able to hit an ability. Then the rotation. Happy Picker unable to secure the kill. And then now he's on the back foot. Man, that was a series of events. And they're not going to lie, it still end up in the favor of Team Rogue.
I'm not gonna lie to you, man. As Wingo was getting that chase and as Lauber was winning that chase in the background, I could because he was absolutely clowning on Wingo within that instance, guaranteeing himself a way out, but not for free, as the cost is going to ultimately be the life of the mid laner, Appy Picker, who made the rotation to be able to help out just to catch the brunt in of a 3-man gank.
Second Fangtooth is coming on up. We do see that in the mini prime. It was already taken, already been distributed, so it's going to have to be able to be utilized for the second Fangtooth. Only a little bit of time is going to be left on it though, but still nonetheless something to help them secure it. D-Lab already on that rotation, looking to get control over that pit. If they can secure the second one here, they're going to be looking good for this mid to late game. We know this is mid to late game is when they start to turn that heat up and start to cook in the kitchen.
Welcome to the danger zone if they are able to lock down the second Fangtooth, especially if you don't have to trade anything into it. It would be a 3-0 on objectives at that point if you take into consideration that mini prime that did get taken earlier. Wangle, Penguin, Conte, though, playing the space around the Fangtooth as Import and Toasty do have eyes on it. Appy Picker is going to be playing from that mid lane with Neft as over into the solo lane. It is going to be Lauber as well as Bondrude, who 1v1, and Bondrude gets the solo dolo onto the Zarus now. That is a signal for all engines to go, as we are going to see the Rogue making a play for the Fangtooth.
The damage is unreal over there on that off lane, but look now the conversions here. Import, the Stealer is looking for his opportunity, but will they let him?
It is going to be an ice wall in order to lock them out. Guillotine is going to be forced to be used for mobility as Import is also very low, but not dead until he is. That's going to be a pickup of a kill going in favor of Rogue as playing onto the back end. It is going to be Penguin and Neft who are going to be able to help lock down the Fangtooth. Lakeinator maybe looking for a little bit more, though. He's going to be looking to push up onto Penguin, who's going to be using the Bull Rush to create a little bit of space. This T1 being down could potentially be dangerous, but it doesn't look like anyone from D-Lab is going to be able to close the space.
No, not at all. Import tried to sneak on through the back side of that Fangtooth pit, used the double jump to get on there, but it wasn't close enough. A huge wall, as we can see in the replay here, stopping the damage from being conveyed onto the Team Rogue, and they're able to turn that fight, able to secure the Fangtooth. Yes, they lost the Gideon in the back end of it, but at the same time, they're able to pick up a neutral objective for themselves.
As Appy Picker may be getting picked up himself, all Terra did was walk at him and beat him, and that is going to be another kill that goes in favor of Rogue, as now they're going to be able to extend that kill lead to 5.
What is the damage on Terra right now? She's an absolute unit. She's not even a bruiser, consider an assassin. She hit Appy Picker with the Howie with 1-2 abilities, and goodbye, see you later. But a rotation from Bondrude there, able to keep himself, just keep Rogue into the driver's seat, because not only is he winning that off lane, he's using the momentum there to switch it on over to the mid lane for stopping them getting that T1.
And off the back of that, Mini Prime is going to be CGI as they hear us from the casting booth, obviously putting a little bit more pressure on these objectives, as they're going to be able to freely burn this down. And touching upon what you said earlier, F6, I couldn't agree more. What is the damage? Sure, Neft will hit you like a truck. I'm talking about Optimus Prime, but we saw Terra just mosey into the mid lane and hit Appy Picker with 8 Toyotas. Just walked him down, smack, and ultimately he didn't have a response to it, falling for relative free, as they now make a play for that or Prime, get it, and even up the objective score.
That's what you want from a Team Rogue, right? They do like to take these neutral objectives, and we're seeing it here. They're turning themselves back into their playstyle. Now they also have the kill lead, and with Rogue in the driver's seat, this is their game to lose. They just need to maintain this focus. They need to maintain these rotations and put D-Lab on the back foot even more to not allow them to get themselves back into this game.
I mean, you just said it in as many words of what we touched on earlier. They need to close this game out. The longer this game goes, I'm going to be honest, the more in favor I feel like it is for D-Lab, as we are going to see the big stun coming out. Wangle forced to use that torn space as Toasty secures the rotation with Lakeinator. He's going to be looking to play it as safe as he possibly can, while Lauber is going to be farming over here into the solo lane. We're now comfortably within the mid game here, F6. Who do you think, if I had to ask you, has the definitive edge in this moment?
I mean, it still has to be Rogue, right? They're the ones in the lead currently. They're playing exceptionally well, a few mistakes here and there. So they do have that advantage. But hold on a second here. Look at that wall. Look at that ice.
Dude, I would be so fed up because it is getting cold. The ice in his veins. It's going to set Neft up for yet another kill on to Lakeinator now. Playing the space onto the back end, though. We will see Import using that guillotine, but not being able to pick up any kills off of it. While in the mid lane, Abby Picker is going to be looking for a pick. Torn space utilized. Ulti on the back end as well to close the damage distance. It's going to force the blink out of Wangle.
And there comes a Coliseum over towards Bondrewd. He's looking to take this fight, but with that mini orb prime, should be safe and good to go. Conte is not done yet. Rogue is not done yet. Toasty is going to be finished.
Safe, something that this team in D-Lab has not known since minute one. He's everywhere. He's the boogeyman. He's Bloody Mary in your mirror, underneath your bed. Conte with every single rotation. And even when they're not present, Rogue is just setting up and executing on almost every kill they want. D-Lab is definitely in a tough position, and now being forced to play from behind are going to be looking to scale farther into this late game because the mid game just isn't doing it for them. And a key ability I do want to highlight, how many times have we seen it set up a kill within this game? The ice wall out of this Aurora, just denying and creating space all at the same time. It comes up and the exit route you thought you had just disappears.
Completely gone. I mean, Import playing that Kalari is in a really bad spot right now. You're looking for that assassin to try and keep a lead or stay even into these games, and he's not allowed to do that. He's not allowed to pick anybody off. Right now, Rogue are always together. There's always going to be at least two members to be able to stop and to help facilitate for them, and they're going to need to come back in here.
Wangle caught out just a little bit there. It's going to be utilizing the torn space, as now we're going to see an engage get picked onto Lakeinator. Penguin leading that up as the ulti is going to be able to knock up two, while on the back end, Conte is going to be looking to lock down one. Big ulti over the top end is going to be the black hole, not catching much, but forcing the rest of the team underneath the tower, as it is going to be a 1-to-1 trade with Conte, as well as Happy Picker going down.
Oh, you do not want to lose your jungler there for Team Rogue with the Fangtooth up. They do still have the advantage. They do still have some big bodies in the advantage with the lead. And here's that Bondrewd. Look at the damage applied from the Terra.
The bloodlust coming out of this solo lane is absolutely impeccable here, as Arbor is basically going to be isolated in defending this T1. He's going to be responding, though, with a big Coliseum, playing the space off the back end. Now, Import looking for a pick. Will he find it? The answer looks like no, because Neft found the support first and sent her back to base.
She can't get in anywhere. I'm telling you right now, she's not able to facilitate from an assassin type character because the way Rogue is playing. They're grouped up. They have the CC to block her away. The steal is going to stop her from doing anything she wants to. Getting close to Neft is not going to happen, especially with Penguin on steal.
I couldn't have said that any better myself, man. Penguin on anyone just feels like he may be in his prime right now. He is in a quote-unquote flow state, if you will. The amount of peel engage has been able to provide on this steal pick, all without dying an excessive amount, but making sure Neft is able to get an excessive amount of pressure in kills just seems so incredibly oppressive. Every time I have seen throughout this game, D-Lab maybe having a good rotation, doing a solid damage trade at the very least. Up there goes an Aurora wall. We got another Conte rotation. We're ulted at the same time. Okay, we got a full-in commit and dive onto Neft. Steel ulted us in response, hit us with the bull rush, and now he's 30 paces behind his tier 1 tower. This is such a tricky situation to be in as D-Lab, but if anyone's going to figure it out, I believe it's going to be the defending champions.
I mean, you couldn't have said it any better there for me. I mean, D-Lab is notorious before coming back from these deficits. They're known to be calm, cool, and collective to get themselves back into the game. But I mean, with this deficit that they have, they're down 1 Fangtooth, they're down 2 objectives. They're down on almost 10 kills. They're at 8 right now. But the way Rogue is playing, it might increase. This is going to be pretty hard to come back from. But they do have a chance here. We know the bigger objectives are up. The next one's going to be the Primordial Fangtooth, then the big Orb Prime is as well. As long as they can control a pit, get one of these objectives. We know Import is notorious as well to be stealing these neutral objectives. And if they come out with one big one, they might be able to get themselves back on even footing.
Talk about controlling a pit, taking a moment to look at the map. You see a lot of orange around that prime, and I'm not talking about just players. The warded vision over there is absolutely superb. This squad and Rogue wants to know the moment you breathe within the general direction of that objective, as we are going to see a lot more limited vision on that left side. But considering Fangtooth is down, there's no need to have it as much. And with that vision, it also does give Rogue now the safety of mind to be able to reset and make their way back into lanes.
I mean, it also gives them a chance to set up a gang, set up a rotation that is pretty much D-Lab's not expecting, right? So if they're able to know what D-Lab is doing, their positioning, they already know that the Kalari showed on that red hand or the red buff side. They know that they have the vision control over on that Ore Prime pit. They still need to be careful, though, here in the next minute or two over on the side of the Fangtooth.
Lobber, Blink plus ulti is not going to be enough there, as the Coliseum is going to force it out. Penguin maybe looking to get a little bit back for his teammate, as we're actually going to see a surge of damage coming out of D-Lab. Ignore the logo, but that is going to be an Oceanic Whelm that ultimately is going to overwhelm their primary damage dealer in Neff, despite utilizing some resources. Now we're going to see a grouping of a lot of blue, like a tidal wave, as they begin to make their way around the map.
They picked up Neff, but they also spent a lot of resource to pick up Neft here. We know we just talked about these big objectives that are up. It might have been worth it if they're able to just immediately shift over to an objective and take it. But the fact that they didn't get the jungler just doesn't make too much sense to me, especially diving Neft onto his tier 2 using so many ults.
So many ults that I will agree with you, could be better used just in case you're going to be making an immediate play onto the objective. Don't get me wrong, I understand the threat the Neft poses in my casual games, in my ranked games, and in the PCC. But in response to that, we are seeing Ore Prime get started because Neft is back and Conte never went anywhere. It's going to be Penguin and Bondru, Terra, combination of Steel, setting up some degree of a defense, as Happy Picky and Toaster are going to be looking for a potential poke out, but it looks like both sides are going to agree to disagree and get a disengage.
They wanted to start it, but they just didn't have everything they needed there to really get it down. They still needed enough to help burst it all the way there, and it just wasn't a good look. I do actually respect the fact that Rogue knew that, and they kind of backed off and said, hey, we'll reattempt this again another time. We need to make sure we're set and ready to go. You see Terra answering the left lane. You see Drongo answering the right. They need to set these waves up. They need to push them back on and into their favor towards D-Lab to make sure they have a little bit more control on the map to allow them to really be confident to take one of these neutral objectives.
Do you feel the pressure, man? Can you feel the tension almost in the air? Both of these teams are playing so cautious, so meticulously, and both know that slipping up once could lead to an ultimate loss within this game. As things begin to scale outwards into the late game, all things become equalized. That early game advantage you have disappears as these items come on for the other team, and you're able to maintain it through things like the Fangtooth, but that gold advantage over time is slowly going to slip away, and it kind of feels like D-Lab is just more comfortable in these instances than other teams are.
I mean, they have a right to be comfortable. Look at the level lead with a Lakeinator on the Grim versus Neft on top of his Drongo. I mean, yes, it's not everywhere, but that is a big lead to be having deficit because we know that Grim does a lot of damage. And now here we see that is the trigger. They saw the mid lane being pushed out. They're going to try and bait this, but not going to be able to get anything out, as now both teams take a yet another reset again.
They're just playing a little bit of footsie, feeling the other one out, throwing a couple abilities at the prime, say, hey, who's going to come here to contest first? Can we get a pick here? Can we possibly maybe take a 5-on-5 engagement, because we are confident in our team fight at all times? As now we do see Toasty on the back end does get brought to that sub 50% threshold, knocking him out and maybe just sending it to all signs say go, as this is going to be an objective trade with Rogue taking prime, but D-Lab able to pick up a Fangtooth.
I mean, this is a good thing. This is a good thing for D-Lab. They get the primordial. Allows for them to stick together and win these team fights. On the other hand, though, Rogue are going to have the mini or the big Ore Prime. And they're going to allow to start to siege here. they might be able to get some T2 towers down. I don't think they're going to be able to push the inhibitors just quite yet, especially if it's a 5v5. They're going to have to try and split up the side of D-Lab with this Primordial Fangtooth, but at the same time, they're also going to try and not get caught out, because if a 5-man rotation from D-Lab with this Primordial Fangtooth is there, this could be potentially game-changing.
I can say something that has been said many times before, but I'll try to put a little bit of a twist on it, if you will. That Primordial Blaze will burn you if you do not take it seriously, if you do not play around it cautiously, especially on some high DPS characters such as Grim, with the setup of Decker and the absolute lethality that comes in between those two daggers in Import's hands on this Kalari pick. This is a situation for D-Lab and D-Lab fans where you're kind of happy to see that objective trade, because there is a potential that Rogue doesn't capitalize and doesn't get any solid objectives here. And Import and Lobber, as well as the rest of D-Lab, can now take their turn putting on the pressure with this Primordial Blaze.
This also allows for D-Lab to be a little bit more aggressive, right? As you can see with the map presence, they can't split up. They can't do a standard siege push, maybe like a 1-3-1. They need to be grouped up with at least 4. And they're going to need to be able to get these fights in, as you see over here in the off lane. But I don't think you want to go after this big tank Terra Bungered with that Ore Prime, able to regenerate, able to just have that little bit of an advantage. They need to get together here, at least with 4 men, and try and get a peek over in this mid T2.
Regeneration, such a key factor, right? The sustain of, if you don't get that immediate burn, they're going to be able to lick their wounds and reset. However, that doesn't look like it'll be a problem, as we see Conte gets absolutely melted, no pun intended for the Aurora. The ball is going to be offline, though, as it is going to be a look for a full reset, but Happy Bigger with the GTFO that does lock down the kill, and now locks down the T2 coming out of the mid lane. This is a rallying coming out of D-Lab, who was previously behind on objectives, behind on kills, but never down and out, as they are confidently going to be playing on the edge of this inhibitor.
Oh man, the Lakeinator with the GTFO, with also Lakeinator getting a tick as well. Both primordial ticks going down on Conte there, allowing for D-Lab to pick it up. Now, once they got that T2 pick, this is where they look to siege this middle inhibitor, and they do get it. Now the game, now the tide for the big lake is changing, and this is what they needed. They're going to be able to clear out some buffs on their way out here, because look at that, Rogue cannot really contest too much, and this is why D-Lab is the top tier team into this predecessor scene.
The tide always recedes, but just as it does, it is guaranteed to return. And this is exactly what we're saying out of this team. We can't act surprised. We predicted it 2 to 3 times on this match. The longer the game goes, the better D-Lab gets. It's like a group, a team-wide passive that they slowly accumulate. They get used to you, and then they capitalize on your mistakes. And ultimately, Rogue taking the trade there for Prime to that Primordial, we can see now, was a mistake, F6.
I mean, it was a mistake, but also the fact that Conte was so far pushed up and just getting picked out there was also a bigger mistake. So, I mean, it comes down to a lot of these different factors in these games. It's never just one decision. It's never just one thing. There's just a multitude there that lined up, allow for them to push in for that there. Because if Conte was still alive, there's no way that they can push in, especially with the walls that we've been seeing all game, with that ice, with that sweep. They shouldn't allow that.
I agree with you there, man. Good teams make some mistakes. Great teams punish you for every single one that you make, and that's what we saw there. D-Lab taking the trade into that Primordial Blaze, then immediately punishing Conte for that overextension, and then taking the inhib. It took 2 to 3 actions to swiftly change the momentum of this game in under 5 minutes to being back in D-Lab's court. But it's not down and out, especially with teams of this caliber. F6, it really does feel like the momentum is on D-Lab's side, but it's still anyone's game.
Anyone games indeed. Rogue still have a certain economy that allows for them to still be in this game. Yes, they have the mid inhibitor that is down, and they have to still pay attention towards that mid inhib. But it's not all for nothing, right? The Primordial Fangtooth is coming back up. Next is going to be the Big R Prime. There's still big objectives to be taken, and we all know if you're able to secure one, win a big team fight around one of these big objectives, you do turn the game back into your favor, and you can do whatever you want.
whatever you want indeed, and so much more whenever you get that passive boon that comes off of either one of these objectives. But as we could see more potently is going to be that Primordial Blaze, and as a response to that, we are going to see Rogue making their way towards that pit, some vision coming onto it from the other side in D-Lab. But while that is happening, it is getting lit up like a Christmas tree on that side of the map. Wards everywhere, eyeballs, the worst enemy of a Kalari, as Import is going to be watching the slow falling in of this team and gathering its own. And what I feel like F6 is going to be a huge, possibly game-defining team fight coming.
Oh, it's definitely going to be game defining. When these big neutral objectives are up, it's always game defining. Now, though, Rogue is having the advantage of controlling that river, controlling that pit. But with the fact that the mid lane is consistently pushing towards them, it's going to be ruffled. But look at this damage.
Toasty just getting absolutely burned, but onto the back end, we can see Conte's going for a prio pick, and that is going to be Appy Picker, who is going to go down and immediately make his way back up, as Conte's going to be looking to meet him in the skies. Neff will send him even higher.
No.
Gamers, I'm talking about Heaven's Gates. Appy Picker is going to get picked off, and now we're going to see a rallying coming out of Rogue as they are going to be migrating closer to the river.
That is not what you want to see on the side of D-Lab. Appy Picker getting picked in the mid lane now opens up an opportunity for Rogue to go towards this Primordial Fangtooth. That is a big amount of damage, but they still have Lake and they still have Import.
Their HP is kind of low here, man. This is oh so very dangerous. Lauber is going to be playing off to the edge, making a way around the Decker cage. It is going to be a wall that does get set up in hopes of being able to secure the Primordial Fangtooth, which they do. Wangle now utilizing the ulti is going to be dropping the epoch almost immediately. The HP bars are going to be low, but Toasty, Import, Lakeinator look like they potentially could be brought even lower. Torn space over the top of the Rip Cap. It's going to be able to lock down Toasty. As now within the middle lane, it's not going to be one member, it's not going to be two, but three who are going to find themselves at the death screen. All that survive is going to be Kalari and Zaris, as we're going to see the rallying of the Rogues now making their way to the Prime Orb.
Yeah, they get a clean there. They got the Primordial Fangtooth, but they lost their right in him because of the wave management coming out of Dirty Lake and the boys. Yes, it's a tough loss, but at the same time, you also got a lot of benefit there, putting Rogue on the back foot, and now Rogue needs to still take down these 3 T2s, and they still need to answer back with these inhibitors.
The tower advantage really becoming prominent there. It doesn't matter how many objectives you have if your core is under siege. Now with 2 inhibitors down, that is the case, that is the situation Rogue finds themselves in. This is such a sticky situation to have to be in. Nonetheless, we're gonna have to see them make the best out of it and start knocking down some of these tier 2 towers.
They have it. The middle inhibitor has respawned. It's still a dead inhibitor though, so at any moment, if Dirty Lake and the boys have an advantage to siege down through the mid lane, they can still take it down. But with that right inhibitor just going down on the same side, they're going to need to be focused their push. You do see that 1-3-1 coming out here. They are double buffed up, so they do have a significant advantage, especially with the lead what they have on their economy. Now, it's up to Rogue to secure this. This is up to Rogue to try and finally close out this game. D-Lab, though, is not going to let that happen so easily.
And this is where Rogue struggles. They can get these objectives, they can get these picks, these kills, they can run up a lead, but can they successfully run down your core? That's ultimately the only thing that matters. Looking at the top of that screen, you need that blue bar to be reduced 2-0 to win a game. Everything else is secondary. And now with 6, all we can do is watch and see what they do.
It looks like they're focused on that right-handed, so they match. That is good. Now they're trying to shift their attention towards the mid and the left. This is where D-Lab needs to make a decision. Which inhib do you want to defend, or do you want to give them both up? And does it not look like, because Lauber's engaged on Bondrew.
Yeah, this is going to be a big trade, but Terra is pretty tanky, so it is going to take some solid resources. Black Hole coming over the top, and it is going to bring a couple of members low, but not dead quite yet, as we are going to see a Blinket coming out of the Aurora, and she's icy cold, and the only thing colder is death. That's it. It's going to be 2 immediate takedowns. Lauber is now going to enter the fray. The Spear of Deer barely being offline, as Wangle is going to find himself entangled with the enemy team. It ultimately is going to be a 1-2 trade, but that's not counting the inhibitors. That far left one is going to go down, and and the core is at risk of suffering the same fate. Lobber playing off the backside is going to be looking to body block to some degree, but with Happy Picker's damage, they may not have enough as game one is going to be stolen by the Rogue.
They have done it. They secured the final parts of the game. Dirty Lake and the boys looked like they were coming back, but Rogue said, hey, we are here, baby. We're going to take that crown. Game number one, heater, banger, already off to a good start.
What an absolute banger, a heater, an all-star performance coming out of both of these teams. This is exactly what the semifinals deserved, and this is exactly what these teams delivered. F6. Throughout that entire game, I felt like I was riding a pendulum, a roller coaster. There was so many swings. It was so exciting, and I cannot wait to see what these guys are going to be doing in game two, F6.
Game two is going to be even better. I know Dirty Lake and the boys do not want to go out on a 2-0 sweep, but at the same time, the way Rogue was playing, a few oopsies there swinging into the favor of Dirty Lake and the boys, but the fact that they were able to close out that game, the fact that they were able to see those fights, Conte, unbelievable gameplay. You didn't see it through his kills, but you saw it through the mechanics, through the way he was playing throughout the game, facilitating for his team, and if they keep that up, this might be over for D-Lab.
One more game to deny D-Lab history. D-Lab hunting for that crown to be the first to get the back-to-back. However, before that, they got to catch and lock up the Thieves of the Night Rogue. And I'm excited to see what comes up next, but not as excited as I am to see what Desk has to say.
Thank you very much, Ego and F6. What a game one. A lot of people weren't expecting to see that. Our defending champions, they've got their backs up against the wall. What did we see in that game, fellas?
Well, it was a pretty close game. The beginning started with the side of Dirty Lake and the boys. They were like ahead, even if they were behind on kills. Like they got like 45 CS lead, 90 CS lead in the first 20 minutes. They also get structure and objective lead, so they were like doing well for themselves. But at any point in the mid game, it was whole Rogue show coming from their team comp. And then in the late game, I felt like D-Lab would be able to scale a little bit much, but Rogue finding some very nice fight, catching like Toasty and then Happy Picker in the like at the 30-minute mark, certainly like started to shift everything around, and then they played correctly. They got double buff and they never let go and get the win at the end.
Yeah, well, I will say, if there's one thing that everybody can apply in their solo queue games is don't give up. Like that is the exact reason why you don't give up, right? It didn't look like great in the mid game for Rogue, with the objectives and the towers not going their way, but it did look really good in the kills. They were down in CS, like you were saying, Mugi, but they still fought. They still were able to take those little advantages going through that mid to late game to actually pull through and get a win.
They have a win. They've got one under their belt. They are one game away from moving to our finals, getting that payday in for the day. We will have a game two for you, but beforehand, we've got something a little bit special, a little bit different that we normally don't do, or that we haven't done in the past, but we're going to start today. We have 4 500 platinum giveaways. In-game currency. Get yourself a skin, get yourself an affinity track, buy yourself a hero. We need an exclamation point ticket in the chat to sign up for the 500 plat giveaway. We'll run it through the break. We'll announce the winner when we're back. We'll be back with game 2 in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back, Predecessor family. Big shout out to my friend Mr. Cursor. Rolls a 6 in the giveaway, wins that 500 platinum. Keep your whispers open, Cursor. We will be reaching out to you, but that's only number 1 of 4 platinum giveaways that we're doing today. We still have a chance to win. Leave me alone, buddy. We got to focus on this game that we just had. A little bit of a surprise. Rogue winning game 1. D-Lab kind of the heavy favorites coming into this. A lot of people are expecting a 2-0 in this. Rogue not going down fighting. What does D-Lab have to do to turn this around and get back into this series?
I feel like when it comes to Rogue, I underestimated the bonus of like an even PCC, because even PCC is supposed to be EU, so that's the only EU team remaining, so it's normal. But yeah, no, I feel like D-Lab played correctly. They need to shave off the little mistake in the late game. I would love also maybe like a draft that have a little bit more beefy frontliners, because like we know that D-Lab loves to be able to play with Lobber that can just frontline either with a Sevrog or with like a more beefy tank that can create a lot of space, and I feel like that's what they lacked, and that's why they had trouble to actually win those team fights in the late game, because they didn't have anything to create space.
Yeah, I would say the biggest ticket for D-Lab right now is to take away the Aurora. We've seen Conte do this time and time again. His pathing in the early game has been so good, and his impact on the game with that Aurora has been insurmountable for a lot of the teams. So I'd like to see some picks and bans being switched up here. Maybe on the side of Rogue, taking away that Howie. We did see a lot of impact that Appy Picker did have. While he didn't have the greatest of score lines, he was pumping out that damage. And maybe on the side of D-Lab, maybe taking that Aurora away.
That might be the strategy. We've seen Conte really pop off on that Aurora pretty much every time he has had it. I expect his Zaris to be heavily contested through this again, but it is time to get into picks and bans for the second game of this semifinal, potentially the clinching game for Rogue in this tournament.
And as we can see, once again, Dirty Lake and the boys is the first ban first pick, and they're gonna ban the Aura. They don't want Conte on Aura, like we have seen what he can do, like both in the Fang boost, but also here on the PCC. And it kind of confirmed that all the teams kind of prefer the first pick, first ban in the tournament. Like it seems to be the meta. That's where you have like the better draft. And so that's what we're going to go here once again. On the side of Rogue, like Aura has been banned. So you can like either remove the Zarus and then you offer the Terra, or you can leave both open, but they decided to opt for the solution of the Zarus ban, which I feel like should mandate like a Terra pick for D-Lab. Like Lobber is very good on it, and Bondrud has been doing like a surgical one in the previous match, and that's exactly what Dirty Lake and the boys are opting to.
Yeah, so we do see the Terror come in for D-Lab. Whether that goes for import or whether that goes into the offlane, we still don't know. They might pick that Kalari again. I think that will go later in the draft, but we do see that Rogue pick up that Gideon. It did work for Wangle last game. He was able to get off a lot of big black holes. He did have a little bit of a snafu early on in the game, kind of clowning around on that offlane, but overall he did have a really good performance on that pick, so not surprised to see that here. I'm interested to see that this Grim is picked up so early. I know it is a strong pick for a lot of these teams, but we did see it not have success last game. We'll see if Ness can have success on this pick this game.
I've never seen Neft not have success on a hero. All of the different things that you can do with Grim, the way to slow somebody down with your auto attacks, that long-range poke that the casters were referring to in the last game and that Mugi was talking about us in it, going to be immediately followed up by the Drongo, so a little bit of potential counterplay there, a lot of safety in the Drongo. We should be getting another pick out of D-Lab here. What are we expecting, Mugi?
Well, I feel like on the side of D-Lab, they already draft pretty well. We got the Argus that can be flexed on the support role or in the mid lane. So that's already like something that can opens up the situation. But also with this Terra pick being picked very early, that means that the Sevrog for Lobber is still on the table, because you can always send like the Terra onto import and then Lobber can play the Sevrog, and they don't really have direct counter on the side of Rogue. And actually with this Aura ban, the Zarus ban and the Terra first pick on the side of D-Lab, on the side of Rogue, I'm starting to get like a little bit scared of what is going to be their front line. They decided to pick the Gideon, but we all know that Gideon is not the main initiator. He's the second initiator. And so to answer that question, we're gonna go for Quang, which was usually the default pick for Conte when the aura was taken away. So I do assume to see that going into like the jungle, but once again can also be onto the offlane for Bondrewd, because there is not a lot of many options still remaining there with all those front line being removed. So might be more like frontline light, and that may be favored Dirty Lake and the boys because it's a type of comp they kind of favored over Rogue.
Yeah, I would agree with you there, Mugi. I think this Quang is going to go in the jungle. We do see that the gadget is taken off the table, so maybe Rogue is thinking that Toasty's going to take this Argus into the support role and just pinching that mid pool a little bit for Appy. We will see maybe him going back towards the Howie in the later game, but we do see Richter being taken off the table here. Penguin did find a lot of success on it yesterday, but he will not be playing here. I maybe expect that Penguin does go back to that steel pick that he did play and did find success on in the last game. But the Muriel is still up. Muriel is still a good pick with the Quang engage. The Muriel on top is definitely a lot of CC and a lot of damage and a lot of good engage for Gideon to kind of follow up on. So Sereth being picked up. Interesting pick. I would maybe think that this is a denial pick for D-Lab here. We have seen that Quang and Sereth yesterday. We saw that those two match up. Sereth was really good into Quang, but we won't see that here. So interesting pickup here.
Yeah, probably going into the hands of Bondrewd here in the offlane. We saw him play that a little bit yesterday. I do believe, I know for a fact that they won that game. We will get the Howitzer out for Appy Picker again. May have not had the best performance on it in the last game as far as KDA goes, but Howitzer definitely a comfort pick for Appy Picker. There is a lot of burst on this team. We're also going to round it up with that patented Lobber Sevarog.
And here we have a very like Dirty Lake and the boys type of comp, Sevarog on the Lobber. This time we will be able to create a lot of space. And I think also that's the main reason we see this Richter ban consistently, is because like Happy Picker loves the Howitzer. And if one thing Richter does perfectly is to shut down an Howitzer, because like it's a big reach, very easy to hook, and if he gets hooked, he's absolutely dead because it's a caster. Caster don't have access to any cleans, they only have access to Epoch, which is a stasis, which cannot stop like really a hook from happening. And as Mr. Meds was calling for it, we're gonna go for the steal. I think it kind of makes sense because we're kind of lacking a little bit on the front line, the initiation part, and like we said, we need people to be able to create some chaos, otherwise this Sereth and this Gideon are not gonna be able to play. So that makes perfect sense here to go for the steal once again for Penguin.
Yeah, I like these two comps here. I think D-Lab's playing that more front-to-back team fight comp with the Sevarog and the Terra going in first, having that Argus, getting that big stun, having that pillar, creating a lot of chaos in these team fights, and allowing that Drongo and Howitzer in the backline to kind of blow up the targets. But we will see if Rogue, with that more pseudo non-tanky team, if they can punch back and get onto those backline carries.
We're going to be quick about this because I cannot wait to get into game 2. I just want to hear from both of you. Does Rogue make our finals, or can D-Lab pull out a victory in game 2 here?
I feel like Sevarog, Lobber, I will have to go for D-Lab, and also because I want a game 3 up between those two teams.
Yeah, I'd love to see a game 3 as well. I will hand it to D-Lab on this one. I do think Rogue kind of picked a, more risky comp. They have afforded themselves the ability to take on a little more risk with that first game win. But I will hand this over to D-Lab. I think they do take this one.
And I will hand it over to our wonderful casting duo, Ego and F6, so we can find out the truth about who wins game 2.
Gamers, welcome back. You knows in the casting booth, it's Ego, always rocking with you, and F6, always rocking with me. It's the two-man band, E Squared. Brother, are you excited for this game 2?
I am more than excited. I got goosebumps, baby, because this is game number 2. Dirty Lake and the boys. We see import, though, on the Sev. This is going to be a big game changer. Terra in the offlane with a Lobber this time. We expected something different, but now we even have something spicier.
I'm watching this draft, man, and I'm rubbing hand sanitizer on my palms because D-Lab has the most disgusting comp I've ever seen in my life. And this is exactly what they wanted to do. As our desk pointed out, they're very much so playing the front to back comp. You got Import on that Severall, Terra also to head up and eat some of that damage. And on the back end, you're telling me I'm getting poked by R2000s and the Psionic Obliterator and a Drongo? The Rad rounds are going to go absolutely crazy this round, man.
Oh man, it's gonna be good. But I still believe Rogue has the capability here. We've seen Penguin time and time again being a huge factor in these team fights. Let's not forget about the verticality with the Gideon. There's really nobody to stop him but the Argus. So I mean, if Argus is not there ready to stop from that black hole from being initiated in these team fights, it's gonna cause a lot of commotion. It's gonna stir up that pot.
And speaking of the general draft of Rogue, the Gideon is something that we did highlight a little bit. However, something that I wasn't quite expecting was this Seraph pickup for Bone Druid, man. How do you feel about that pick?
Into a Terra, I feel like she's going to be okay. Into Lauber, I feel like she's not going to be as well, but she is a great character, almost a 50% win rate. We don't see her picked up a lot. We don't see her banned a lot, but she's a very unique, specific pick. And I think Lauber, though, is going to have an advantage into this lane because Terra, we saw the damage from last game. We saw the menace, the pain, and the grief into the eyes of everybody against her. So it should be a good game. And Dirty Lake and the boys with this draft are looking nice.
You know, I very much so do feel like this Terra pick, especially based on what we saw last game, it's kind of like Michael Myers. We're going to just walk you down and ultimately you are going to end up dead. And it's only going to now be a question to see if Lauber, of all people, you know, solo lane Lauber can replicate that same effect. I think the answer is going to be yes, but more of the question so is going to be, is Rogue going to be able to stifle it? There are some solid picks onto this composition. I do like the Grim. I do like the Steel as well. And more than that, I just like Penguin overall. And Conte, and we do put our trust from the fan base. This is cooking up to be an excellent game 2 overall.
Conte is known for picking backline bruisers. He's the Aurora, great job on that in game number 1. We see him now with the Quang, same objective from these heroes of what they're trying to do as he now looks on into this mid lane with Appy Picker a little bit out of position.
Oh, the tether onto the bind. It's going to force out the blink now, as that did not work. From over the edge, he was able to hold him down, and now Appy Picker is going to have a little bit less safety while in this lane, waiting for what feels like an inevitable series of rotations coming out of Conte.
Already forcing that blink at 3 minutes. We won't be able to see that blink back up at till 8 minutes, and it's going to be a rough time for Appy Picker in the mid lane. A little bit curious though on why they didn't get the river buff there to just deny that from Appy Picker, but that's going to allow him to be in the lane a little bit longer. But let's look at this dual lane. We're already staring at it. Toasty Lake versus Penguin Neft again. This duo on Lake and Toasty are kind of criminal to where how much damage they can output towards the enemy team with that Argus stun, Big Dread Nova coming out of nowhere, and just being able to throw that silence grenade with the red rounds. I mean, if they get caught out on that side of Neft or Penguin, it's going to hurt.
It's going to be vile as we're going to see another rotation from Conte, who is going to be able to pick up first blood. But Import now on the rotation does want to do something, but will be forced to watch as it is going to be the Rogue who strikes first.
Kaze spinning the block back, and then he's like, hey, I know you ain't got a blink. I don't care you're in your T1, but look at Lauber. Oh, the axe misses. Is he gonna chase? But here's Import looking for that subjugate.
Blink, blink, but he does in order to get out of what would have been definitive kill range for Import here. Doubling back to what you said earlier, spinning the block, living on the block, renting out the house right next to this mid laner howitzer. This is exactly what Conti likes to bring to his mid laner at Wango. We're going to apply a ton of pressure on this lane and ensure that you can comfortably make your way into that mid and late game unless the enemy jungler here in Import can do anything to stop it.
I mean, Sev is going to take a little bit to get online. One of the big problems with the Sev in the jungle is his ability to get pushed in, ability not to have as much an aggressive nature when it comes throughout that early game. Meanwhile, with the Kwang, he's going to be able to clear these camps. He's going to be able to look at these ganks and pretty much have a lot more success. But when the mid to late game arrives, that's when you're going to see the big Sev start to get a little bit more impact into these fights. And with the Terra rotation, these 5v5 and these team fights are going to look different than what these ganks are looking like right now with these 2v1s and 1v2s.
At 25 minutes, I'm expecting Seth to look a lot like this D-Lab roster, absolutely stacked. And when he is engaging with the follow-up of Lauber on this Terra pick, someone he looks so comfortable and confident on, I'm expecting to see these two frontliners pay dividends to this back line. As you pointed out earlier, that stun coming out of Vargas is going to be absolutely vital in getting some quick lockdown kills or setting their frontliners up for success by knocking the damage dealers out of it, even for just a couple moments. That being said, though, we are already going to see Import and Conte both hovering this duo side.
We've seen them do this game and game and game. I mean, they're always on the same side of the maps, but look at this. It's really who can get the advantage. Import walking over a ward so they know he's coming, and he's not going to have the advantage because right now his health is not the same as the rest over the side of Rogue.
They're looking pretty filled up on the Rogue side. Penguin, Conte, in combination with the carry on this Grim EXE, are going to be able to comfortably take a team fight if D-Lab lets them look for one. It looks, though, like the disengage is going to be coming out of the blue side, out of the defending champions, as they're going to want to be a little bit more cautious and take their time in scaling to where that Sevarog and that Terra are going to be able to comfortably set them up for some objective takes later in the game.
They have that rounded out comp, but so does Rogue. I mean, I think Rogue is a little bit harder to actually accomplish. They need a lot of setup, and they also need everybody into the position. Meanwhile, on the side of D-Lab, it's kind of just easy. They're kind of just walking together front to back line here. But with that being said, Rogue already with a hot start with that first blood seems to be like they're trying to take control of this game early once again, and they're going to still need to be able to close out because we saw that D-Lab still has that opportunity and still knows how to get back and come back from a deficit.
Yeah, and out of all the deficits in the world, it being 1-0 nearing 8 minutes into the game is not one that is going to be extremely hard to pull yourself out of. One thing I do want to see out of Rogue, as we are going to make our way into that team fighting phase later, is them utilizing this kind of as a dive comp. You have some very easy ways to get on top of the backline, utilizing the torrent space coming out of Gideon. The Seraph can look for a pick with the mobility that's inherent to her kit, and the big steel ult, one of the most impactful ults around in the pit. Either one of them can set you up for success. So as both of these teams scale, they both have a very key feature, at least at this moment, and that's options on how they want to take these fights.
As Porto lurking over towards the mid lane, looking at Wango, already used it, and now the flash is going to be taken away, and that's going to be a huge resource expended from the side of Rogue.
It feels a little bit less bad with the torrent space on the get in. You can still play a little bit closer to the enemy team's T1 tower as you're in this farm phase of the game. That being considered, though, if Import continuously applies pressure onto these lanes, as we're seeing here, it could be disastrous, as we're going to see a Colossal Blow get absorbed by the ground. More than likely, it is going to be a big steel shield, as it is going to be a lot of pressure that does ultimately get put onto Penguin, as Toasty is going to be able to cook up the Waddler within the duo lane. It's going to be 1-1 on the kill boards.
Easy pickings, able to utilize the Grim Bubble there. I don't know why he didn't go for Penguin, but the fact that they're able to still pick up a kill was huge on their part, and now that opens up the first Fangtooth, the first neutral objective secured by Dirty Lake and the boys, and they are now cooking.
It's just a little bit of a two-piece combo, if you get what I mean. We're going to take out this guy, establish pressure, push wave, and then we're immediately going to make a play for that Fangtooth. And that's what the best teams do, right? They get a pick, and they took seconds to be able to capitalize on it. I don't think a full minute passed between the kill and the objective going down. And you can look over on the Rogue side, and they got absolutely nothing. No objective up for them to take, no rotation to another lane to establish pressure. They just lost some advantage, and nothing has been done about it yet.
Not yet. We did see, though, that they tried to look over towards the mini orb prime, but the fact that Lauber showed face allowed for him to be able to just kind of push them away. Import get a little bit dicey. They're getting a little bit squirrely towards this blue buff as we see Rogue putting on the aggressive nature that they are trying to get D-Lab know that, hey, we're still in this game.
And in response, coming on the back end, Howitzer R2000 already taking away a fifth of that HP bar, but looking to take away more from Toasty. Get it back in blood. They do, as the Dwarfman is going to reduce even further in stature. Lakenator is going to be forced to play closer to his tier 2, as it's going to be a rallying of 4 over on the dual lane. But now a rotation coming out of Appy Picker and Import could change the narrative. Some damage does come out and does come up, as so does Conte with the good knockup of Penguin. The ever stalwart support is going to send himself back into the fray, now utilizing the blink in order to create space for his team. The subjugate, though, comes up big, and Appy Picker comes up bigger with the damage, as it now evens out at 2-2 at 11 minutes in.
They got aggressive, they got the kill, but they also made a mistake and stayed a little bit too long. The rotation from D-Lab went in and came out on top to get that even trade across the board. That subjugate hitting, that Howie mine with the boop to put him out of position with a colossal blow. Great, but look at Conte still on the aggress.
Oh man, this feels like a definitive mistake. Dude, consider it a Thanksgiving angle. Make your plate and go home. You are not sleeping over. You are not staying like you need to just get out of the situation. He is kind of low, but that is still a Drongo. And as we saw there, that was a Drongo with almost one more kill.
Almost indeed, but now there's still this attention towards this dual lane. There's no Fangtooth up. There is no objective to be taken here, but still the attention is put towards it. Nothing in towards the middle of the off lane. There's just so many things happening here.
There's so much going on this map, and it does feel like a little bit of a scramble for both of these teams to establish dominance. Rogue going down with that 1-2 combo, and Lauber possibly going down, as well as we are going to see the Seraph be getting a full-on engage before deciding to disengage in response to the blink coming out of Lauber. Both of these solo laners looking for a reset, as if either one of them commit, this could be a high kill potential instance.
Bondru there using the Seraph to be able to apply that much damage towards a Lauber, but Import lurking on the side of the map. Lane being pushed in. Bondru's going to have to stay, maybe contest this. This allows for the Import to be able to invade this 3 camp with the control that Terra has on that right-hand side.
And now we may see a possible rotation over here onto the mini prime, not only possibly coming out of Import, actually not as he's going to be making his way back to the friendly side jungle, but out of Wangos. It looked like he was going to be showing a little bit of face there. Digressing, though, now firmly making our way into the mid game, just a minute or two away from that 15-minute mark. I'm going to get in your head here kind of early, F6, on who you think has the edge making their way fully into the mid game.
Right now, the momentum is with Rogue. Conte showing confidence, the rest of Team Rogue behind him. They have everything that they need. It's still a pretty much even score gameplay here. Look at the 2-2 kills, only one objective towards Dirty Lake and the boys. But at the same time, it's just Dirty Lake and the boys just know how to control the game and know when to come back from these deficits or keep their lead. So if they're able to shift at either direction, they're still in this, and that is a problem for Rogue because their big problem is closing out the games.
Yeah, and this is something that if you're a Rogue fan, you don't want to see D-Lab do, that we haven't seen them really do thus far. And that's playing with a significant lead over the course of some of these engagements or this game too. If you're able to see Rogue close this one out in a 2-0, you want to see them maybe build on a lead or keep it relatively close, because D-Lab, I think, is the least likely team to drop a lead once they have it.
Oh, of course not. I mean, this is why they were our PCC7 championships. They didn't drop leads and they came back from deficits. But now, ladies and gentlemen, the second Fangtooth is spawning upon us. Import on the left-hand side. Conte showing face in mid, so they do know where he's at. But look at this rotation from Appy Picker as well.
I'm looking for the subjugate here coming out of Import. They're going to be able to need it to set it up, as EXE is going to get bursted down, utilizing the shield that is only going to be able to absorb a minuscule amount of damage as the Grim gets broken down, recycled, if you will, as the refrigerator with an attitude is down for another 20 seconds. Conte looks to make his impact. It is going to be Toasty playing the space. The crystal is going to be enough to knock him up. With Import and Appy Picker waiting the wings, this is and should be a disengage.
It's going to be a disengage,
Bondrewd.
but Bondrewd is definitely still over here, though, leaving Terra to get that T1 on the left hand or the right hand side. But the Fang Tooth is still on up. Now, with the number is evened out on this left hand side, they're still going to be able to contest for it.
Yeah, they're going to be able to keep their heads up as now Appy Picker looks over the crack for a possible corner pick. But with Lakeinator, Toasty, and Import all being so close, this could be a ruinous team fight if they follow it up after, which they will. But an instantaneous engagement onto the Sevarog is going to force the Colossal Blow out of him as on the top side, Wangle drops it, but then gets dropped from the sky by the Argus as the Psionic Obliterator does exactly what his name dictates. That's going to be a kill that is going to swing in their favor, but that also will be all out of this engagement.
Rogue able to pick up the Fang Tooth, but D-Lab able to pick up 2 kills throughout that entire engagement on the left-hand side. Also able to get a T1 over onto the off lane. This is huge for them. This is a great opportunity. Terra is now going to be able to rotate through, but that stun coming out of Toasty there to stop the Gideon from using the black hole. Wow.
That's exactly what we talked about earlier as well. Is Argus going to be around in those moments where Gideon wants to ult? The answer is going to be yes, and promptly, immediately, Toasty gave him a little bit of a wink, said, hey, man, I'm going to need you to come down from there. Keep 10 toes on the floor, please. And as such, he didn't only fall to the floor, he fell into a death trap with multiple members of D-Lab waiting in the wings. If they keep repeating that and they are able to just remove such a prominent part of Wangle's kit, they may have the winning formula.
I mean, their winning formula is already there. They started out that entire play with the Neft gank, getting him out of the play. But look at Conte looking to try and take out Lakeinator here on this T1.
And he might add, it is going to be an engage not for 1, but 3. There's some hate in this game, but the Gag Grenade does so well at just buying time and forcing this team to lose more HP than they need to. Appy Picker, Toasty onto the back end are going to be able to make a rotation, and with Rogue being also very low, this is a negative light. Conte is at 1 HP, but Appy Picker's just going to go over his head looking to get Neff, guessing he is guaranteed, and he is, as he ultimately does, get the pick up kill onto him. We are seeing a 1-2 trade as of this moment going in favor of D-Lab, but D-Lab is not quite done yet as Slobber's going to be blinking onto the back, and the Terra damage is going to be good, and the Grim has a Grim fate indeed as Slobber is going to be able to lock up that kill Black Hole in order to try to get a lockdown on the 2 members, but Colossal Blow will blow him off. That is going to be a stark trade going in favor of D-Lab.
Oh my, the Kid League just skyrocketed all for a kill on Lakeinator on the Drongo for a T1. Yes, they got the T1 ejected. Yes, they got the kill, but the momentum, the shift, the kills go back towards the D-Lab. What a fight going on over here into this duo lane.
Man, and now off of that, we are going to see Rogue looking to see what they can get out of response for it, and that is going to be a play for the mini prime. All things considered, though, D-Lab, F6 is so firmly within the driver's seat, it feels, for this game, and Gideon, every single time he has tried to make an impact, Wangle, every single time he sees an opportunity to use his ult for damage or CC, from what we've seen, he's just been neutralized.
Yeah, I mean, there with the Colossus Blow was able to work because he wasn't high enough. He was just too far to the ground, or too close to the ground, may I say. And they just able to get CC'd from there. The Argus wasn't there. And what a play coming out of the Sephiroth. This is the part of the game where we're going to start to see Import on this Sev become a monster. 1 level away from 11. He's going to be able to change this game.
He's already looked like a raid boss right now. Import can absolutely carry and take over this game. If Rogue does not answer, and I mean answer quickly, this is a time test, because the longer this game goes, the better Sephiroth gets, the better D-Lab gets, and the slimmer your chances of winning appear. As Bondrewd, though, over onto the far solo lane, is going to be looking to push some minions underneath the T2, but Terra's going to be there.
He's actually looking to invade for this 5 camp here. Not a good choice. Looking to get his minions back, his Import, as he's able to secure to get himself to level 11. Almost going to be a bad sight for him, but Bondrewd is having a great game. He's allowed to get that mini prime, allowed to get some wave to be pushed towards those T2s. And if he's able to rotate into these fights into the later stages, 3rd Fang Tooth is coming on up. We're going to see him dive that back line. And if he's able to get a kill on Lakeinator, or even get a kill on one of the squishier targets like Argus or Howitzer, that might change the game for Rogue and might get themselves back into a little bit more of a decent position.
And that's just the beginning of what they're going to need to do to be able to climb back into this game, or at least to put themselves back in the prominent position. We saw them within game one, and we've said it time and time again, the only part of a game that is guaranteed is going to be the early game. And despite seeing Rogue striking first, we saw D-Lab strike harder and faster, arguably, as they picked up that early game objective in combination with a kill to establish some pressure. We may see Conte as well as Penguin looking to do something in response, but instead it's going to be barely a tickle of damage to import and then a reset.
Left lane is looking kind of a little bit dire here. That wave is being pushed towards D-Lab. They need to control that. They need to also control mid lane, being able to push that up to allow them the little bit of a safety net to control over this Fangtooth pit. But on the same time, though, Terra has backed. Terra is on her way over to Fangtooth. Meanwhile, Bondrewd on the serve is still on the right-hand side. This could be dire for Team Rogue.
Dire indeed. With Bondrewd being so far away, they have the strict numbers advantage on this objective, but they do have a smite present as import is going to colossal blow him. In order to change that, it is going to be a taking of the Fangtooth as now over the top end. It is going to be a Gideon ult that is going to seize nobody at all, but Bondrewd does seize import and at least make it some degree of a trade. It's 1-1 right now, but the objective is only swinging in one team's favor. You can see it prominent. It will be Lakeinator now picking up a kill onto the Wango, while Toasty looks to 1v3 before inevitably falling down. It is now going to be Lobber onto the backside, being able to shore up the trade at least a little bit by locking out Seraph and feeding Lakeinator the kill. But Conte is not done yet, and after taking a tower shot, he may be the greed being seen on display is ultimately going to spell the tomb, the words on his grave. But at the end, it's going to be an RGS ace in favor of RGE, the Rogue.
Oh man, Conte with the dive there. I think he just had communications with Neft and Penguin saying, hey, I'm gonna die here, but we're gonna get this double kill to wipe out this team completely, and they're able to accomplish that. Lauber did have some twinkle cells though, able to kind of just dodge almost everything, but in the end, Neft was able to clean it on up. But let's go back to that Fangtooth fight. Gideon getting locked down, Toasty with the Argus, consistently stopping him from being able to get the black hole off. But getting trapped inside that pit was the worst idea ever for D-Lab because Neft and Penguin were there to clean them up.
That being said, though, you kind of take a look at the stats. D-Lab is still up on kills, still up with objectives, and those passives, I mean, they can come up pretty big scaling into the late game. Definitely a sign of like a spark of an ignition to be able to get themselves revving up and ready to run through the rest of this game. But D-Lab is still in a very solid spot here.
They are, but it's slowly dwindling away. They do have that little bit of a late game advantage going into with that Severog. But at the same time, look at Neft. Neft, this is the same thing we saw inside game number one. He has the lead against Lakeinator. He's allowed to do damage. He's allowed to get himself to keep himself into this game, and that's going to be a problem. So one side of D-Lab, they're going to have to start focusing him down into these team fights. Once they get him out of there, though, they're looking clean.
They are looking very clean if they can get him out and, more importantly, behind. But it's such a difficult thing to do with Neft, man. His mechanics, his spacing, and the intent of his team protecting him all accumulates to making him a hard package to be able to pick up. But if anyone's going to be able to do it, it is going to be D-Lab, as both of these teams are going to reset, drop some wards on the prominent objective side of the map around Prime, and likely get a little bit of farm, get some items online before looking for a big game-defining fight.
Aubrey, though, looking to try and get this T1 down, but with Neft answering that, he's going to have to take the retreat. The vision is up, though, looking at this pit. For majority, though, it looks like D-Lab has the better advantage on the view of this pit to be able to understand what's going on. But on the same side, though, Rogue is not letting their vision go through, but they're going to need to start clearing some wards to really get control over that War Prime pit.
Yeah, and if they do get control over it, they are going to have to be able to not only take it, but take it more safer than what they did previously with them getting the previous Fangtooth, but costing and giving everything for it. You can't give up that much advantage back into the other team's palms, as that gold is going to accumulate and usher them quicker and quicker into the later phases of the game. I do think, though, to point out, Conte got a little bit greedy there off of that dive, especially considering Penguin as well as Grim weren't all that low on HP and maybe could have taken a couple shots of the tower first, kind of literally giving a kill over to D-Lab.
I mean, that was just the message he had to send. We know Conte, like you said over again, he does not know what an S key is. He's a W key warrior, but he is a smart W key warrior. He understood that there's a possibility of death there, but there's also a possibility of getting 2 more kills to really shut down D-Lab from controlling the waves that they were going to be able to once they took a reset. But now, here comes that control, but look at Penguin out of position.
Tried the bull rush, got the stun, as now he's going to be forced to utilize a very vital piece of utility, and that's going to be the blink to get out of the pit. Import now looking around for wards and possibly the enemy team as they're going to be clearing up and preparing for whatever comes next.
There, looking at Bonju, trying to take this fight into Lauber, trying to win this 1v1, but the health bar's not going your way, good sir.
Trying to take the fight into Lauber and losing it hard as Lauber seems to be basically full HP underneath tower. Bonju is basically going to have to just play for time. That's going to be a solo kill in the solo lane.
And look at this conversion, though. Rogue is over by the Orb Prime pit. Are they looking to take this? I don't think this is a good idea. You're already down 1 member, but look, Fangtooth is being taken by Drongo and Argus. They have the members over there, but Import and Appy Picker are stopping them from taking the Orb Prime.
Primal Fangtooth is going to go for basically free here, as we do see a very light defense being put up here by Penguin. It is going to be an ult as well as the bull rush to successfully create enough space to live, but only temporarily, as we are going to see the back end is going to result in a kill that swings in favor of Appy Picker. This is such a tough position to be in. Nonetheless, they do get the kill, and Kate barely misses the portal to try to get out. He is now going to be free pickings. It's hunting season, and it is fully open as ultimately Toasty picks it up.
And that's 2 members down on the side of Rogue. What a play coming out of Dirty Lake and the boys, being able to split your tactics there. Huge shout out to Lauber, able to pick up Bonjude on the Sarah to allow them to capitalize on the double play. But still, Rogue was able to clean up the Orb Prime. But with this Primordial Blaze, with this heat, this T1 or this inhibitor is looking deadly.
We've seen this story before. You let Brian Blaze get out of the hands of D-Lab, they're taking your towers. It's real estate season, and they're looking at rebuild. They're clearing your half of the map as they march their way down the mid and take everything. And honestly, Rogue just can't do anything to try and respond. It has to be a reset, and now a defense coming out of this team and Rogue who has to play from the back foot.
There are only 3 members with the Orb Prime buff, while all 5 members of the D-Lab have that Primordial Blaze. You're going to start to see them march here. They're going to start to put their foot on the pedal. They're not going to let up, because if they do, they're going to give Rogue an opportunity to come back into this game. And we know D-Lab, it does not allow you to get back when they have the lead.
D-Lab, I consider an anchor into the ocean. You start close to the surface, but that weight is heavy. You have the potential to break the surface, get the air, but the longer the game goes, the deeper and darker it gets, and that is where D-Lab is oh so very comfortable. They're going to take you to the darkest corners of your mental and see if you can still win. And that is the question being posed to Rogue.
And Rogue's going to have to answer with something better than just defense, because, like we said, D-Lab is not going to allow that. We see them getting ready to start their march towards this inhibitor, towards the T2s and the core potentially. They're going to have to answer, but they also can't get caught out. Their vision is there, though, on the side of Rogue. You see them highlighting their blue side jungle a little bit on their red side, but they still need to be careful, because at any moment, the blink engage can be there.
The blink engage can be there and be potent, lethal, deadly, if you will. We've talked about within the earlier phases of the game how well this front to back can work, especially when you have the combination of Sevarog and Terra. And now with the damage online coming out of Drongo, Argus, and this Howitzer, especially Appy Picker with that R2000. I mean, the name isn't a joke. It feels almost like it does 2,000 damage. And without any healing in it, any real sustain coming out of this team, that can absolutely take someone out of a fight, as Import is going to make his way into the fight. It is going to be a big subject. The damage following up, it's going to be good, but not good enough to be able to lock down a kill. Lauber, though, playing from the backside easily enough, is going to be able to lock down that tier 2.
I mean, they got the tier 2. That's what they wanted to do. They poked out Penguin, forcing him the back. Now they're going to be looking to take this reset, look towards over the right-hand side of the map, maybe take down that T2, open up the map a little bit more. That Primordial Blaze is slowly dwindling away, and they're going to still need to play for these bigger objectives. There's a little bit more time here where the economy can go back over to the side of the Rogues and trying to get themselves back on even footing throughout all phases of the game. But with that being said, though, D-Lab right now with this lead are looking to keep the pressure on.
So as of now, just taking a moment to look at the map state, we're seeing Rogue with 2 inhibitors and 1 tier 2. There's still a tier 1 up in favor of D-Lab in the mid lane. The objective take has been very poor as far as these towers are concerned. That is gold that is literally just sitting on the map that Rogue just has not been able to capitalize so far in this game. And honestly, F6, I don't know if D-Lab is going to give them the opportunity to.
No, but Rogue is a fighting team. They are competitors. So they're going to be able to try and fight them way back into this game. What I do want to see, though, is I do want to see them group up as a 5-man, make these decisions to really go after this. I want to see Bondrewd into these team fights, diving that back line with Conte. I want to see the rest of Penguin being able to peel, being able to initiate onto these frontliners that try to push themselves in, having Neff burst them down as they slowly try to get onto these objectives. And they need to stay together. But with Bondrewd getting picked off, he's always by himself. Most of these engagements are not looking well for Team Rogue.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure on how they can shore them up. Playing back from the engagements, though, this is a fight for history for D-Lab. You can see in the way that they are playing, right? They want to be the first ones to get it back to back, while Rogue wants to do everything within their power to stop that from happening. If D-Lab just continues to do what they've been doing, I do believe that we're going to get taken to a game 3, and they're in no rush to get there, as the subjugate is going to come through on Penguin. It is going to be a blast mine to troll, if nothing else, as it is going to be D-Lab making their presence known in Rogue's red side jungle.
We do see Lauber pushing out of that off lane, trying to keep Serid there. If he's able to get that T2, you look at him now backing away. He has the wave pushed up on that side. It is going to slowly bounce back, but he's trying to keep her there because when he resets, they're going after this Primordial Fangtooth, and Bondrewd's going to have to answer this wave, and they're going to have the numbers advantage on the side of D-Lab.
It may look like they're not even going to wait for the back. It is immediately going to be a surge of 4 members of D-Lab onto the objective. Wow, it is going to be 3 on the counter. Wango a little bit late on the rotation. It doesn't look like this is going to be able to be stopped. This might possibly go over to D-Lab for free. However, they have dropped aggro on it, and Import is actually going to be backing up. A big ult comes out and only is going to be able to hit Import, but he's oh so very tanky, so any damage they have to follow up may not be enough, as he's going to be able to utilize the blink to create space onto the back end. Happy Picker translating some solid damage over, but Lakeinator translating what needs to be heard in order to get the kill onto Wangle, onto the backspace. Now it is going to be Bondrewd, but very, very late to the party. The curtains are being closed as we do see a 2-0 trade favoring D-Lab.
I mean, what an engagement there from Import, but look, the fight's not over here. Bondrewd's 1 HP, has to force the blink to get out, but are they saved? No, they're not. Penguin goes down as well. Lauber on the chase, and there goes Bondrewd, and he's gone.
Taken into deep water, the Rogue cannot swim. This is now going to be an easy enough push from Lauber to just apply pressure, while everyone remaining on the D-Lab squad is going to be able to circle around and once again get that Primordial Blaze. And it makes sense because they have been playing hot from minute 1 into this game. As we said previously, it was the Rogue who struck first, but D-Lab struck back harder, faster, and more consistently, and right now Rogue just has to survive the ground and pound.
You say survive, but I mean, they're about to go over towards the Orb Prime here. They're going to have that fight. Sereth is down for another 30 seconds. They're already down in the numbers advantage. Now, with that Primordial Blaze, there's really no contestant towards this Orb Prime pit unless they can bet the perfect play, get the picks they need. But it's not looking so hot for them because now they've already started and they still are converging on this and Conte on that backside.
don't think they should be making a play for this. I'm going to be honest, man. You've lost every fight up to this point. Your Gideon is unable to really set you up for success utilizing his own ult. He's either been CC'd out of it or they just kill him in response. And Conte has seen some struggles, and with the engagement coming out of him as well as Penguin on this steal pick, it's only spelled disaster up to this point. I'm going to be real. If you're a Rogue fan at this stint, you're looking for a miracle, a good pick, and maybe a perfect defense in order to prevent this from going to a game 3.
They're going to try. They definitely have the heroes. They definitely have the players to do it. But are they going to be able to do it against Dirty Lake and the boys, the team that we said do not give away leads? They are able to close out games. They play exquisite from the start. And if they are behind, they just don't care. But Import is actually caught out in a bad position. This is not what you want.
Oh man, Import almost in export range back to base, and he is brought there as Neft, of all people, is going to be the one to get the kill. However, over onto the backside, it is going to be a forced defense as this right side inhibitor is going to astutely go down, and Lauber finds himself in a 3v1 situation, but looking at Neff's HP, they're stuck in there with him. He is going to be able to get the kill onto Neff. He is going to be looking for the smoke, and Conte is going to be looking for a way out as Lauber is just running him down with damage. The combo does come up big, and the Argus stun is going to be offline, but what will be on is Lauber. He's on fire. They're on the final steps. They are on the core, and they are on the precipice of bringing us to a game 3 as Penguin is going to take some damage off of the backside. Bondrude is going to get bursted down from the right around, and D-Lab is going to all but walk their way into a game 3. Steel comes crashing down, but he is going to be made to look soft in the face of the power of the prestige of your defending champions in D-Lab.
They came out swinging. They thought picking Import was the play, but Lauber said, no, I don't care how many members you have. I am the unstoppable Terra. Came there fighting, took out Neft, took out Conte, and after that, they kept falling down one by one. They broke apart Rogue in game number 2. And ladies and gentlemen, we are headed into game number 3. But I do want to highlight Toasty. This man stopped Wangle with the Gideon pretty much every time he tried to do anything. And I think that was the key plate and key part of how D-Lab was able to secure this win today.
I couldn't have said it any better myself, man. It does make sense to butter Toasty up of all people. He played beautifully, able to basically remove Wangle from a lot of the engagements, but also set up his carry and his team as a whole for success. And the result, the thing that matters the most, the result is a game 3, win or go home for both of these teams. We got a game 3 on our hands, but I'm excited to see what the desk has to say about it first.
Thank you very much, Ego and F6. We've got a game 3 coming our way. Dirty Lake and the boys able to take game 2. Pretty decisive factors as well. We're pretty close in this for a short period of time, and then Dirty Lake and the boys just start running away with it. What did we see in this game?
Well, like you said, it was very close. This time, like in terms of CS, we were like much closer between the two teams. We were trading objective, we were trading structures. We see Conte with some very good ganks on the Quang, while the Sevrog like was just scaling. But then when it's come to the late game, well, the side of D-Lab was a little bit stronger when it comes in terms of composition, a better front line, while we were like slightly lacking in like late game tanks for the side of Rogue, and in the end they navigated those fights better. They tried to one-shot the Sevrog multiple times, it didn't work out, and that ended up costing them greatly.
Yeah, I mean, I said this before the game. You know, Rogue did take a risk not drafting that tankier frontline team that they had in that first game. They opted into, you know, that Seraph off lane, which has like an okay matchup against the Terra, but like not a great matchup. And then, you know, it kind of didn't really pay off for him. You know, D-Lab did force a game 3 here, which is, you know, good. But it did kind of feel like that first game for D-Lab was kind of their warm-up, and then they really came out swinging, like Ego said, in this second game. And they're kind of online now. We didn't see the, you know, the little minute mistakes that D-Lab made in that first game in this second game, and it seems like they're playing very, very clean now.
They are playing clean. We have a Game 3 on our way. The first Game 3 of our main event here in PCC8. The money match. Winner of this will leave today with some change. Loser's going to have to pick up an extra shift at their job next weekend. We'll be right back after a short break. Welcome back in Predecessor family. We've got a Game 3 on our hand. Two real good teams going head-to-head here. Dirty Lake and the boys into Rogue. Game 1 taken by Rogue. D-Lab swings back. They do not want to give up that championship belt just so easily. We want to take a look really quick. We've got some head-to-head stats up for these two great North American West Coast mid laners. Appy Picker versus Wangle. What do we see in these stats? What do they tell you about what's happened in Game 1 and Game 2 so far?
Well, that's pretty impressive when we see like the difference in KDA. So we can see Wangle being very, very active for his team, securing a lot of kills. and a lot of assists, and that also kind of shows through their damage. While on the side of Happy Picker, it seems that we're a little bit more conservative, but are less present, and that show up through the CS. I think that can explain also like from the character. We have seen Wango playing a lot of like Gideon throughout like this series, while Happy Picker like is more on the Howitzer, and so Gideon is more like impactful getting into this mid-game team fight, while Howitzer in general is more like scaling up and then one-shotting people in the later stage of the match.
Yeah, I think this is kind of a testament, just these numbers here. It's a testament to how these two teams are playing, right? I think, you know, Happy Picker, being that kind of staple mid laner for D-Lab, is more comfortable scaling through the game. You can kind of see that through the CS number, right? Where Wangle is more worried about getting his damage and, you know, kind of propelling his team through that mid game and into that late game with that big damage number at the 29,000. So, you know, I think that the two teams have totally different strategies while they both are focused on objectives. You know, that little minute you know, difference there of D-Lab wanting to scale and you know the Wangle being that team fight heavy mid laner there is what has brought these two teams you know, to where they are right now.
To where they are right now, indeed, and where they are right now is one game away from qualifying for our finals. I said it again, I'm going to say it all damn day, guys. Making that money, at least $1,000, goes to the second place team. Throughout these first two matches, though, we have seen high prioritization on the newest hero in the Predecessor roster, Terra. The person who has, or the team that has picked that hero, has won both Game 1 and Game 2. Do we expect that to continue to be a contested pick and something that will probably win Game 3, Mugi?
Well, Terra on Game 1 was like KDA of 8, on Game 2 a KDA of 11. In each of these games she only died once, which kind of showed that you kill people and you never die. So it's definitely creating like a lot of pressure. So at least I expect those teams coming into this draft with like a solution for it. And since like it's most likely gonna be Rogue being the first pick, first ban, they're gonna have like the option securing the Terra if it goes through like the first ban phase. I also feel like that now they played like 2 games against each other, and so those two teams are very good when it comes to draft, and I kind of expect maybe like some spicy like secret shift to kind of throw off the enemy team off guard, because yeah, they have time to study them, and after those 2 games they should have like a good idea of what is the issue and what is working for them.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of brings up the question, if they take the Terra off, what kind of takes the place? You know, we've seen Argus ban, but we've seen it have a lot of impact on it in the second game. We did see a Zarus in that first game. It was taken off the table. Do we see Zarus come back into this third game? We know that champion has a big impact into you know, a lot of these team fights. So what ban do we think is going to be replaced there? I'm not sure. You know, we did see some gadget priority. We didn't see a gadget ban last time, but maybe gadget comes back in. We know that Wangle loves gadget mid lane, and we did see it being played in the off lane yesterday as well with some success. So, you know, maybe we see a gadget spice. You know, we'll see.
I would just love to see a gadget off lane. Our wonderful color caster Tang gave me some of the tech for how to play gadget offlane and what it is good to and what it's not good to. I am 1-0 in ranked on gadget offlane. I must do a little humble brag about this, but I also want to focus in onto import for a second here. Through these first 2 games, he's played heroes that were not typically seen in that jungle role, or at least not in a high priority in the meta. We see him on the Kalari Game 1. Surprisingly, with Alabra on your team, you put him on the Sevarog Game 2. They are able to take that W in Game 2. Do we expect him to go back to more of the traditional meta type junglers, or might we see something spicy from import in Game 3 too?
Well, I think it kind of depends on where the draft are going to lead them. Like, that's one of the advantage of having like a player like Import that can play everything. Then you're not constrained in the draft section. And I feel like here, if for instance maybe we see the Terra being banned and we leave like Aura and Zarus open, that's probably like 2 picks that Import would love to have for himself, but they need to be open. And so I think it really like depends. It's just like the hero pool is a little bit like large when it comes to like Zarus, Aura, Sevarog, Kalari. but I still don't expect we're gonna go like even further into the likes of Feng Mao, Grux, Gamer, and Rampage. I see those are still gonna be out. Those teams don't want to risk anything with like a role as important as the jungle.
I
I
agree
think
with you, Moogie. There's only one way to find out if he's going to go traditional or if he's going to go, sorry to cut you off, Meds, the draft is ready. I can't wait to get into Game 3. We're going to pull it up, but I'll kick it to you first, Meds. Does Terra just get picked up by Rogue here? Will D-Lab ban it?
You know, I think actually, it's been quick. You know, they take the Terra off the board here. I'm interested to see when D-Lab respond here. I would theorycraft some like Zarus, Aurora pickup here. We know that Zarus is a huge pickup in the jungle, and Aurora can be flexed into that off lane. And it's a huge takeaway from Rogue, and it kind of forces Conte onto that Quang again, which they did find some success against. So I think interesting that they're going to pick up or take away the gadget. You know, no spice there, but interested to see what they're going to pick up first here.
I would imagine that is
though.
to prioritize a Gideon pick potentially for D-Lab there, put it onto the Appy picker, but we're still going to have to see how this ends up playing out.
Yeah, and I love like the idea of the Terra first ban, because like if you don't ban it, then suddenly D-Lab can like not ban a single like Terra, Aurora, or Zarus, and they're gonna end up with two on their side. And we have seen like what happened when that happened like in the first game by Rogue. So I love this Terra ban, and here D-Lab decided to not respawn by the ban of Aura or Zarus, because that way they can get the other one. And interestingly, like in that situation, all the teams have first pick Zarus, but we have seen how Conte was strong on this Aura pick, and so that's what Rogue has decided to open. And so this time we do have the Zarus being secured for Dirty Lake and the boys, and they still have their second pick open. We've seen that they have contention around the Grim.exe, but they're gonna secure the Drongo actually this time, because also like, yeah, Terra win the first two games, but Drongo also win the first two games, so maybe the secret lies there.
Yeah, I'd like D-Lab to actually round out this first round with their support pick. I think that Toasty on that Argus, I don't think that's going to survive the second ban phase. I really do feel like he had a lot of impact on that on that second game. But we do see the Gideon being picked up here, kind of going back to what's tried and true for Wangle here. I was maybe hoping that he would switch it up, maybe show us his Iggy. I know was very good on Iggy. He said, I'm never playing Iggy again, but he did show in the group stages that he is a very good Iggy player. So, you know, I'm a little bit depressed that he just is on Gideon duty this time.
It's Neff's decision whether or not Wangle's on Iggy duty or not. He knows that he is submissive to what Neff wants him to do. Neff's the mastermind behind all of this. I love seeing the Richter picked up for Penguin. Had a really good day yesterday on it. Had some good games on Steel. Did miss a shield slam or two in a pivotal moment. Probably not going to miss these hooks. Hopefully Penguin can do some good stuff on the Richter pick this game.
That's exactly what I was talking about when it comes to like adding a little bit of spice into that big game stream. We see that Richter has been banned 2 times, so here we decided to pick it at the third pick before bans happier. And I think here on the side of D-Lab, we kind of have like a tough question. Like exactly, like I was either like you, Mr. Mate, do we pick the Argus or do we pick the Sevrog? Because we are not going to have both of them. But with the Terra already out of the equation and already being picked like Sevrog, and here with like it's probably going to be on Lobber because the Zarus is pretty good in the jungle and there is not really like any predator for the Sevrog left on the side of Rogue. So I really like that now we're switching things up to try to prioritize a little bit more. Here on the side of Rogue, I do expect a ban focusing probably on the support role, while on the side of D-Lab, we actually gonna remove the Crunch, a character that we haven't seen so far. So I don't know if they have like some special secret. Maybe it's to stop Bondrew to be able to play that into the Sevrog, and once again reinforcing the fact that Lobber wants that Sevrog in offlane with a positive matchup. Or maybe it's just like kind of a wasted ban in a sense because we want to leave things open.
Now I do want to throw this out there, and this might be wild to say, but could it ever be Zarus support and then flexing the Sevrog into off and in the jungle, right? We have seen Toasty play the Zarus support before, and that would kind of be something spicy. And you know, taking away that crunch kind of reminds me of what maybe they want to pick Kalari again, and Crunch is kind of really good into Kalari, right? And maybe that's Rogue's answer. So who knows? I think that it's probably not what we're gonna see, but it's definitely an option.
Third game in a row, we get the Howitzer into the Gideon in the mid lane. Definitely a comfort for both of these mid laners, as both of them, as I said, have played it every single game. We also did get that Argus ban, so much like we expected, you can't get the Sevarog and the Argus. Kira's going to come through too.
Yeah, and so that means that on the dual lane, we kind of accept that we're going to have like no pushing power because it's likely going to be the Richter Kira lane. But in terms of scaling, it's like pretty strong, and Kira can be a killer to a Sevarog in the later stage of the game, which is like very, very good. And I have to admit, like Happy Picker not being scared against the Richter and still go for the Howitzer, like his team is gonna have to have a lot to do. Like the Sevarog probably needs to go on top of that Richter, like keeping him distracted, because a single hook, that's Howitzer gone. And when you go with a composition with a Sevarog, a Zarus, and one of your damage dealer like explode immediately at the beginning of a team fight because of a nice hook, suddenly everything is much more complicated to play. We're gonna round up the draft with the Quang. I guess it's like to be able to play onto the offlane for Bondro to face into the Sevarog. Like that's gonna be two people farming pretty nicely into each other.
Yeah, and to finish out the D-Lab side, we do see the Decker come in. One thing that I do want to highlight, though, is there's a lot of big AoE ultimates coming out from Rogue here that kind of will go into that Zarus cage, right? Normally we like to see Zarus being paired with a lot of these AoE because the enemy team can't escape it. But Rogue kind of has said, well, if you're going to put us in a cage, we're just going to, fill it with damage, right? So maybe let's see if D-Lab can survive that damage when Rogue kind of hit that R button. But we'll see in this next game.
There's only one thing better than one cage. It's two cages. They got the Decker. They've got the Zarus. A good front-to-back type of team fight style here out of D-Lab. Mugi, how do you think Rogue can answer this with the combo that they've worked out?
Well, I feel like Rogue has a pretty strong early mid game with a lot of aggressive rotations thanks to the Gideon, Conte on the Aura, Quang also being able to lock down people. Suddenly the Richter also Orthros into Replash, suddenly someone dies. So I feel like they have that settled for themselves. But in the late game, they have to be extra careful because most of their damage is going to come from Kira. So it's kind of like a Neft bust, or if Nefts manage to dominate, then suddenly they have a good game. But if Neft gets picked up in those team fights, D-Lab is gonna end up winning that game.
Yeah, we'll see. My eyes on the early game are on Conte. He's been rinse repeat ganking mid lane every game so far, and he's done it probably 4 or 5 times. And like the casters have said, where's the vision there? We'll see if we get some vision there in this game, but we'll see if Conte can be able to get Wangle in that winning position and get him snowballing early.
This is it. The chips are pushed to the middle of the table. All 10 picks are in for the final draft of the first semifinals for Prime Championship Circuit 8. The only thing left is to get down onto the map. Casters, take it away.
Gamers, you know what time it is. It's E squared, but more importantly, it is game 3. And if you're a PCC fan, you are in luck because the pressure is on. Win or go home, and diamonds are only formed under this very pressure. And it's time for you all to see who shines. F6, are you ready for this?
I am ready, Eagle. Game number 3, the first of these final series, and it's going to be Penguin on the Richter, Conte on the Aurora, and Bondrewd on the Quang. This Rogue team is looking to finish D-Lab here, but D-Lab has something else to say about it with this Sevarog.
They had something to say last game, and they're not quite done with their monologue. They are looking to speak history into existence. They want the back-to-back. They want that final spot. But before they can, they're going to have to apprehend the Outlaws in Rogue. And Rogue is going to have to steal away this championship spot. Both of these drafts, you can see some comfort picks. Appy on the Howitzer. The Sevarog once again making an appearance. But I'm going to spotlight Penguin, the Waddler, as Lance calls him, on this Richter. How are you feeling about this draft, man?
I mean, this Richter we saw yesterday be an absolute force to be reckoned with, but at the same time, is he going to be able to do it again? I mean, it's an absolute unit when you're able to be played with it. We do see a terror picture, but it is actually Richter in his other form. She is picked up a lot, about a 40% pick rate, but her win percentage over 50% is absolutely insane. When this man is on the playing field, he's an animal, and if he's allowed to get a win today, it's going to be because of that Richter going insane.
The Riplash is basically an insta-pop, right? I'm talking proactive acne. You are going to get eviscerated and erased if you get hit with that Riplash into some timely damage coming out of the team, as we are going to see a little bit of a clash here within the solo. Lobber already getting very aggressive. It's going to bring Bondrewd below that 50% threshold and utilize that level advantage to be able to safely farm.
At level 2, once it hits, that's what primarily the thing you're fighting for when you're in these laning phases. Once you get the level 2, you're just able to trade a little bit better into your opponent. But we know Lobber is comfortable. I play Sevarog. I don't do this much damage with my level 2. I don't know how he does it, but he does it every single time. And he is going to be somebody to be looked out for in this mid to late game. When he starts to rotate into these fights, when he starts to be a problem, when he starts to be the Swedish warrior, it's going to be a problem for the Rogue.
He does it just acutely and so consistently, right? 10 damage is the most, but 10 damage is a lot when you get hit with the 12 times in a row and you're demonstrating 15 into it. And this is exactly what he is capable of. He is just so comfortable on what this character is capable of. And in response to it, he is going to be able to make some plays others won't. As contact with the mid lane is going to catch the howitzer into the Frost Happy Picker, it's going to be a little bit low here and forced to utilize the blink. And that's exactly what the Dustcat said, as we now say Bondrewd with Import behind him, making a blink for a blink appearance, putting on the dancing shoes, but not dancing away from Import, who is going to export him its first blood of game 3.
That is the Import Zarus we were talking about. The deaths kind of pushed themselves towards it a little bit, talked about it, and that is what we're seeing. But look at Penguin, his health bar is low. They're looking for a second one here.
Oh, they might find it as Lincolnator is going to be able to utilize the blink to close the distance and close the story on Penguin's life, at least for now. That's going to be 2-0 in favor of D-Lab.
Bringing the heat, and they're cooking in the kitchen. D-Lab are looking for that crown. They said game 1 was an oopsies. We were warming up. We were getting ready for what is going to be unfolded today, and they are broadcasting it here and showing it for us on game number 3.
In response to this Aurora draft, getting it into the hands of Conte, it only makes sense that they would turn up the temperature. And that is exactly what they have been executing on so far within this game. We're going to give a rotation early, pick up a kill. We're going to apply the pressure in dual lane and just win against you. But Conte may have something to say about it, as another well-timed wall is more than likely going to put Rogue on the board as Wangle strikes against Happy Picker.
He's done this time and time again. The wall blocking off, it also blocks the blink, so he can't get anywhere. But this man, Conte, cannot be stopped. If anything is going to keep Rogue alive, it's going to be him.
Conte has to cook this game. He has to continuously apply this pressure, not only on the mid lane, onto the duo as they are at a rocky start, and then translate that into some good team fights, either picks or engages, whenever they play around Fangtooth, whenever they play around Prime. There is no room for error at this point in the game, F6. Both of these teams realize that, and I'm expecting to say some very aggressive, but also cautious and meticulous play coming out of these teams.
They can't let go, right? This is game number 3. Ladies and gents, this is game number 3. Whoever wins this moves on. Whoever loses this goes home. So they're going to have to be playing smart, but they're also going to have to be playing aggressive just like now.
Oh man, dude, absolutely melted is going to be the Richter. However, it is going to be Conte maybe looking to get it back in blood. A little bit of poke damage isn't going to be enough, though, to bring Import to the threshold. But Neft with the blink will be. Don't blink, because as soon as your eyes are closed, another member is going to be gone. It is high-packed action here within the beginning of game 3.
6 minutes in, but look at this again. Lauber chasing for this. Shield's going to go away any second now. One more subject game, one more click, and there it is. That's going to be another kill. Swedish Warrior Lauber with the solo bolo.
It feels like both of these teams, both of these fighters more or less have decided to step to the middle of the ring, and they are not moving their feet. They are planted and they are swinging at each other. And D-Lab's hits have made the most impact as they have a 2-piece kill lead, and we're not even 10 minutes into this game.
Not even, man. We're about to hit that 7-minute mark. The Ore Prime, the mini Ore Prime is going to spawn. Fangtooth is up, and then this is where we switch into from that laning phase a little bit over towards the team phase. Now we're going to start to see a little bit more of grouping. Now we're going to start to see a little bit more action, I would say, but we've already seen it. But these two teams are trying to make a statement here today.
I didn't know that we had Michael Bay writing the script for the PCC. It's nothing but action over here. And now, though, it looks like Conte may be looking for the next fight scene. It is going to be blinking the Bifrost. However, a good Decker Cage off the backside is going to be able to lock down the space, but with the wall and the hook combination, Lakeinator is all but consigned to death now. The question is, who gets it? And your answer is going to be Neff.
Conte, another kill to just get closer towards D-Lab. The way this man is playing right now, he is not going to lose. He's not letting D-Lab run away with the lead.
This feels like a story of two junglers just combating, going head to head, looking to grab, to snatch the momentum away from the other. It is not an exaggeration to say Import is possibly the most important person on the side right now for D-Lab. All over on the side of Rogue, Conte, there has to be nothing he can't do. Both of these teams are looking and finding weaknesses, chinks in the other's armor, and we haven't hit the 10-minute mark, but Import is going to be hitting the Fangtooth.
Tosi able to push in the wave on the left-hand side. Appy Picker being able to get a little bit of advantage in the mid lane is going to allow for them to rotate over to this Fangtooth, and this should be the first neutral objective once again over towards the side of D-Lab.
And this is something that if you're a Rogue fan, you don't want to see, as D-Lab, when they get comfortable with getting those objectives, can kind of get a closeout. It's not only something we've seen within Swiss, but within the top 8 as well. Just last game, D-Lab being able to lock down that first objective just innately gave them a lot of pressure. Granted, it was coupled with a kill within the lane, and Appy within that very same lane that has already been ganked multiple times. It's going to be a use of the blink in order to try and get away and try and succeed. He will, as Conte is just hunting the middle.
He's just being caught out of position one time after another. He needs to be aware that Conte does not want you to be in this lane. He's going to be already picking you off once. You need to be aware of that. He needs to understand he needs to get a little bit more vision up and needs his team to help him out there, because right now Conte is out for blood.
I couldn't put it any better than what the desk had earlier. Dr. Med saying, hey, where are the wards? The question remains, but the question mark has gotten even bigger. If they are trying to gank you and it's not working, then sure, maybe you just kind of play it by the ear, play it a little bit safer. However, it's worked basically every time, and now they are going to be working on this mini prime, and it doesn't look like it is going to be contested, as Conte is on the complete other side of the map. This is going to be 2-0 objectively. That's going to swing in favor of D-Lab.
10 minutes in, Lauberg is going to be able to pick up this mini prime. We saw the work that he's doing over in the offlane against this Quang. Not only that, Import, we're seeing a different mentality here. He's off to a hot start. He's got a kill. He's got 2. He's also got these neutral objectives under control. And D-Lab right now are trying not to hold up. They're trying not to give Rogue any space, but Conte is always there to say something different.
He's just always there looking for it. And now in the duel lane, we are once again going to see the combination of this gag grenade as well as the Decker Cage secure another kill so easily. And all of this has spawned off the backside of that missed Riplash. I don't know if it's the game theory jitters, but Penguin has not been hitting these as consistently as he has in the past. And as a result, all of the aggression has been coming out of D-Lab, and it's been going well for him.
I mean, that's what we were talking about in the early stages. I said he has to play the same exact ways he did last time. Lauber missing the colossal blow there on Bondrune. does have the wave in his favor, should be able to push this on the tower. But like you said, Decker, though, is a true counter towards the Richter, but Conte is a true counter towards this D-Lab as he looks to initiate again.
He looks, but decides to go for disengage as the ice wall will not be long enough to seal off the exit space for Toasty and Lakenator. We're going to be able to now reset with Import winning the wings near their jungle side red buff for a possible team fight. They have the lead. Now, all D-Lab has to do is not drop it, and that's something we haven't really seen them do before.
No, not at all. But if there is a team, if there are players out there that can cause that to happen, it is going to be this Team Rogue with Conte playing the way he is. Neft, the absolute best ADC in this game right now. Penguin, if he's just able to shore up 1 or 2 more hooks, that's all they need. He doesn't need to hit all of them, right? We know he's not been on top of it so far in this early game. But if this mid to late game, he starts to connect, it's going to be different.
Dude, we also can see over here into the solo lane, that prime buff on to the Sevarog is just basically omnipotent. He's everywhere and nowhere, much like that HP bar if he looks for an engage on you. This Sev is going to be able to lock down this tier 1 relatively easily, and then that is going to be able to free him up to make a couple rotations, whether it's mini prime, another Fangtooth, or to the mid lane to get Conte back for the pressure they've been applying on their own mid.
Great, exceptional play going in there from Lauber. We saw how he's able to just keep winning. He's already got the T1 down on the off lane. Now that opens up the map for him to rotate more and more, able to push that wave up to the tier 2, and allows for a significant amount of time for him to be impactful into these team fights.
Speaking of impact, that is going to be the colossal blow that does get utilized to get Kwong off of the Sevarog. Playing the space relatively close to lane here is going to be Import. Maybe looking to see if Wango overextends just a bit, but he will not now take it the long way over to the river camp, which he will find absent. It is going to be Neft, Penguin, and the rest of Rogue looking to just take their time and allow themselves to scale.
They can do that all they want, but Lauber, he used that colossal blow to get into Kwang away from the wave to allow him to get a little bit more time to back, as you can see him now working his way towards the second Fangtooth. All the members are going to be here. Kwang is still inside the off lane, and now this is the time for a second neutral objective for the Fangtooth to be accomplished.
The pressure is all on Rogue. They have to make some type of play around this. They cannot continue to just keep giving up free value, free advantage. That is now a 3-0, a 3-0 on objectives. That's a mini prime as well as 2 Fangtooths. They're going to be able to swing in their way, and they're also behind on kills. The reins at this point are firmly within the hands of D-Lab.
They're grasping it. They, like you said, the neutral objectives are in their favor. They got the mini orb prime. We saw them use that very well. They gave it to Lauber, who was able to push down on T1. Now they got the second Fangtooth playing towards that third Fangtooth angle, and we know how dangerous that third Fangtooth is to the mid to late game. If you're able to accomplish that, there's a little bit more damage you're allowed to do in these team fights, a little bit more protections you have for your players, and it allows you to win those skirmishes that are going to be close to be able to get yourself into a bigger lead.
And that's the thing, is if you keep the skirmishes close for Rogue, at least you have the potential of getting some value, maybe knock a couple bounties off and being able to get a kill and make a rotation of your own onto an objective. But if they are kept close and D-Lab wins them, well, this game is no longer going to overall be close. This will be a closeout of Game 3 that could swing in favor of the defending champions in D-Lab. But I don't believe that Neft is going to let that happen. I don't believe Conte is going to let that happen. We have a team full of fighters here, and if they are willing to do anything, fighting is going to be one, as the Riplash just deployed, but being offline, Lakenator is going to be able to reset his positioning behind the tier 1.
Lakenator, they're playing a little bit safe to allow him to be able to be fine over there inside the dual lane. Potential gank. They knew Conte is playing aggressive inside of this game, so they were aware of that. Great escape with the Riplash just a little bit outside that distance, because Penguin was definitely on target.
Yeah, man, and now with Penguin being on target with these, he just has to be able to close that distance, right? It's a series of things, as we are now going to see Wangle getting victimized by the ulti coming out of house or looking for a corner to be able to hide behind. He will be able to get out just sub below that 50% HP mark, but Toasty on the rotation is going to have something to say about it as he gets comboed and annihilated. Mama, it's a magic trick. Where did the mid laner go?
He went back to his fountain to think about his decisions. Contesting that again is absolutely criminal. Man, the wave was not in your favor there, but good rotation from Toasty. Something that he is known for on this decker. He makes those rotations. He makes the impact across the map, and you saw it there firsthand.
It's something we talked about within game 1, game 2, game 3. Toasty, dude, the 1-2 butter up, making these rotations from his dual lane onto the mid, if not just to pressure the river count, to pressure the laners. And now look at the value that is being derived once again out of a pick. D-Lab making a play from Mini Prime. These guys have just been victimizing every objective the moment it has come up, and it doesn't feel like as of now there's much Rogue can really do about it.
Man, Appy Picker there stole the mini Orb Prime from Sephiroth. A little bit of communication issues probably, but nonetheless, the mini Orb Prime has been secured by D-Lab. This is how you play Predecessor. This is how you defeat the top tier teams, and D-Lab right now are playing this game to perfection.
They're just not making any mistakes, man, and they are punishing Rogue so hard for every single mistake they have made so far within this game. You know, overextend, we're going to kill you off of it. You don't want to have wars. You don't want to have vision on these Fang 2s. We're going to get them back to back like a diss track, man. I'm talking about 6-16. It has been absolutely vile throughout this game. How well, how perfectly, I should say, D-Lab has been playing. And you can see that anchor metaphor from previous is starting to become more and more apparent. It gets darker. It gets harder. And as the game goes on, D-Lab seems to only get stronger. Rogue needs to do something, and they need to do it now.
We do see that building into that tainted guard to allow Penguin to this reflect some of that damage that he's getting targeted towards him, that Rayman. But the Fist of Rizul on top of Bone Drew there with that Magnify should allow him to start diving into these backlines. Looking at the team comp of Rogue, they are trying to dive that backline, cause some commotion so the rest of their backline could do damage, but they're not able to succeed just yet. We haven't seen that full 5v5, 4v4 team fights just there.
Oh man, and the Riplash does find purchase, but instantaneously it's going to be the ulti coming out of Lake in order to maintain the space on the pullback. An excellent heads-up mechanical play coming out of the carry for D-Lab.
That's a great peel. Penguin maybe starting to get online here. We're seeing those hooks start to slowly connect, but the third Fangtooth is up and online. We do see the Sephiroth and the Quang on the opposite side, so this looks like a 4v4 potential fight. They cannot let this go on Team Rogue. They cannot give the third Fangtooth, but they do.
Oh no, this is the worst thing for them. 3 Fang2s down, absolutely nothing on the board. It is going to be a big dragon coming off of the dash, coming off the crest of the Richter, and the setup off the top end is going to be Wangle with the ult, but is it going to be enough? As we see, Neff starts to hit the spin to win. It's not going to be for Lakeinator. Is going to be able to get the kill once again onto Penguin. It is going to be a rallying though, as Conte does lock down the enemy jungle in, and for exporting him back to his Fallon. Bondrew is going to find himself in a 1v1 with the Reaper, with the God of Death, with the Severog, as we oversee a 3-to-1 trade that does for the time being go in favor of Rogue, which will surely be increased to 4 here as Wangle does get the kill onto Appy.
Oh man, they get the third Fangtooth, but now the kills are tied up. Neff just got a huge cleanup inside that Fangtooth pit, and that is not what you want on the side of D-Lab. Nats is going to start to be impactful here now when these fights. You're seeing how much damage he's able to do, and it's going to keep getting worse. So they're going to have to be a little bit scared here when it comes to the side of watching out, because if he's left unattended in his team fights, he's going to be able to change these. Great Rift Walkers there by Penguin to get everybody is close enough inside of the black hole to be able to cause the amount of damage there. So maybe there's a little bit of a resurgence from that team fight for Team Rogue to keep themselves into this game.
I can agree with you more, man. We could see there within that last engagement, D-Lab was thirsty for that third Fangtooth. So in response, Rogue decided to send them back to Fallon. It only felt natural within that case. But being 3 Fangtooths down and a couple mini primes as well is not an overall great look on the objective board. I'm going to need to see this squad get a lockdown on these objectives, as Lauber is going to have a lockdown onto Bondrewd with the subjugate. The kill pressure is going to be on, and we may need to see a blink out of the Quang as Severog utilizes his in to the Colossal below to feed import another kill.
He cannot be stopped. Give him Terra, give him Sev. Either way, he's hunting you down, and there's no way to go as we see another expansional fight going there towards the side of D-Lab.
It felt like Kwang just thought he was safe for way too long. They're giving himself a little bit more shield in order to hopefully sustain and outrun the Sev, but the utilization of the blink into the colossal blow sent a clear message. Hey man, I want you dead, so you're going to be dead. That's going to be another elimination that claims now the kill lead in favor of D-Lab.
Rogue. There is still hope in this game, ladies and gentlemen. If you're a Rogue, a fan, they still have that time. It is past that 20-minute marker. We're looking in towards the Primordial Fangtooth. We're looking towards the Big Orb Prime. And at any moment, these plays can be made. But look at Import chasing Wangle.
Oh my god, life saved by the Aurora wall. A solid knockback coming out, yes, but Import had the bloodlust on. He could smell the blood in the water in response. It had to be an absolute shutdown of the engagement coming from the Aurora. The wall was the only option. I would not want to be taking any fights with this Zars. As you can look anywhere on the map right now with 6, and everywhere you can see the pressure that's being exhumed as, once again, it is going to be Bonjo getting locked down. Take your hands off the keyboard, brother.
No.
You are CC'd because the other team is sick as they now get a lockdown kill. Lakeinator collecting the gold.
D-Lab is confident. D-Lab is on point. There's nothing that I think you can do right now to break this mental of D-Lab, because the way they're playing, they do not care. They know they're going to come out on top with this win, with the way how they're playing, because they are confident in everything that they do. The rotations, always with 3 to 4 men, just rotate on a single target towards looking towards these bigger objectives. And now with that, they have control over the orb pit.
It really does make sense that the champions of the previous PCC, the kings of this amazing event, will be looking to send the thieves to the guillotine. That is exactly what they have done throughout the entirety of this game. It's been a strict execution on any engagement, whether they want it or not, and they are just not letting go of the lead that they have developed. I am talking in white-knuckled. They are gripping and looking to ride this momentum all the way to a championship spot.
And if I'm a D-Lab fan right now, I'm looking to keep cheering these guys on. They weren't able to really get anything out of that play last time, but nonetheless, though, they were able to get a kill. But look at this now. The Primordial Fangtooth is going to be set up, ready to be in play. The Orb Prime as well. The wards, the vision are controlled on D-Lab's side over towards the Orb Prime pit, but they don't really have too much on the Primordial Fangtooth. We saw them able to trade that in game number 1, and it turned out into the favor of D-Lab for a slight moment. So we'll see which objective they choose.
I have to ask you, man, I have to get in your head because I have a couple ideas, but I haven't quite formulated them yet. Right now, obviously, Rogue playing from behind, able to shore up the kills for a brief instance before D-Lab once again claimed that lead as well to go right up on the shelf next to the objective one. They very, very clearly have. What player needs to show up? What player needs to be the one to make the difference here for Rogue to put them back in this game?
It's going to have to be Neft. He's one of the biggest counter towards that Sevarog. He's going to need to be able to burst him down because right now Lauber is just uncontested. There's not enough damage to kind of let him know, like, hey, I shouldn't probably be doing this. So they need to have Neft into these fights when they're trying to contest with Lauber there. But we also need to see Kwang kind of diving that back line, kind of pushing, kind of creating a little bit more threat towards D-Lab.
Yeah, and we can see right now, Lauber, very aware of what Neft is capable of, is going to look to aggress upon him, but only briefly. Singing, he does get the space creation he requires, and the damage translation would have strictly gone within Neft's favor. Lauber looks and finds that disengage and does an excellent job at just keeping Neft occupied out of some of these team fights, as there's a lot of wards on the map. And I can guarantee the moment someone inches towards an objective, we may be looking at a 5v5.
And that's the point of the vision control, right? To be able to make that quick decision based off what you see throughout the map, not only the wards, but these waves being manipulated to be pushed on either end of the side of the map to help these teams know what's going on. And if at any moment, like you said, they see the opportunity to converge, to make a play, they're going to make it.
And as we do now see, Penguin once again is going to get caught out, utilizing that mobility, utilizing the skewer, but it is all for nothing as Penguin is going to fall victim, get sent back to the fountain. We are now going to see a rotation towards the prime.
I mean, look at Neft. He's on the opposite side of the map, but also Rogue is on wards. They know that they're trying to get the sneaky play, and look at this engagement coming from D-Lab.
Oh my God, Conte, the ice cream, the Aurora gets absolutely melted. It's a cooked situation as now we're going to see Import Toasty, Lakenator, Appy Picker, and Lobber. That's the 5-man. That's D-Lab. That's your champions making a play for the Orb Prime.
Without their jungler, there's not much contestion that they can do, and with this Orb Prime, they're going to be moving themselves right over towards the Primordial Fang too. This is not what you want on the side of Rogue. Now they're looking to get themselves into a double buffed up situation. They still have some tier 2s to go through before they contest inhibitors to really open up and expose that core, but nonetheless, this is D-Lab you're talking about, baby. They are going to be taking control completely as they get this double buff.
Oh no, don't do it, Rogue. This is awfully risky. And now off to the back end of the cage, Bondrude is going to get absolutely melted. We are seeing some shrewd operators coming out of D-Lab. They turn pick and resume their business. Not even a vacation day being expended for the take the solo laner of Rogue.
You just didn't want to walk in there. I mean, Quang, you weren't having a great game to start. You weren't allowed to really facilitate, but you head first into there, and it's just a complete disintegration of that player, of that hero onto that gray screen. And now with the 2 buffs going towards D-Lab, they're going to start their siege. They're going to start their march towards that core.
It feels a lot less like a march, man. I'll be honest here. Nothing is over until the big lady sings, and Rogue is very, very capable of a comeback. That being said, though, D-Lab has just been able to walk into every opportunity. Every door has been open, and they are not shy about walking through it. And it feels like they are going to be keeping that same mentality here as we're seeing a grouping start to develop within the mid lane.
Just want to go back to this draft scene. I'm just thinking, I'm like, man, they picked up that Sevarog. Why would you let them have that? It's just impeccable how this man is able to do this. He is the one and only true South player because he does it time and time again. And now you're seeing the impact once more. But look at this content. You need to get out of there. Rogue needs to leave these T2s alone, put on the defense for these inhibitors, and possibly just try and defend this core, because right now D-Lab has everything they need to end this game number 3.
Dude, they just are in buy time mode. You can't realistically take a fight here as it is once again going to be a Coliseum around Import, and he instantaneously is going to be getting popped. Oh my God, turning up the temperature. It makes sense that Penguin is going to fall due to the climate change, because these guys are bringing a heater to the Rogues. Now able to lock down not 1, but 2 of the inhibitors. It is going to be a corralling, a surrounding of the core, and they are oh so very low, oh so very weak, and some of them look oh so very dead, but they will survive. Staying alive will be 3 members. That's Conte. It's going to get melted onto the back end. The core 80%, 70%, 50%. It's going to be Appy. It's going to be Lobber. It's going to be Import. It's going to be D-Lab, who's an opportunity in history, as they will be in your championship.
What a play, what a series coming out of Dirty Lake and the boys. Game number 1 was taken away from them from Rogue. It did not look good. It did not look sweet. But there comes game number 2. They locked in. Game number 3, they were able to secure it all. They move on into the next stage, into the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, what a showing coming out of D-Lab.
It was a sitting up of the chairman. They locked in and locked down the Thieves, the Rogue squad there. They put up a really solid fight, but it just proved not to be enough in the face of this much experience and this much confidence. Towards the end of that game, we saw them playing with the deadliest mentality you can in a MOBA. And you're going to rotate 2 people to us, and you want to contest this objective, and no matter what they did, there was not a solution in sight for Rogue, and you could see there, D-Lab knew it, and because of that, F6, they're going to be fighting for another championship.
I mean, they're going to be fighting for it for sure, because we have two other teams that are fighting for that right to go against the previous champions, and those two teams are nothing to shy away from. They are in our top 4 for a reason, but Dirty Lake and the boys, with the showing that they just put on for game number 2 and 3, are looking dangerous.
Dude, they are looking lethal. And man, it has been an absolute pleasure to catch here today for you guys. It is your boy Ego with F6. It's the E squared combo signing out for the time being, as we are going to send it back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Ego and F6. And once again, Dirty Lake and the boys find their way to the finals, have that opportunity to be our defending champions. What did we see from them in Game 3?
Well, to be honest, it was a very clean game from them, and a big portion of it, I think, kind of come down to Lobber Severok. Like, of course, the team played super well, but they were going to get control over the Funtus area with this Victor Kira combo lane we were talking about, because they're not going to get like any pressure. But on the side of the Rogue, they really needed that Quang to be like active in the team fight later on, to be able to create some space, so the Victor can be like a second initiator, not a main frontliner, because we know a Victor support as a main frontline, well, it just get dove in and get killed time and time again. And with Lobber just like absolutely crushing Bondroid in that third match, getting like 2-level lead, like the whole comp of Rogue kind of fall apart, and suddenly like D-Lab were first on every single objective, they couldn't get contested, and they just like play their game plan, and they just like win a very, very clean win.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I mean, there was, D-Lab is a titan, right? And there was maybe a little bit of a chink in their armor in their first game, but they played to their strategy. They played that front-to-back team fight that everybody knows that they love to play, and they play very, very well. With that little chink in their armor, they said, let's just put that game aside, let's play our game, and let's come out with the win. And giving Lobber that big Severog, we did see 20 minutes, full stacks. He was online, and from there they were just able to play through that off lane and transition that lead into the jungle, like we did see Bondrew getting picked off twice in his jungle, and then snowballing that lead through the 3 Fangtooths that they did get early, and then into that very early 30-minute win.
Dirty Lake and the boys fans, rise up. Oceanator carries you to another finals. We've got one more semifinal before we get into that final one for the day, but I want to remind all of you watching at home, click that subscribe button, click that follow button, support us. Go over, find our Discord, hit exclamation point bracket in our chat there, get a recap of everything that has happened, get the rosters for the teams, all of the information that you could potentially need. That's going to be it for Mr. Meds for us for the day. Moogie will be back for our second set. Mr. Meds, would you like to say anything before we cut you off?
Well, I'm really happy that I got to be here with you guys on this, finals day. I had a lot of fun. I'm really excited to, watch the next games. It's going to be a banger of a finals. I'm excited. I'm rooting for D-Lab. We'll see if Doctors, the Doctors, if they can, pull out a win in this next match, and if they have a chance against D-Lab. They're looking very, very strong.
Predecessor family, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with our second semifinals of the day between Professors and the Doctors. Hello and welcome back once again, Predecessor family. I am still Lancey, so we've got a small change to our desk. Joe, yours truly, has joined us. Joe, how you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing just absolutely fantastic. We have a really awesome semis earlier, and I'm really excited to see how the semis is going to go for this bottom half.
Right, and speaking of our first and second semis, we have a quick look we're going to take at our bracket so far, see how it has shaped up, as we only have 2 series left. In our first one, we did see D-Lab just take the 2-1 victory over Team Rogue. Now we are on to Doctors versus Professors, 2 established careers, respected careers as professionals, but it doesn't matter what you do in your personal time. This is about Predecessor. We have a head-to-head graphic that we are going to show for these guys as well that compares the stats for the 2 of these, kind of shows you what we expect to see here. Decently close numbers in a couple of these spots. Moogie, you're our stats guy. Break this down for us.
Well, immediately what you can see is like a much higher KDA on the side of Professors, and Professor has been like a notorious team to always like kill people together. So they naturally have like a very high assist count that probably can translate into that KDA. On the side of the Doctors though, what we can note is like this 6 objective per games, and that is like a lot more than what Professor is doing. So kind of like 2 different playstyle. One playstyle that love to fight together, securing kills, while on the other side we're more focusing on 2 objective. In terms of farming though, we are very even between the 2 teams, so that's not going to be like a big impact. What is interesting though is once again like the team with the higher KDA with the less damage per game, so maybe it comes from like the type of pick. We've seen that Doctors actually love quite a lot some gadget, but also sometimes about the efficiency of securing those kills.
What's also interesting is like the most banned and pick heroes, because in the last PCC, Professors love to ban the phase out, but they're actually not really banning the phase at all in this PCC, which like I really think that's actually a good change up for Professors, because like having to ban the phase every single game not only makes your draft predictable, it's sort of like a kryptonite in the sense that if you keep banning the phase, there's also a lot of like pressure you're just not able to like exceed, like not able to ban some of the other prior targets, because in this PCC I really do see a lot of like high priority picks. The early PCC there's only like 2 or 3 really strong picks, but it feels like there's like 4 or 5 super strong picks and you just cannot ignore them at all. It is kind of interesting to see that like the most banned pick heroes on both sides besides the Solids are like the most support picks. So kind of really honing in on that dual lane too, that Professors and Doctors really want to get the dual lane ahead so they can execute their mid to late game strategies well.
I think that that's an interesting point too, Joe. With 3 of the 4 most banned or picked heroes being a support, it shows that both Zihi and Crazy Fool are some of the primary members, which is something, you know, if you're in that solo queue brain, you just don't think about how important your support can be. It is such a crucial role, and the supports in both of these teams really do a lot of the carrying for the other members of it, specifically Crazy Fool. You cannot give him that Richter if you're Docs. Do you think there's anything else we might see in the draft to kind of give one of these teams an edge?
Well, in a sense, it's pretty interesting because we have seen that the Doctors is also a team that kind of love to experiment on the off lane. Like we know that Snakes, like he used to be mid lane, but he loved to play assassin in the mid lane. It was the mid laner that don't like to play casters. But now we have seen Snakes actually transition to off lane and start playing caster in the off lane with the gadget. So there might be like some space in that direction when it comes from the Doctors. On the side of Professor, however, I expect something like much more like classical. They don't really love to deviate too much from like their comfort, like what they think are strong in a specific meta, which is like Joey was mentioning, that could be like one of their downfall because they become predictable when it comes to draft. But most of the time, that's good success for themselves.
Yeah, the Professors almost want to try to play more consistent picks too at the same time, because it's not the same Professors from the last PCC. We're gonna see a lot of different players on this Professors right here, so trying to like experiment with picks but also with newer like picks up in different roles. Like the Violence, for example, is like traditionally like an offlaner for them, but he's going jungle, which is gonna be quite of a different experience for him. It's having instead switches offlane, right? So I really do think that Professors, like, I think it's fine for them to do like the more normal picks, even though it is predictable, just because I think they need to be consistent more than anything with the picks so they can have consistent player performance.
With that being said, though, we do have our picks and bans ready to go over. It's time to get started on our second semifinals of the day.
And I think it's going to be pretty interesting because both of those teams really know how to draft. And I feel like on the side of the doctors, like we were talking about that, like they're still like trying to get into that final match. Like that's something they want to go, previously known as the chef. And I feel like one of the biggest issue that was stopping them from being able to get there was actually themselves. Like sometimes they go for some witchy fight, and I feel like they really step up in that event and they kind of clean that all of that. But we have seen a few glimmer of their former self yesterday, so I hope for them it's not gonna be the case. But here already like a pretty spicy ban first, like the steel ban first. I think we haven't seen that yet, and that's probably targeted towards Professor, while immediately we answer with the gadget ban. We're talking about like gadget is very prioritized by Seismic, but also sometimes being played by Sneaks in the offlane.
Yeah, the gadget ban definitely makes a lot of sense. That steel ban was kind of very interesting because I feel like that's the pick that you don't normally just have to ban. It's not like a high priority pick at the end of the day. But maybe the doctors are still trying to shift it up with their picks. But we're going to see the serious first pick by them. I think that's a kind of a good first pick. That's kind of like a very popular first pick in these like drafts. It's the Saurus kind of first pick. The only issue I have with Saurus being first pick is that usually if you see Saurus first pick, you're gonna see a Wowa pick right afterwards because she is just a natural counter to Saurus. Or while like she's very good at disengaging the Saurus ultimate cage. And Taylor, I do like that pick a lot. I think Taylor is really nuts at the moment, especially in off lane. I mean, you saw what Lava can do with Taylor. Like there's a lot of really illegal stuff you can do with that. But instead of the Wowa that I thought was going to be picked up, we're actually going to see Gideon being picked mid instead.
The Gideon does come through, and I'm just going to kind of break away from this for a second. If you know anything about Lance, you know he loves himself some crazy fool. How's the Richter not picked in this first rotation? It's up. Almost nobody ever allows that over to the Professors. We'll have to see if the Doctors look to take it in this rotation. Grim's going to come through first. Still have one more hero to pick up too.
Well, and it's actually like interesting that we note about the Richter because like yesterday, like Professor, they played the two games with like these three core, which was Terra, Gideon, and Muriel. Crazy Fool playing the Muriel. Like normally it's not the type of character you really enjoy to play, but the Muriel is pretty strong. And I feel like by Doctors also love the Muriel, so I was expecting maybe a little bit more like trying to prioritize that pick, but here we're gonna secure the Grim and the Serat that can probably go into the offlane, into the Terra offlane. I assume that's like the ID, and kind of maybe forcing Professor, because we know that Survivor, that's what I was going to say, only play two characters so far in the whole group stage, like final stage. It's Grim or Drongo. So if you pick Grim, he's gonna pick Drongo. Like that has been like the only thing that is guaranteed, it seems, so far from those drafts.
And we actually seen Professor ban out the Trim Blast. Maybe they think that that's going to be a Grim mid instead of a carry. But I do want to touch on that Saurus and Saurus kind of pick right there. Because I'm seeing that combo quite a lot that people are trying to like run together. But I don't see like the huge value in that. Because I really feel like if you run the Saurus and Saurus together, your team fights can get really volatile. Maybe that's why they ban the Steel, because they don't want the Saurus or Saurus to deal with like the Steel like stuns on repeat. But there's still a lot of other kills with so much CC you have to worry about right there. But the Deku ban coming from Doctors, that's probably like the best ban you can do, because I think the most like crazy duo right now is Stronger Deku. Like you're gonna be seeing a lot of heads just roll off when you have Stronger Deku in the same team together. So I do like that pick to kind of curb the like early game damage potential by the Stronger. But instead of Deku, we're gonna see Miyu, who can also still provide a lot of early game damage and kill threats.
Which does mean we're not going to get to see the Richter on the Crazy Fool is going to lock that Muriel in. Looks like we're still looking for a mid laner and a support over on the side of the Deckers. What would you answer this Gideon with, Mugi?
Well, the thing is, to be honest, I have no idea if the Grim is offlane, if the Grim is carry, if the Grim is mid lane. On the side of the Doctors, I've seen Sneaks practicing it, I've seen like Seismic practicing it, but we're gonna lock the Argus. And the Argus could be like a support as well. So like there is a lot of option being open. I have to admit though, I'm a little bit surprised that the Doctors didn't try to push the Professor a little bit away from their comfort zone, because like that core of 4 characters is what Professor play every single match. So they really like into like their comfort shoes. They don't have anything really weird happening. I'm still waiting for the last pick. I have to admit that's something I love about the Doctors. It's like I never know where the draft is going. And they kind of actually gonna bring the phase that I don't think we have seen a little bit. Yesterday, I think one phase. And so that's gonna be phase support. Probably then that means we have the Argus in mid lane, the Serat in off lane, the Zarus in jungle, and the Grim as a carry. So not that crazy of a comp, but very low front line. But very Doctors type of comp because they are not really a frontline type of team.
What makes this phase pick even more interesting, the fact that the only time phases really pick up in support is if she's going against like a Richter, someone that's like very like have a lot of kill pressure, but putting the Enchanter versus Enchanter is very interesting to say the least. I am kind of worried about the damage output or rather like the CC because they don't really have much CC to walk around. I think the phase, while it can keep the Grim safe, it's gonna make the team's like play a little bit awkward in this mid to late game. But we're gonna see Fei Mao, which we haven't really seen at all. But I think with the kind of team comp you already have with Professors, I think a Fei Mao is a really nice way to kind of round out that team comp, having that backline dive and just executing the backline, which you really need to do against the Doctors.
And if you remember PCC5, where this Professor's roster won the championship, Violence was the MVP of it. He played Grux, and he played Feng Mao, and he destroyed with it. These rosters are locked in. This is who we will see for compositions for the second semifinal of the day. Who has the edge?
Like for me, I have to go with Professors for like multiple reasons. First, like they tried to go for a Serat that can one-shot people, but we have the Muriel Shield to counter any type of dive that the Serat will try to apply. And on top of that also, like we have FaZe, Grim, Argus, we have nothing to stop the Gideon ultimate, and that Black Hole is very strong against those characters because they're usually like all together. And that Feng Mao is also stellar to be able to kill the Grim and the FaZe, and they don't have a lot to peel for it. Only a Dren Nova that already have a lot to do with like other character. I feel like the Professor comp is more well-rounded, it's like full comfort for them, and I feel like kind of counters what the Doctors is trying to do.
I would have to agree with you on that, Moogie. I always like team comps that are not only flexible, but also easy to execute. I'm looking at Professors, they have a very straightforward, easy executable team, and I look at Doctors, and for them to be able to get the team comp working requires a lot higher skill ceiling, but I just don't know how Doctors going to be able to play team fights against the Professors like this, but we have to wait and see then in this upcoming game.
And the time to see in this upcoming game is right now. This is locked in. Our casters are locked in. Our players are locked in. Let's get into game one of our second semifinals. Take it away, Falcon and Wolfie GG.
Thank you so much, Lance, Mugiwawa, and Joe, yours truly. It's certainly a good day today to be a Predecessor fan. Wolfie GG, the Danish Dynamite here, joining together with the one and only Falcon, the avian in the sky, to bring me a better look.
I was not expecting that one, but we are going into an interesting game, and I have to agree. I think Professor's draft is better than the Doctors. I think just not even the comfort, but just the execution is so much better. The dive potential is so strong because you have that tail, you have that Feng Mao, and then you have to move on top of it. And Gideon and Drongo are two of the safest carries in this game, so you don't have to worry about their survivability in these team fights. And the Doctors, I mean, they don't really have the most engaged. They only really have the Zarus to actually have that point-and-click Colosseum. The rest of it is going to be depending on how they can deal with this dive.
Yeah, a little bit of Fight Club squad going on the Professor's side. Oh, they are swapped. My bad, yes. The Doctor's side going for all of this aggression with only a little bit of lockdown, and around the Professor's side with all of their comfort picks, of course, as Lance just mentioned on the desk. Violence on this Feng Mao is definitely a sight to behold.
Yeah, I was not expecting that as the 10th pick, but I mean, Violence hasn't been around too much in the last couple of PCCs, but he was the MVP for a reason. Obviously, was in that offlane, so in a different role, obviously, and it's going to have a different skill set that's going to be needed on this Feng Mao in the jungle. But if he can get rolling, if he can get a first blood or even just a few kills under his belt in this early game, then he can just 1v9 this game.
Yeah, And that is not something you want if you're over on the Doctor's side. Seismic here, pulling out the particle shredder to push Involve a little bit. But he doesn't really get that hurt from that exchange.
No, it's going to be an interesting... I don't think it's going to be that much happening in the mid lane. It's just going to be a case of farming any poke you can. There is going to be a lot more setup for the side of the Doctors with that Dreadnova compared to Professors. But I don't see either jungler focusing their attention on this mid lane. It's going to be around the side lanes. Switches gets low tier, but so sneaks.
Absolutely. A little bit of poke here coming from Switches onto Sneaks, but he's holding steadfast. And they're almost even in the HP department, hurting each other equally. Another Highland Hurl is going to connect onto Sneaks, and he's going to try his best to just keep this ball rolling.
This Seraph was a counter hit into the Terror. You don't have any CC, and you can easily escape the Terror once you hit that level 6, but it's still hard to go for. The Involve goes for the Torn Space into the ground. Violence follows through, and I mean, that's fine, but Seismic can just walk away from that as we see it now ganking this off lane.
Mav on his merry way. We know how good he has been so far on the Saris, trying once again to add some pressure to the offlane, and the Sign buff might most likely go in the hands of the Doctors here. But say on the retreat, Involve hurting him as much as possible with the Cosmic Grip. You're not gonna survive, buddy. I'm sorry to say, but that's a first blood for the Professors. Sneaks trying to jump in and solve this little problem, but he's getting so low due to the rotation of Violence. Mav is also gonna fall, most likely due to the double blink. 2 kills in the pocket of the Professor squad.
Professor's getting such a good early game. You talked about Violence getting on the board, and he did that successfully. Sneaks is back in into tier 2. Violence was looking, but he has no blink. It is quite scary to go in at level 3. But Seismic getting caught out of position, didn't have the mana to do anything against Involve, and losing that rebuff meant that he was completely out of mana, out of position, and an easy first blood to pick up because he used that blink earlier in that mid lane. Yes, the Torn Space did look a bit weird from Involve in the start, but it forced a blink, and that was the main goal. And now Professors have the 2 kills on their belt. They got a bit of the enemy's jungle as well, so they are starting so strong.
Yeah, and that's a really unfortunate situation for the Dogs. They thought that they could fight it out, and they just lost a few fingers on the way. I mean, they have 6, so they can maybe make do with 1 less.
I'm going to ignore that one and just go back to lane. However, there isn't really anything Professors can really gain. It is just going to be a case of getting the extra gold, trying to do what they can, and trying to hit those level 6s. Because once Evolve gets that level 6, once Violence hits that level 6, they can look for even more kills. I don't think either team is really going to be trying to sneak these early Phantoms, early mini frames, because it isn't really strong lanes for either side. Kier and Zihi on that side are going to play safe as much as they can against the poke from this Muriel, and on the other side, I mean, Zarus is just so strong in the early game.
Yes, and he just stole the river buff away from Involve's hands. He has to get out of there because Violence is here to say hello with the hamstring and the reaping dash. Getting another kill for Involve. Very confident start here from the Professor squad.
I love this start as Involve goes once again towards space onto Seismic. Violence follows through to get his cooldowns onto it, but the tower shots are going to nearly take him down. He doesn't get away, get around the wall to escape the particle shredder, and nearly loses his life going a bit too aggressive. I was going to praise him for a moment, saying that this start is so good. They're using this Fengmao in the early game to do as much damage as they can, especially against Mav, but they just need to be careful. They need to make sure that they don't get too overconfident, too cocky, because there is going to be a shutdown on that Fengmao.
Involve on his way in through the torn space to try and pressure out Involve, but he's very involved with this situation and just get out of dodge. With their position has been super good so far on the Professor side, but we haven't really discussed the matchups here. So over in the off lane, as you mentioned, Terra is a menace, but what about this composition between the Seraph and Terra? We saw that earlier in the last set.
Yeah, we saw it with Bonjour and Laura. It didn't go very well for Bonjour on that Seraph, but I believe the idea behind it is that Seraph can just escape from the Terror anytime she goes in. She has got that Ascent, she has got the Heaven's Fury, so she can dodge a lot of the damage. And I mean, the damage turn on the Seraph is not the best, especially going that Bruiser build, but going that Star Split first items means Sneaks is going to have a decent amount of damage, especially once they use that Heresy. And I don't hate it. I don't see exactly the point of this counter pick just yet, and I'm hoping that Sneaks does so to me.
Yeah, we would love to see Sarah do well, because it is not one of the heroes that are picked too often here in the Prime Championship circuit, so it's very interesting to see. And we also are at the final stage, so we have had the pleasure of enjoying a lot of Terra games as long as she hasn't been banned. But if we turn our view a little bit over towards the dual lane, we do see the classic combo of the Drongo Muriel, but fighting up against such a strong combo in the Face Grim. But hold up a minute, Violence is on the way. He's trying to reap dash in with the hamstring, dealing a lot of damage onto Sihi. He has to keep his distance. Cure trying to answer with a displacement blast, and will the root come through on Crazy Bull? It certainly will with the energy lance. He has to telekinetic link Cure out of the way, and that ends that little engage.
I am surprised we haven't seen more phase this tournament. We've seen it a few times, but the problem with the phase is obviously you have great defense abilities. You got that ability to pull your carry back and make sure they are safe, but the offensive abilities of the phase aren't there. You only have that energy launch, and realistically it is quite easy to dodge it if you have a wall nearby. So there's nothing Doctors can really do in that lane. They just need to scale up and get as much farm as they can in this early game, and that allows Professors to get that first Fangtooth. However, Doctors are trying to take this mini climb. Only 4k. Switches are coming in as well as the rest of the team.
The pressure is on. Sneaks has to ascend while Involve goes deep with the black hole. Sneaks has to blink out of the way. So does Involve as he's getting very low. Mav is coming in with the Colosseum right on top. Getting a kill for the side of the Ducks, putting them on the board. Oh, I respect you so much, Lance. Thanks for that one.
It was a good chance by Doctors. They did go for it, which I do like. However, Professors got a better reset. Switchers were able to come in with the help of the Reversal of Fortune, and the rest of the team came further back. I'm not entirely sure how they lost that. I believe it's just the amount of damage that Mav as well as Seismic was able to do with that part, that Synaptic Obliterator plus just being a Zarus, and getting the Colosseum stack is going to be very helpful for Mav, who was quite far behind in this game so far. I still think he is quite behind, especially in terms of experience. He has got the same level as Violence, yes, but I imagine Violence is going to be taken over to level 7 rather soon compared to Mav. But the mini prime was not picked up, most importantly, so that is still on the board for either team to look at, and it looks like that's going to be Professors.
The Professors are ready to rock and roll, diving right into this mini prime pit. No members of Ducks are in the nearby vicinity, which means that Seismic is the only one that can do anything. The Dread Nova is gonna connect together with the Ether Crystal, but not do much else. Involved trying to get involved with this fight, but he is just making sure that Seismic isn't gonna push forward into this pit, and that just assures another objective into their hands on Professors.
And it's given it over to Violence as well. This Fang Mount that was already part of nearly three of these kills, I believe. Nearly every single kill that Professors has now has that mini prime buff. It's going to have that extra damage and ability to not one shot but do a sizable amount of damage. So we're going to have to see where Professors want to use this. Want to see if they go towards one of the lanes, pushes the tower. I imagine it might be towards that off lane, allow switches to start rotating, especially for that second Fangtooth. But there is a lot of options for Professors. I don't think Doctors can really respond in this early game just to how strong this Fang Metal is. Yeah, Violence only has 2 of the 3 kills, my apologies, but already has that Malady online as well, so he's going to be trying to stack that up as much as possible.
Yeah, but we cannot forget that Violence was essentially the reason why Involved got 2 kills in mid lane. So definitely doing a lot of work, and it's also just due to the fact that we don't see Feng Mao that often in the current meta. So as soon as Violence pulls that one out, it's a big problem. Mav only just noticed by switches, and he knows how to get back in due time.
Yeah, a good job by switches there. Just not exactly playing safe, but going aggressive when he can, playing defensive when he can. I don't think there's been that much action actually in that solo lane. Mav trying to look for something on the map, just not able to find anything. Meanwhile, in the dual lane, Violence is diving the dual lane, and we see Zihi already gone to low HP, but Violence has also gone very, very low. We've got the rest of the Doctors coming in. I don't know if Seismic is going to be in range of the ultimate. It's probably not anymore.
Ooh, Crazy Bull has to burn the blink to survive that Dread Nova. What a lucky situation for them. Mav trying to jump up and get some damage with the Spear of Near, but is unsuccessful in its endeavor. So right now, 3 members of Dogs and only survivor here on Professors here at the tier 1. I'm sure they're just gonna make sure that they can get the gold buff.
It could have been a lot worse for Professor. Not losing anyone means that he can reset. He can go back to base and be ready for this Fangtooth. Especially if they lost Violence, that would have been a decent shutdown onto probably Q with the GTFO, as well as the fact that they wouldn't have had a jungler. But now they can reset, go towards this Fangtooth. It's probably going to be a 4v4. Doctors don't really have any ultimates. They don't have the Phase ultimate. They don't have the Grim ultimate. And the Seismic doesn't have ultimate or blink. So I don't think Doctors can really contest this, and Violence want to get going towards the dual lane, but luckily for Zihi and Kure, they are already on the tower.
They had their positions in order, and that saves them for another rainy day. Now Professors are situated very closely around this Fangtooth pit. It's going to be the second one in favor of the Professors. If they do get it, they'll get some delicious out-of-combat movement speed, which would help them with the rotations. And we've seen the rotations from Violence. They have been, as its name suggests, violent.
Yes, Sneaks is rotating into the mid lane, so we've got Doctors all coming over. The Traces is going to be left alone in this solo side, so Doctors really need to make this count. They are going to try and find someone. I'm not sure if they can, but Sneaks is going to catch Involve.
The Dread Nova is connecting onto Involve, and with all of that damage, Cure finally gets a kill on the board. Crazy Fool getting so low to the Ether Crystal. Powerful damage. Seismic getting another one on the board. Now Dogs are finally sitting at an even point in kills with 3-3 and most likely a Fangtooth in their pocket.
Professors are going to get the first tower again, most likely researchers. However, Seismic is pushing down the mid lane of the Doctors. The Fangtooth does go over. But going back to that team fight, Sneaks' positioning was so good, waiting for Involve to go back with the Torn Space and immediately catching him the energy launch, getting the root just in time before the Versatile Fortune comes down. And as soon as Crazy Fool came down, the rest of the team collapsed on him. Zihi doing a good job with the link, pulling Sneaks or Mav away back from the tower. So a good zone from Doctors coming back into this game, albeit quite slowly, as I believe the tower was taken, but Sneaks gets the kill on switches.
Now the ball is rolling for the Doctors. They finally have the prescription and they're about to give you the bill. Hope you can afford it. Seismic trying his best to hold Involve at bay. He does have a level advantage, but Involve has courage, something you cannot put numbers to. And trying his best to stop this disengage, but however, he's gonna get back. Zihi getting pressured a bit by Violence, and he's just gonna show his presence together with Crazy Fool, putting a ward down.
Mav defending the tier 1 tower in the mid lane, waiting for his jungler to come back. I have no idea how Seismic has an experienced lead. I'm going to be honest, he had an awful early game, getting first blooded, and now is somehow in the lead, has got that level 10, so has got that max rank in the parkour swallow. He can use that, sending out those hits for as long as he has mana. So he is definitely in a good position. Mav coming back to it as well, actually has a level lead as well against Violence. I think Violence has been ganking a bit too much and has lost the farm lead against Mav. I'm not entirely sure if that is accurate, at least in terms of the actual farm numbers, but in terms of experience, it definitely is. So Doctors, although they were suffering in this early game, suffering in the first 10 minutes, they are slowly coming back into it, and Cure all this time is stacking up as well.
Well, you could say that the Doctors have the cure for this situation, which allows them to get back. Here's a reversal of fortune right onto switches, but it doesn't matter. Mav will get his purchase. He's gonna hunt down even with the blink, with the barricade, and the Spear of Near should be enough. Involve falls as well to the side of the Doctors. Violence trying to go in with the hamstring and the reaping dash. The Earth Shatter is gonna miss onto Say, and that's just gonna be the turnaround. Mav is ready. The lance is connected, and Mav gets another kill on the board.
The Eva Crystal meant that the Earthshatter missed the oh my, that was incredible by Seismic. I was a bit worried when he walked forward again, but just knowing that it was all under control. Zihi also there to make sure that the Argus was going to be free of the danger, and that was Professors going aggressive onto Doctors. They went for the tower dive. Mav and Zihi were there to help the Argus, and although Seismic went so low, he was able to survive for such a long time. I think he did blink as well, as the mini prime is secured by the Doctors. Now they have the momentum. They can start looking. The tier 2, tier 1 towers on the side have been secured already. It's only this mid tower that they really need to press down. And I mean, Professors need to look for something, need to stop this momentum that's coming through the Doctors, because soon it's going to be really hard to go into.
Yeah, they definitely have to start researching their solutions in this little problem. And so far, so good. Professors had a really showing start with Violence rotating really quickly and getting these kills. But it seems that Doctors have found their footing. They're going into this tier 1 tower in mid. It's gonna fall just the same, and Involve cannot stop any of that.
Sneaks just going into the mid lane, knowing that he doesn't need to be in the sideline right now, so they're going to get the advantage. However, it is going to be a lot harder to start sieging now. The tier 2 towers are a different breed in terms of the defense, because it's so much easier for Professors to rotate to them, and Violence is nearby. It is in the blue of a jungle area, but it is going back to the other side, so Doctors have the numbers advantage. This entire time Switches is pushing this solo side, and the mid lane tower is also taking damage. So although Doctors have the group and they are losing out in farm, they need to make sure that they keep the farm up, because it is still only 18 minutes into this game. Orb 5 has not even spawned so far.
No, we still only have the mini prime available until the 20-minute mark. But that does not change the fact that there are still objectives around. Over in the offlane, Switches is caught in a Colosseum, and you're gonna fall, Sweet Prince. Mav gets another one on the board. His pocket is full of coins.
I don't know if that was the correct play though, because the Fangtooth is spawning within 30 seconds. They need to reset. They need to get back and Q this entire time. It's going to be left alone. That's going to be the tier 1 tower down. And the 4 members of Professors are here. Q needs to run for his life.
And that was not the play to go inside the jungle, because there was Involved. See, he quickly arriving to the occasion and helping Cure get out with the Hyperflux and the Yoink. Seismic ready for more with the Synaptic Obliterator. The Particles ready, getting 2 kills on the board for the Doctors. They're sitting so comfortably at a 3 and 10 right now, and they're getting their second Fangtooth.
I thought Q was running to his death. He blinked into a Gideon, but Zihi was there. He managed to pull him out. Zihi was in danger. Then Seismic turned up. He got a 4-man Dreadnought stun. That was so clean by the Doctors. This entire time pushing this tier 2 tower. This is the power of the Seraph, just having the auto attack damage to deal with Switches, and Switches cannot deal with anything. The Russell Fortune is coming through. The Heaven's Fury is going to dodge it, but the auto attacks are going to be enough. Sneaks does go down in the end, thanks to Crazy Fall coming in with the assist, but Doctors are still got the kill and the Fangtooth advantage.
Yeah, such a big purchase for the side of the Doctors, but I do like that as soon as Sneaks was like at 1 chastise away from dying, there was Crazy Fool with the news and say, hey, you're not gonna get my offlane, buddy. Sit down, please. And that has really pretty much equalized that offlane a little bit and alleviated some of that pressure on the Terra.
Yeah, it's going to alleviate the pressure, but it doesn't alleviate the pressure from the rest of the map. We still have a lot of damage on the rest of the side. Kira especially 1-0-3, but has 184 CS. He's going to be back in and going towards that 4th item already. And Survivor not even finished his first. Still needs to buy that Tainted Round. Still needs to get that Demolisher online as well to deal with Mav on this Zarus. And I mean, the big player on Doctors right now is Seismic in that mid lane. I'm not sure how many kills he has, but he's been part of a lot of team fights and his ultimates have been on point.
Absolutely. This is just Seismic. I have only seen Seismic play amazingly well in the mid lane for so long, like since the start of Predecessor for me. But here is the engage from Violence, and Switch is trying to go into the Orb Prime pit.
Still.
They're gonna lose the Orb Prime to the side. The Professor actually stole it. I actually missed that. With the black hole on top from Involved, they actually opened up the field for a return.
They're all dying.
But there is the chastise from Sneaks to finish up that little fight, and they lost 4 members for the cost of a
5.
steal. That's not worth.
That's definitely not worth. Yes, they got the steal. Yes, no one on Doctors have it, but neither does Professors. Now Sneeze can push down this tier 2 tower because there is no one to stop him. Violence is up in 5, and it's hard to actually see why they lost it so far, but I think it's just a case of Wiffy. Doctors had more damage. He was able to keep people alive. Sneaks was able to dive onto the back line with Mav. And although they lost their Argus, they lost their Grim, it didn't matter because the rest of the team was still so fed at this point. Now, I mean, the Orb Prime is gone. That's not going to be an objective on this game very longer. But the Primal is going to be spawning in about 2.5 minutes. This gives a lot of time for the rest of both teams to farm up and maybe look for picks. But if you just see the replay, we just see how well Sneaks got the dive. Switch is left in the pit as well and just able to be dealt with Mav and Zihi. And I do like how Zihi has got the link on Mav, making sure that if he goes to that Colosseum, if he gets the pick, they can pull him back and look for the energy launch as well if he can go for anyone on the side of Professors.
I am sorry, I'm having a bit of technical difficulties over on my end. I sure hope you can catch up on the game so far.
That is totally fine. I'll continue. We'll deal with these problems as it goes through. In the meantime, you get me. So nothing else really happening on the map. It's just going to be a case of farming. The tier 2 tower for the Zero lane is going to be where Doctors really want to strike. They have got Mav as well as the Grim over there. But Sneaks is going to be a 2v1. Involve comes through. The Reversal Fortune is followed through with Crazy Fool as well. Sneaks is going to have to run for his life. But it doesn't matter because he was playing deployment. He was playing decoy. The rest of Doctors are going to go over to this tier 2 tower. Survivor cannot defend it on his own. So that is going to be the final tower being taken down from the side of Dr. Sneeze again, pushing on that solo side as well, just trying to distract Professors as much as they can. And I do like immediately how Doctors backed off. They know that there's no real point fighting. They can look for the reset. They can get their items that are going to be online now. And the Primal Fang 2 spawning in 30 seconds is going to be their most important cure. Has got the Tomahawk in his inventory, which is rather interesting. It's built towards Demolisher, but although the HP difference is going to be very useful on that second passive, the physical penetration is completely useless on a Grim because all of his damage is magical damage. Riffy, are you back?
Of course I am. Thank you so much for your patience, chat, and thank you for your patience, Choice, Tedium, and Falcon. I am back and up to no good. Right now, we see docks are situated around this Primal Fangtooth, but they don't want to engage just yet as they know so many members of the Professor's side are here. They don't want to push it too far, but so far, so good. Just get some vision down.
Yeah, there's no point starting it just yet. They already had one objective lost because they went a bit too early. If they can get a pick first, it's going to be very useful. They are going rather aggressive, looking for anything they can. And I do like how they are keeping together, making sure that Violence can't do anything. But Seismic going a bit of the way. Violence is going to go for the retreat instead, though.
Yeah, and this is a situation you just don't want to be in on the Professor's side, where you just can't really push up with the power of Violence's reaping dashes. Now they're gonna engage. They see an opportunity with Mav coming in with the Colosseum onto switches. Can you switch it up? No, you cannot. Go sleep for a little while, as the rest of the docks are dominantly moving towards this Primal Fangtooth. Now sitting at a 6-17, 26 minutes in game.
Oh. They still have Violence. Violence has done one steal already. He can go for the other. There's not many ultimates left on Doctors. But if they can secure this before it goes off, Violence is in the pit. He's lost.
He lost that engage and lost that little trade. So that's Cure getting a kill onto Violence. And the Primal Fangtooth in the pocket of the Doctors. They're pushing forward onto Survivor. Will you survive? No, you will not. Mav is ready with the barricade and the pressure. You're going down, Sweet Prince. Sleep tight. And now that opens up the field for the Doctors to go for this inhibitor here in the mid lane.
They didn't have the wave set up. It's still in the middle of the path. We have got the duo side for Doctors being pushed in. They didn't focus on the waves, which was a miscount on their part. But because they were going for the picks, I'm not going to blame them too hard. They have got the wave there finally. These aren't all prime minions. They are going to have to do this the old-fashioned way, but they have the damage.
They definitely do, and they're pushing the professors back. They do not want anything to do with them. And with that, that's just the end of their middle inhibitor. Switches is trying to push a little bit forward, but Cure over on the other side getting the second inhibitor over on the duo side lane. Violence trying to follow in pursuit. Can he get this return kill for his squad? No, he cannot.
I mean, Violence, I'm just looking at his build now. He has Penumbra, which, I mean, in Brawl works really, really well because you're part of multiple kills. But he was part of the first 2 kills Professors had at 5 minutes in the game, and since then has only died 4 times. Professors has only gotten 3 kills in the last 20 minutes or so, and it's just not really worth it as an item. There could have been so many better options. Even Tainted, the Tainted item for Assassin, or Tainted Trident, I believe it's his name, would have been useful against the healing of Mav, against the healing of Zihi. And I mean, even getting Perforator online or Demonster online, depending on what you wanted, it would have been more useful. But Professors are going for maybe a pick. Zihi walking in first, but Mav sees him from the side.
A little bit of an energy lens as a warning shot to tell the Professors to back off, as the Doctors will engage on this Orb Prime. So many members of Professors are ready to take this fight to the entire way. They actually managed to get the Orb Prime over on the Doctor's side despite the engage from Sneaks. From Switches, and he's gonna go down. Cure and company just demolishing the Professors one by one. 4 out of 5 members have fallen. There's only Survivor left. He is definitely a survivor because his entire team was sacrificed in the process.
You say that too early. Sneaks is round him. The TTFO comes through. He's using the ultimate, but it doesn't matter because Sneaks is just going to press you and kill you. That is how you play Seraph in the off lane. There is no one left alive on the side of the Professors. Doctors are going to walk down, take the core, and under 30 minutes, they will take the first game.
Well, the Doctors just swiftly said, call an ambulance, but not for me. As they aimed all their guns at the side of Professors. They could not handle it. Despite the eloquent efforts of Violence, it just wasn't enough. I mean, that's just the end of that argument. It was just the power of the Doctors. I mean, I'm ascending right now, as you can see.
That's why you had issues earlier, I guess. But yeah, I mean, Professors had a really good early game. They got 2 kills on that Fang Mal, but they just weren't able to convert it. They lost that round at second Fang Tooth. They lost the fight around that Mini Prime. And once Kyo actually got out of lane phase, once Zihi was able to start rotating, helping his team, helping link up with Mav, link up with Seismic, Doctors just felt better as a whole team. And Professors, although they had a few chances, they were there. They did get the steal on the All Prime. They were just too little too late at that point.
And with that said, we just have to wait and see what they cook up in game number 2. We're going to send it back to our desk with Lance, Josie, yours truly, and Mugibawa.
Thank you very much, Wolfie and Falcon. Game 1 is complete. Not looking good if you're a Professors fan. What did we see there?
Yeah, I have to admit that Professor got slaughtered by the Doctors. Normally the Doctors are supposed to save life. That was not the case in that match. And overall, I think there was like a big oversight by myself when I analyzed like the teams, because I felt like the Doctors have a very good, like the Professor has a very good comp, and they kind of show in the early game, they started to get like some early kills, but they have a comp that is very reliant on playing with their ultimates, and so they need to get their ultimates together, and I felt like they don't really have done that. And as soon as you fall behind, you don't have any CC, you're fully relying on being able to protect through shields and dealing enough damage, and it wasn't the case because they fall behind, and then like Doctors run away with the game.
Yeah, another reason I saw that Professor struggle in this game was the fact that the dual lane presence of Survivor and Crazy Food wasn't really felt at all this game. And I felt like for this team of like having newer players on like the offlane jungle, especially, you want to play even harder for like the more veterans dual lane, but like Crazy Fool like doesn't seem like he can really get it going on the chance of support. He's very much plays the best when he's on Richter or someone that has the CC, have the engagement or peel, and I think maybe it was just actually a bad pickup for him because I didn't really see Crazy Fool doing Crazy Fool stuff this game. I feel like he has to just go on Richter or someone CC if he wants to be able to make the team plays that Professor needs from him.
We will have to see if those adjustments can come out in Game 2. But before we take our break, we have to announce we've been doing it all day. We're going to keep doing it. Another Platinum giveaway, 500 Plat up to Twitch chat on Twitch only. So if you're watching this on YouTube, come over, pad those stats on Twitch for us as well. Exclamation point ticket in it. We'll run it through this break. We'll announce the winner when we're back with Game 2 for our second semifinal. Welcome back, Predecessor family, and specifically Kratos the Gamer winning that 500 plat giveaway. Get yourself a common skin, save it, add it up with your other ones, get yourself a little bit better of a skin. Congratulations, we still have 2 more of those giveaways, so make sure you stick around on our Twitch. But we have to talk about that last game and what we expect to see a little bit different. We talked here on the desk about potentially prioritizing Richter as a hero for the side of Professors. We think that that's kind of their bread and butter. We're going to take a quick look at the stats for Richter and what we've seen for him throughout this event to see why we think this is a priority for either of these teams.
So we can see here we have like around like a 40% like pick rate, and the ban rate is not super high. Mainly like we have seen probably towards Professors because Crazy Fool is very known for it, and we still got like a pretty hefty 53% win rate, which is like overall pretty good for Richter. So from like how this game has gone, I feel like the side of Professor, they need to change something drastically, and maybe going back to the Crazy Fool Richter can be an option.
Yeah, the only reason I can come up with why Professor is not as keen to picking Richter every game is the fact that I think Richter has solely fallen out of the meta, and he got kind of replaced a little bit by more of the range supports, like the really aggressive support, especially by like Decker and Muriel, and that's kind of why you see Crazy Fool on the Muriel pick. But if you have seen Crazy Fool and Muriel, you know those two don't go together well at all. So I really think that Crazy Fool has to get a kind of a CC support when it's at Decker or Richter. He has to play someone that he can initiate and peel for this team, because it kind of felt like last game he didn't really have much say on the flow of that game.
So we've identified the idea of potentially changing up their support pick, making some adjustments to the duo lane side for Professors. What other adjustments might we be looking for them to make this a competitive series?
I have to admit, like, if I'm in the shoes of Professor, like, it's very, very hard. We get absolutely dumpstered on a composition that is like our bread and butter that usually we love to see. So you're a little bit like, I think, having an existential crisis at the moment, and I to be honest, I don't really know, because like they're kind of this one-trick pony team that have like their comp that they go for, and once that doesn't work, they get a little bit lost. So
yeah, I really want to see like more from the duo lane, because this is kind of like the star of the show for the team is the Crazy Fool and Survivor. I feel like this next game is going to be make or break depending on this duo's performance, and to do that I think we need to have a team comp that can better support Survivor, especially in those team fights. Being able not to walk up at all in the last game made it so hard for Survivor to really do much, to the point that people were just asking where he's at. Well, he just can't walk up is the main issue. So I think you just really have to get a better team comp for Survivor to work with.
Well, will Professors make those adjustments? Will the doctors prescribe another L for them, send them back to the university to grade some papers? Picks and bans are ready to go underway for this. We should get going right now. Professors does have that first pick, I believe. Mugi, do we see them prioritize this Richter that we keep hounding on?
well, I don't think you need to prioritize it very early. To be fair, I think like can be like the third pick if you want, like in the second round. Of course, here we still want to prioritize the Zarus. We probably still want to prioritize the Terra, even though Switches wasn't having like a huge impact on the Terra. I still believe that you cannot like fully let it for the doctors.
That's kind of a surprising ban coming from Professors, because I know doctors were piling that sales offering like very well, but I don't think that was the main problem from last game. I think the team comp was the biggest problem for Professors, and you have a good team comp where you don't have to worry about the sales, because sales can't play into a well-rounded good team comp. But we see doctors banning out the steal once again. I guess they really just dislike the steal, because I think some of the picks I like to play just don't mesh well going against steel right here.
I think so as well. Also, you know, just the impact that the Shield Slam can have on a team fight. All of the disruption, the wall, everything that Steel brings. We do have this first pick coming up for them here. We'll see if they decide to take it, put it into potentially their mid laner's hands, if they try to prioritize their dual lane. The Grim is still available. We saw Cure have a pretty good game when it last. Maybe they try to take that away, but actually it looks like they're going to lock in the Terra.
And maybe that's one of the idea behind the Doctors draft. Like we have seen like the Doctors, like they banned Steel previous match, and maybe like Switchy's hero pool in the offlane is not that deep, and that's maybe why like they know that it's either Steel or Terra, and so they kind of be able to control the flow of the draft. And so of course we're gonna answer with the Zarus. When Zarus is available, we're gonna pick it. And finally we get the Doctors that get the chance to get this gadget already with the Coliseum on Zarus, so a good combo, and can go on Seismic or on Sneaks. They are very open on where they place this gadget.
And you can see why Gadget is banned a lot, especially from the earlier draft, because if Gadget's not banned, Doctors is sure as heck gonna pick that up, and she's gonna make a very nice combo with the Sears, because already you can see some daily combos with the Sears Cage and the Gadget ultimately afterwards. That's a lot of like AoE, crowd control it's gonna be really hard to play around for the Professors.
I love Gadget and Zarus together. This is the Lance F6 duo heroes. I'm a Gadget main, he's a Zarus main. We run people down in solo queue with this. We are going to see the Gideon answer from Professors. I'm a little surprised to see Gideon directly picked after the Gadget. Normally not a great matchup for the Gideon, not only in lane, but in the team fights too.
Yeah, and I feel like here it kind of shows that Professor, they have their comp, they want to shoehorse it in no matter what, because yeah, when I see Terra, it's already like, oh, okay, Terra cannot really go into a gadget. And then I thought like, yeah, but Involve plays mainly Gideon, so he's gonna pick Gideon, and like this dive comp into a gadget, it's not gonna work well. So at least we secured the Grim.exe that I feel like can be like a little bit better because you have a little bit more range than the Drongo. But still, like I feel like the core that we're starting to build inside of Professor into a gadget is gonna be rough.
Yeah, and that Myriad pickup is going really hard on that Wombo combo series, jumping in Myriad ult afterwards, Gadget ult afterwards. The Doctors is actually going for a heavy team fighting combo. Professors are kind of just doing the same picks pretty much. And I'm hoping from that last game they change up the last two picks, because if they don't, I think this is going to be just another repeat for the first game for Professors. I really want to see the Deco Richter pick, because obviously that's a Myriad support. Doctors can only ban the Richter or the Decker. I really want to see Crazy Four on the CC support, because if he doesn't go there, I think it's going to be really hard for the Professor to do these team fights.
I think it's going to be hard as well, not leaving a lot of options available. Also, another thing to focus on, what do the Professors potentially want to take away? The ADC pool still pretty open for the Doctors, only the Grim taken off so far.
And we're gonna see this Rictor being banned. To be honest, I feel like Rictor would have been good because they need something to pull people towards them, so they have a way to engage without having to dive into that enemy comp. And like Doctor said, like, yeah, we're not gonna let that happen. So Professor gonna remove the Drongo. Drongo like been considered one of the top carries, so at least making it slightly harder for the Doctors. Also, like Drongo has been the carry prioritized to go into Grim, so they will have to go for something else. But still, it's shaping as a David against Goliath kind of type of comp.
And we're seeing Doctors locking in the roller. Again, playing for the Wombo combo, very heavy team fighting comp. That's actually probably one of the best pickups they can do right here. Now the question is, what's Professor's gonna answer to that? Because they have a solid core away with the Terror Gideon and Grim. They just gotta run out a little bit more. They probably really want to do Decker support. I think Decker in the hands of Crazy Four is gonna actually be really good for them. This is actually looking kind of rough already. What do you think, Lance?
I think that they have to go Decker here, or something, like, especially with the Steel Band as well. Steel Band, Richter is already banned. Muriel picked up on the side of it, really pinching that pool for Crazy Fool. I don't know if there's much left other than the Gideon. Looks like Quang's going to be the first one to come in, but I want to talk about the Doctors really quick. Aurora, Zarus, Muriel, so much ways to keep somebody inside that Tesla Dome. We do see the gadget come out from Professors as we were expecting.
And we're gonna like finish with the Quang Decker. That actually allow for maybe having an aggressive lane with the Decker and Grim, so maybe that could be like the light at the end of the tunnel. Like Joey was mentioning, like we need to have that dual lane to shine on the side of Professor, and they definitely have pick to do that. However, if they don't shine, Quang, Terra, Gideon, they all need to go in. And now on top of the gadget that we were talking, now you have the Aura to reception you as well. That's never gonna work in team fights, so you really need to pull ahead in the early game.
And the last pick of the Doctor side is going to be the Trim Blast. So I actually really liking both team calls. I'm really happy that Crazy Foe is finally on Decker for once, because I think that's going to really help the game plan a lot more going into the second game.
I think so too. We do have the rosters locked. We are set. We are ready for game 2. Before we kick it over to our wonderful casters one more time, give me your last thoughts on these compositions.
Well, it's the same story in a sense. I love the composition of Doctors from how they played the first game. I think they're gonna pull it out, and I feel like Professors needed to adapt more, and it wasn't enough in my opinion.
I'm going to lean a little bit more on the Professors this game, only because I think they have a team comp that can finally make the dual lane shine. I think in terms of like pick potential, I think Professors has a little bit more of that consistency. I think as long as they can kind of respect the Gadget more than anything, don't go too hard when Gadget tests himself, I think Professors can win out in these team fights.
We will have to find out the second game of our second semifinals of the day. Do the Doctors lock up a date with D-Lab for the big prize? Do the Professors push it to a game 3? Wolfie, Falcon, help us find out.
I saw the Afterlife and then I got thrown right back down here again from the Ascension, as there's another game to be had here in the second semis of PCC8 between Doctors and Professors. Wolfie GG, the Danish Dynamite, back again together with Falcon to bring the views into words.
Yeah, I still need you, Ruffy, there. I'm not comfortable casting this entire game on my own, nor will it be as hyped if I just do that. But I do agree mostly with Mugi here. I do think Doctors' graft is a lot better. Yes, they haven't really changed that much from the first game. The carry, you just fit any carry into a team comp mostly, let's be honest. And the Gadget, Zarus, Aurora is such a good trio that I don't see an issue with it. Obviously, Muriel is going to be a little bit more of the shields, less of the safety of that pool compared to the phase. But I mean, Zihi is still a very good player on that. But just going on to the Professor's draft, again, I just don't think there's been enough change to it.
No, it kind of feels like the same but different in this case. And I don't know, like, as you mentioned, I'm worried as well if they can actually manage to pull it together and turn it around. I'm actually, most of the times when I see so many good picks go through for one team, it kind of gets my bias going, if you know what I mean. I'm kind of leaning towards the Doctors already when they're having Aurora, who is amazing at close gap closing. We got the microwave combo in the Colosseum from Saris and the Tesla Dome from the Gadget. It's just, I don't see any hole in that strategy at all.
No, but if we do give it to Professors, Grim is still a very strong pick. I think Survivor's going to have a better game on that, and then Crazy Fool on this Decker, on something that actually has CC, because I think that was one of the biggest issues with the last comp, where, as I said, if you get behind, you just don't have any sort of way to lock down the enemy. With the Decker, you have that in spades. Yes, it's still not going to be as strong as the Doctors, but at least you have a chance. It's not a guaranteed CC, you still have to hit your skill shots, but especially with the containment phase, it's going to give you at least a chance in those team fights, and it's not going to allow the likes of Sneaks, the likes of Mav to go rampant for free. Yes, Aurora has got a lot of movement abilities, has got a double jump, has got the glacial charge, but it at least distracts them, at least disrupts them for a time, so it should give the chances of Evolve and Survivor to actually do the damage that they need to.
We're gonna have to wait and see. We're most likely just gonna take a short break and return to you with the actual game as we figure out these technical difficulties. Stay with us for just a little while. Welcome in, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between to game number 2 in this best of 3 between the professors and the doctors. WoofTG, Danish Dynamite here, back with Falcon.
And we finally got into game. Immediately, Professor's going for a 5-man invade. There is going to be no one available, and they are going to just walk into visit. See, he sees all of them available. And immediately, we can see on the other side of the map, Doctor's just looking, maybe going for an invade of their own. But Professor's just puts a ward by the 5 camp. So at least they're going to know maybe where Mav is, or at least if he does that 5 camp, nothing going to become of it, but a nice invade nonetheless, just to see if they can find anything. And I think the big question with it is, Doctor's comp is very similar to last game in terms of having that Zarus as main engage, but Sneaks is the one piloting it this time. And I mean, Mav has been an absolute monster on Zarus' tournament. Sneaks is a bit more of an unknown.
Well, Sneaks did really well in the last game on the Serath, actually managing to win against the Terra on the lane. Switches did really not like the mid game forward. So we'll have to wait and see how he performs on the Saris, which we have seen has done a lot of good effort and good value for any kind of lane he's been put in.
Seismic already having the blink. He has not been having a good time in this early laning phases, either this game or last game involved. Just hitting those auto attacks, hitting that big old meteor main that he can get to level 2 now. I'm not sure if he's going to go for the Taunt Space or go for that Void Reach. Just depends on what he wants to go for. I think he'll probably go for the Taunt Space. Seismic is just playing so safe, so far away. This gives Involve so much ability in the early game.
Yeah, and moving over to the duo lane, Zihi and Crazy Fool respectively both getting very low. The only one really being healthy right now is Cure, as the pressure has gone through here in the first few minutes. There's a grenade, it's not gonna connect, but still a lot of good efforts going on so far. Mav is coming into the off lane with the Hoarfrost. The blink is gonna come through from Switches. He's gonna try his best to survive another day, but Sneaks and Mav are on the hunt, and they are getting it. Once again, we're getting a 1-for-1 in the early game. That's the first blood.
But Professors get the first blood first. They get the kill. Seismic double to stun on the dual lane of Doctors, but there's going to be no follow-up from that. Going back to it, Seismic losing that blink in the early game meant that the Violence had such an easy target. I'm not entirely sure what happened, but from the map, it looked like Seismic was caught in the middle of the lane, have nowhere to run, and an easy pickup for the side of Professors. Obviously, we saw the kill on the other side. Both blinks are burned from the offlane and jungle, or just from the offlane, it looks like, on the side of the Doctors. And I mean, it's a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. It's going to depend on how they can use these leads in the mid and the solo lane now.
Yeah, and Professors, they have actually a potential risk of going out of this tournament, so they have to pull out all the stops and do their very best to get it to a game 3, because this is their last chance, as Docs just got a definite victory in game number 1. So they really feel the pressure now, and I would feel the same way if I was in that same situation.
Yeah, but Switches actually has the wave control in the solo side. I'm not entirely sure if Sneaks got a reset or decided to try and bounce away, but a slow push is going to be about 2 million waves pushing in under this tower. It's going to allow Switches to get a C2 recall if he so wants, get to that free back to get some items, but I mean, he has only just returned to lane. There's no real reason to, so instead he's obviously just going to try and get that wave bounce back towards him, make sure he's not in a dangerous position, meanwhile in the mid lane. Just everyone pushing as much as they can. And I mean, talking about this Gem Blast, I wonder what build Q is going to go, because we have seen 2 different builds so far in this tournament. It has gone the Marksman Crest, which leans towards more of the on-hit, the Stormbreaker, the Sky Splitter, but we have seen that Infernum, that Vanquisher build that a lot of carries have favoured recently as well.
Yeah, we actually discussed this some days ago with the Pen Twin Blast being back in action, so we'll have to wait and see how that's gonna turn up throughout the game. The on-hit is of course the popular choice, but Cure does already have the Chalice available, so we'll see what that will be built into. Mav going in and taking out this camp for the Professor side, so Doc's really on the aggression today.
And I'm not entirely sure who gained that. It does look like Mav got the level up, so mostly from the Doctors. And that's actually really bad for Violence, because I just saw on the map, Switches took the 5 camp away from his own jungler. So that's going to leave him only with the 2 camp, as well as the gank of Seismic is still in danger.
Is gonna be pressured up against the wall by the powers of Involve and Violence. And those are the 2 ingredients you need for a kill on the mid lane onto Seismic. You're trying to push forward and pressure Survivor and Crazyful, but it's not gonna lead to much so far.
Yeah, I don't think either lane is going to be actually looking for a kill anytime soon outside of jungle intervention. The Seismic just not having a good early game. Obviously, Gadget needs a lot of time to scale up. She needs at least 2-3 items to really start hitting those big times. Not even level 6 yet. Doesn't have that Telesur Dome available. Has got the blink back, so at least that's going to give Seismic a bit of safety in that mid lane. But already, Violence showing his presence in this early game. Obviously, not playing the Fang Mouse, so doesn't need to snowball as hard. The Krang is still going to be very valuable no matter really what happens. And I mean, just the tether, the knock up, as well as the shield just gives him so much durability. But so is a War, so is Mav on this character. And it is going to be a question of how these junglers play. Both of them still level 5, not haven't hit those level 6s yet. Mav looking for the mid lane.
Sneaks is away and Mav is ready for the mid lane engage onto Involve. The damage is coming through with the Photon Laser. And there's literally no way you're gonna die from this, because the team is ready to turn on Mav. The Violence is there, and that's the stairway to heaven. Survivor getting another kill on the board for the Professors. Now they're on the retreat as Cure and he tried to get a hold on to Survivor. The grenade is gonna connect after a blink. Cure is returning.
And it was a bit too aggressive for the Doctors. The idea was good, the play was good, but the rotation from Professors meant that the side of Mav did die. Switches gets the solo on Sneaks. I'm not entirely sure how that happened, but it looks like both of them used their ultimates to the effect of Professors winning that trade off. So that is a good sign for Professors. But going back towards that kerfuffle in the mid lane, I mean, Professor's Doctor's rotation first. Mav did not know that Crazyful as well as Survivor was there as an easy pickup, but the return Cure using the blink aggressively to just at least get something for his team. So this early game very similar to the first game, where Professors has the kill lead, they have the momentum, and we're going to have to see if they can actually keep it this time.
Yeah, we just have the question of 5 fingers versus 6 fingers. Which punches hurt more? We'll have to wait and see as this game progresses. But as we saw in last game, the start was really good for Professors, and then Doctors turned up the heat as we reached the 10-minute mark. So maybe it's the same situation here. It's all up to the players of the Doctors to turn this around. Multiple members of Professors are ready for the first objective of this match. It seems to be the Fangtooth Pit, but Mav and Sihi close by. They are caught in a landslide, and they might be hurt too much to recover. Violence going deep and getting a hold on to Mav. A black hole on top of Seismic will make sure that he has to blink out of the way, out of dodge. But Violence may be a little bit too far forward. He has to keep his distance. And at the end of the day, Professors got a big purchase out of that.
This deck was doing so much work so early on. It looks like Doctors still want to fight this, but this is such a bad idea. You haven't got the numbers. The Colosseum is going to be used. Survivor goes down. Crazyful is also caught. There's no Tesla though, but it's not needed. Survivor is going. Crazyful is also going to go down to Sneeze. The rest of Professors are running. The Zara's pickup is going to be beneficial, like it or not, from the side of Professors. A good rotation from Sneeze once again in the series. You have Mav returning and Kyrzihi. There's plenty enough damage to take this early Fangtooth. Professors are spending a bit too much time going for the aggression. They got to pick on Mav. They should have immediately turned, but they went for the mid lane play afterwards, which led to that happening.
Thank you for breaking that down, Falcon. As always, it's just what we just mentioned. I think they heard us on the desk that they turn it around as soon as you reach the 10-minute mark. It was 10 minutes in game and they start turning it around. It's like they had a watch ready with an alarm that said, oh, now we're turning on them. It's 10 minutes. And they just went for it, getting 3 really, really competent kills that helps their case a little bit more.
Yeah, the Fangtooth as well is going to be a big boon for this squad. Not the earliest Fangtooth we've ever seen in the game. It's going to take a while for that Prime to spawn. The mini Prime is still available, and Switches has got more farm. Densities is a level up against the Stars due to rotation, so that's at least something Professors can use, and I don't think Doctors can really contest if they do go for this mini Prime. And just look at their violence, look where involved. They are just standing in the fog of war. Doctors need to check if this is actually happening, and you can see on the side of Sneaks and Mav, they're just jumping over the wall, putting the wall down, making sure that Professors aren't going for a sneaky mini Prime, which they now know is not happening. Instead, might get another fight in the mid lane with so many people around there.
Yeah, this is definitely all random, all mid, besides the fact that they have all picked their heroes. They want to make sure that this mid lane is under control, and Involve is trapped in a loop of deaths and misery. So far, so good. Sihi helping out. As over on the duo lane, it seems to be a little bit hairy so far for the side of Doctors, but over in the off lane, we see Switches getting engaged on by the Colosseum. The blink coming through from Switches to keep himself alive, opening up the field for Survivor in the beginning to get a kill.
That should be mini Prime easily secured by Doctors. Switches has already used the blink. The Colosseum has been used, yes, but Mav still has the Crisis, and the Reversal of Fortune is still available from Zihi. They are going to lose a tier 1 tower in the duo lane though, so I don't think this is the best trade in the world. You are going to have to use this mini Prime. It's not something you just gain for free. Mav is going to have to look for at least a tower in response. Kira is going to get the minions under that tier 2. Just going back to the kill on Kira, the Crazy Fool came from the fog of war, got a nice hit onto Kira, and just a burst came through. And speaking of Kira, his build is the Infernum. He is going that pen build. The DPS is not going to be the strongest, but the burst sure is.
And sometimes you just need burst, especially against a target like Grim, who seems to have a lot of survivability and sustain available, especially with that bubble that allows you to get some mana back that just keeps you alive for a long time. So maybe Cure has cooked up a plan to make sure that that doesn't happen.
I think Twin Blast is actually a pretty good counter into Grim. Obviously, it is quite easy to spell shield at least one of Twin Blast's abilities, but you can just keep him vortex grenading until he uses it, then go for the all-in, just baiting it out. Otherwise, Survivor is just going to take so much poke from that Twin Blast. He has to use it eventually, and you can also use it against Zihi on that Serenity with the Muriel if he so wants. So there's a lot of options to try and burn that shield away from that Grim if Doctors want to, but the objectives on this game haven't been around this duo lane so far. Yes, you lost the tier 1 tower. That's because Zihi was rotating over. The real question is, what is Mav doing with this mini Prime? Because at the moment, it is nothing. You have got the first Fangtooth. You have got that 50% extended buff on this mini Prime, so they have got a bit more time than usual to use it, but they need to use it soon.
Yeah, they do not have much time available to them any longer. They have to get some purchase out of the buffs they have gained. There is a beautiful stasis bomb onto Sai, and he is caught inside of a troublesome little fence. But he does manage to get out, as Crazy Fool and Involved don't want to get any more involved with that situation.
We're not going to mention what has happened to Mav there. We're just going through. As Switches does take the second tower of the game Professors, and it's going to fight in to Sneaks. The Reversal Fortunes come through, but it does not matter. The CC is not helpful. The damage is, though, as Switches is going to go down to the 1v2. Fangtooth is spawning rivalry team, but there's another fight in mid.
Involved is on the retreat together with Crazy Fool. They realize that this is not an amount of damage you can handle right now. And also, with the Doctors moving towards this second Fangtooth, they might get an even bigger purchase after pressuring 2 lanes at once.
I mean, they don't have the actual advantage because although Switches is dead, Sneaks is still pushing in the solo lane. It is a 4v4 at the end of the day. Criticism is available, as well as a lot of ultimates. The Tesla Dome, as well as... Oh, sorry, the Tesla Dome is not available. Reversal of Fortune is not available. Kira has no blink, no ultimate. This is something that is very dangerous for Doctors to actually start compared to Professors. The damage on Kira is insane!
He has to keep his distance. He's getting blocked with the help of his support. Oh, that was actually Mav blocking that GTFO, but at the end of the day, Survivor will get his purchase. Mav answering truthfully in response. So that's 2 members down, 1 for each team, which opens up this fight at the Fangtooth Pit. Violence trying to get in with the Tether, Delightment, and Judgment of the Heavens. Not gonna connect. He's trying to get back again at it, and it's a little bit too late as the dogs assure the Fangtooth.
As soon as he withdrew that sword, that was the attempt done by Professors. Violence just not confident in going for it. He had no idea what the actual HP was. No one in Professors had the line of sight to get that HP value for him. So a second Fangtooth for the Doctors on near spawn, which is good. And I mean, that could have gone a lot worse. Kira was definitely out of position. Mav luckily was nearby and got a good amount of return damage. But Survivor has 4 kills, has over half his team kills on this Grim. It's got 2.5 items building towards that Sky Splitter. So this Grim is going to be something that is going to be a issue later in the game for Doctors, and especially with Crazy for having that CC, having that lockdown to allow Grim to just auto attack. It is going to be interesting to see if Survivor can actually get the carry in this game.
Yeah, and Cure right now just trying to get some space on other lanes right now. It's not really the play as you know, the opposing side with the Grim is actually getting stronger and stronger every second. Survivor really getting a lot of farm and kills. So I do not understand this rotation from Cure. However, the Professors, they're playing it pretty safe and not really overstaying their welcome because they know what happens once the fight begins. Meanwhile, Switches is getting engaged on by Sneaks, and the rotation is there with the Colosseum. He has to blink out of the way after the reversal of fortune. But Violence trying to get in and help. It'll not help the situation a lot because he dies.
Mav is still here as well. It's going to not hit Switches. Switches able to use their Wild Rust to get away, but that is going to open up the towers. That's going to be 2 towers in quick succession taken from the Doctors. At least 4 Professors. The duo side tower wasn't actually collected properly. They didn't have anyone within the area. It was taken by minions. That is going to be a loss of money. As Survivor goes down to half HP, has to use the blink. The Glacial Charge was good. That is going to open up the mid tier 1 tower for Doctors to take. This is going to be the last tower for them to take in terms of the outers. So a lot of money that has just been secured from the Doctors.
Absolutely disgusting performance from the Doctors right now. You are proud of them if you are a Doctors fan. Look at Involve getting involved with the situation, killing off Mav with the black hole, opening up the field for the Professors to move over and most likely get themselves a mini prime right before the main or prime spawns.
Yeah, a good pickup. The black hole was used to make sure that Mav could not go away. I'm not entirely sure if Mav didn't have the glacial charge available. He should have been able to get away, but he didn't. So a nice, secure, nice kill. And I don't know who they're going to give this over to. It's going to give over to Violence. Just wanted to make sure that they do secure it with the hunt. And like you said, Riffy, that is going to be up during the Orb Prime because that is going to be the big next objective. Doctors haven't really got anything else on the map they can really go for. The tier 2 towers are still a bit too hard to push in at this stage of the game with the death times being as they are. So they need to try and look for a pick first, and it's going to be hard because a lot of the characters that Professors are playing have got a lot of safety. If they can really hit the Grim, if they can kill Grim, then that is going to be the best choice. Violence is also another very good pick for Doctors to get, but they need to be careful because if they go too aggressive, if they go too balls to the wall, it is going to be bad.
The return is definitely something that they have to be careful about. You're here in the duo lane all by his lonesome. He knows that there is a troublesome opponent nearby, so he's keeping his distance and most likely not gonna push any way forward, just gonna get that farm. I really like the positioning from the Doctor so far, just going for the lanes that have already been pressured. Here in the off lane, it seems that an engage is happening onto Survivor. They call a CM on top. You have no blink, buddy. And with the Spear of Near, it's just gonna be an insult to injury. Another kill for the Doctors.
I'm not saying I'm a prophet, but I did say 2 minutes ago, if they can get a kill on Survivor, that is going to open up the Orb Prime, and that's exactly what just happened. Yes, the Colosseum used, yes, the Reversal of Fortune was used, but that is the main damage source from Professor's gone. They only have the Gideon's Black Hole is only really magical damage. Switches is on the other side of the map. This should be an easy secure. Violence is in the area. He's stolen one. He's not going to steal a second one. That is going to be the Orb Prime for Doctors at 20 minutes in the game.
Absolutely disgusting to see Map close off the pit with that glacial charge. Even trying to pull out a stasis bomb that just bounced off of the wall. Unfortunate for Professors, but such a big purchase for the side of Doctors. Has taken out pressure any lane they want.
We don't need lanes. The third Fangtooth just spawned. This is their third. This is their 8% damage buff. If they can secure this as well, it's going to be a great point. Sneaks going for the reset. I'm not entirely sure I like this on Doctors. Yes, they have a lot of money that they can use, but this opens up the pit for Professors. If they can be decisive, they might be able to go for it, but because they're delaying so long, because Professors aren't in a place to actually capitalize on this, this is totally fine. But they need to be careful. They can't get caught in the pit. The rest of Doctors are now here. Seismic is to the side. This is going to be a 5v5. If Professors play this wrong, this could be game.
Well, the side of Doctors are walking in with their brand new sneaks, trying to get themselves the third Fangtooth. There's little to no contest, which is absolutely none from the Professors, as they have to get out of there. But that's a double bubble buff for the entirety of the Doctors, which allows them to go as far as they like. Pure and multiple members of the Doctors over in the dual lane side trying to push up against this tier 2 and maybe even an inhibitor.
Yeah, inhibitors are definitely going to be under threat during this push. It's not a double buff just yet, Riffy. You're going a bit overexcited on that one. It is the third Fangtooth. Primal hasn't even spawned yet in this game, but they got the tier 2 Endure. They're going to go and rotate into the mid lane. Sneeze is trying to push up as much as they can, but it's going to take a little while. They haven't really got a push. I would love to Sneeze to have gone over to that solo side and got the wave person over there in the meantime, but they're just going to play it safe. They're going to play it one at a time, try and get as much as they can. Chill is going to do a lot of damage to these towers with his penetration build. Isn't going to be hitting that fast, but every auto is going to count, and that is going to go down so quickly. They can now look for these inhibitors.
And the pressure is on. The Professors have to stop this onslaught onto their base. But they really can't push forward right now, as they have both buffs available over on the Doctors. Witches can barely do anything against Sneaks here in the dual lane side. And in mid lane, they got 4 members to fight with, even with their photon beams and everything at their disposal. The only thing they're doing is pretty much just delaying the situation.
They got the wave clear. They have a decent amount with the Grim and the Gideon. The one I'm worried about is this duo side, but Sneaks is taking quite a lot of damage. Just taking tower shots from the inhibitors, so that is going to delay that push at least. There's another mini wave coming up now, but again, just the wave clear coming in from Professors is pretty good. There is some damage on the inhibitor. Mav is going in.
3-man cryo system to open up the party. Mav going right in. The
black hole.
Inhibitor has fallen in mid. The black hole on top. Will it do much? Yes, it will. It'll allow the team to survive another day, but Sneaks is still very deep up against Violence, trying to make sure that he cannot survive another day. He has to get out of the fray. He is too low now, and he cannot survive much more pressure. He's going back with the rest of the Doctors, but they managed to get an inhibitor.
They got the inhibitor, they got a 1-for-1 trade. The carries are dead on both teams. And I don't know how Involved didn't do more damage with that black hole. It looked like it hit everyone. I'm going to have to put that to Zehe, just shielding so many people with that Everbloom, having that damage reduction, plus just those shields being so useful at this stage of the game. But Professors get the defense. They don't lose too much. They still actually have a tower up as well, so it definitely could have been worse for them. They do need to make sure that someone is defending that mid inhibitor. at all times, but they have a few moments. They can press this out, they can reset, they can buy anything they can, as the same is the same is to the doctors, because there's going to be a lot of money under these people. They have a lot of items already. We see Q with 4.5 items building into another penetration item, probably the resolution actually, as that is a slight misleading thing. So it's building to his 4th item right now. We saw Sneaks with 4 items earlier, and imagine Seismic is also having that 4 items reached as well. So the Doctors in a very good position in this game.
They've definitely gained as much as they could every single time. There's been a slight mistake from the Professors. Doctors have been ready to answer, and it has been a really unfortunate situation for them, as they had such a strong and deciding early game, but now it's pretty much evened out, except for the fact that Doctors have gotten so many more objectives, like all of them, and at the same time pressured several lanes up to the inhibitor.
Yeah, just the press has been so good from the Doctors. They have got Zihi on the other side of the map just pushing through, which I do love. The reversal fortune is always going to be useful as a global. It allows Muriel to not be always stuck to their team, which gives them their own gold as well. And Q is actually gone towards the Ironwood bow. Not entirely sure what that is going to be building into. It does look like he is building into something else, maybe a Deathstalker at this stage of the game, give him that attack speed from the penetration. But the Orb Prime is spawning very, very soon. Same with this Primal Fang to Zihi continuing to farm as they support the rest of the Doctors around this Orb Prime. The Professors are here as well. This could be very well the last team fight of the match.
With that said, the engage is on. Crazy Fool and Survivor are the only ones around the pit in time. Switch is coming together with Violence to try and add a statement to this situation. But here it is. The Colosseum on top will trap them inside the microwave. Time to get boiled up. Pure solo, he has to keep himself out of the fray. Sneaks as well, falling surely but slowly. Pure coming in with the Vaporize to get a hold on to Survivor. Involve is on the run. The Tesla Dome on top. The whole team of Professors have fallen. This is the opening. This is the middle. And the curtain call in one fell swoop. They're gonna go for the mid and most likely going for the core. You've seen it here, folks. You finally have your 2 finalists. The ones who are going to face D-Lab in the finals are the one and only Doctors.
They finally do. It took a name change from it took a name change, but the Doctors are finally secure their trip to the final. Just a dominating fashion in both of those games, doing such a good job. They had issues in the early game for both of them, especially for Seismic, but they bounced back so strong. Mav playing out of his mind. That is my MVP for this set for sure, and just had such strong objective control. They got 3 Fangtus in this game. They got multiple Fangtus in the last game as well. The Orb Primes outside of a Lucky Steal were all theirs, and once those team fights hit, once those 5v5s were activated, it was just Doctors every single time.
And that is just the power of the Doctors. They managed to defeat the previous finalists of the last PCC, Professors, and are now going to face the other finalists of last PCC, D-Lab, which you might already know because we've hopped on it so much. They are the previous champions. Can they keep their championship belt? Or will we have a new winner in Doctors? We're gonna send it back to the desk with Lance, Cecil, Mugiwawa, and Joe, yours truly. Thanks for having us.
Thank you so much, Wolfie and Falcon, and welcome back to the desk. I am still Lance. I got Mugi and Joe, yours truly, with me. We have our final set. Doctors is able to take down Professors in our second semi. What did we see from Doctors that helped them claim this victory, Mugi?
Well, it kind of looked at the game was maybe close because the kill was very, very even on both sides, but that's where like Predecessor is not about kills, it's about objective, it's about structures, and basically Doctors got all of those and they ended up winning. Like the Professor got schooled, there is not much else to say.
Yeah, it's again like the problem of professors is like the offlane and jungle were on the weaker performance again for this game, and another big problem was the fact that Crazy Fool Duo it did better, but the kill deal was just as good or even better in some cases. Professors didn't really have a side that's just winning hard that can just capitalize on to help them win these team fights.
They didn't. So we have it set. The money match. The winner goes home with a bigger pot than the loser in this next one. We are going to take a short little break. We're going to come back with a new desk, but before we do, I want to give Mugi a chance to say goodbye and do some plug-in.
Well, as usual, thank you for having me. It's always a blast, and I'm gonna enjoy watching that finals. Like Doctors and D-Lab, the two teams looks amazing, and so I'm gonna have like some good times, and I'll probably see you in the next PCC. Thank you, everyone.
Me and Joey will be back with another desk member after this short break for the finals of PCC8, Doctors versus Dirty Lake and the boys. Welcome back, Predecessor family. The time is now. PCC8 Grand Finals. I've still got Joe, yours truly. Congratulations on the win, Joe. Some free plat for you. But we've got F6 joining us on the desk here. New fit, looking hella fresh, F6. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Got a little bit of break, but now we are back for the finals, and I'm excited. I'm seeing both of these teams competing today. It's going to be an absolute banger of a series.
It is, and as we've mentioned, we are at our finals. We want to take a second, look back at what has gotten us there through this weekend. Yesterday, we started with all of our quarterfinals. D-Lab took out Bad Timing. We saw them face Rogue in our semifinal earlier today, where D-Lab did take them 2-1, ended up with the gentleman's sweep. They find their way to the finals. Docs took down MTG in our first quarterfinals. Prof also took down Top Physique in our first quarterfinals. They just got 2-0 by the Doctors, and we have it set. Grand Finals. Dirty Lake and the boys taking on the Doctors. We've got a graphic for our head-to-head stats against the two of them. Pitting these two teams, they did play each other on our second day of Swiss in the second to last round. F6, run me through a couple of these stats and what we're seeing in this matchup.
I mean, the first thing that kind of highlights straight out to me here is going to be that KDA. D-Lab likes to secure their kills. I mean, one of the biggest factors towards is how Import plays is just being able to gank through a lot of these lanes. It kind of just shows how they're able to make sure they put themselves on that board.
Yeah, and again, looking at the Doctors, not having as high of a KDA, but that damage is more than like twice from what D-Labs were fighting. I do want to give a quick highlight to the most banned, most pick right there. D-Lab not liking the Dronga at all. Oh, they're gonna pick the Dronga the most. They really don't like the Notbash at all. And for like the Doctors, the one problem they see is just the Sailors, which is very interesting because Sailors is like a first pick a lot for a lot of teams. But for the Doctors, they actually don't like the first pick, so they're just gonna ban that hero out most of the time.
And we saw Mav have an impressive semifinals. I believe he played Zarus in both of those games, was really, according to Falcon, the MVP of that series. This jungle matchup here where we have Import going up against Mav, how do you think that that's going to impact this final series and what sort of implications it may have on who ends up holding up the championship belt at the end of this?
It really just kind of goes into a little bit more of just like what this first game is going to look like. Depends on their mentality, their state that they're going in here. They've been playing pretty much all day today. I mean, we know Mav is a great player, but Import as well is just an absolute force to be reckoned with. We did seem a little bit sketchy there on game 1 with the Kalari, but going throughout the rest of game 2 and game 3, though, Import came back and he was alive.
We're also talking about D-Lab, who is the last PCC champions, and then the team that's going to be pitted against them in the finals is the Doctors. This is the first time in the finals. It's definitely going to be a brand new experience for them, so it's just the question is who's going to win. It's going to be the veterans of like the PCC, or it's going to be the new underdogs looking to do a upset sweep right here.
An upset, I think it would be. I think a lot of people would think this would be an upset, as D-Lab will come into this. They were our 1 seed coming in. Doctors are our 2 seed. We do have picks and bans ready for it, though. Everybody's ready to get into these finals. Let's get it started. What do you think we're going to see on the first rotation?
Zarus. Something Zarus. Or no, we're actually going to see the gadget coming in from D-Lab. I mean, this is something that D-Lab has been kind of just issuing out throughout this entire PC7. They're a little bit more strategic on who they're going against, who they're really trying to ban out, and this gadget makes sense for the Doctors. We know how Sneaks likes to play sometimes in the off lane, and we know in the mid lane too as well. It's going to be a huge advantage for Seismic.
And the Doctors already putting that huge respect on Appy Picker with the Hauser pick. Because Doctors love the Sarah's ban, but they hate the idea of going against Appy Picker on his comfort Hauser pick. So I actually do really like that whole lot to try to squeeze that mid lane pull for Appy Picker. But I'm going to say D-Lab first picking the Terror. Not too surprising, right? The Terror has just been like a menace, kind of terrorizing this kind of comp scene right here.
Stop me if you've heard this one before, Predecessor family, but we got Gideon and Zarus in the second rotation. We've seen Zarus either in those first bans or in the first rotation all damn day. Same with Gideon as well. Gonna put that on to the hands of Seismic. We've seen him do some crazy plays with the time flex on the Gideon.
Yeah, I mean, that's also probably one of the main reasons for their Howitzer ban. Yes, to target App Picker, but yes, not to have it go against your Gideon that you're trying to pick up. The Zarus is unique, but what's even better is the fact that D-Lab counters that with the Aurora, and he's not going to have a great time if they're going mad head-to-head.
And this is gonna be like probably a Lobber off lane with Terror. And if you ever seen Terror on the Lobber pick right there, it's gonna really just ruin your day. So I just seen a very strong jungle off lane come from D-Lab. And Doctor's having a little bit sketchy kind of time with that. Like Zealous is just gonna kind of struggle against the Terror Aurora. And who else are you gonna like try to pair him up to make this pick work?
We'll have to see. It should be coming in only a matter of time. We are just kind of hanging on this. It is going to be the Drongo. You see Lakeinator piloting this hero all of the time, pumping out the DPS with that rad rounds.
Yeah, I mean, overall, we know that Drongo has a bloated kit, and in the hands of Lakeinator, just kind of rounds him out as a player. But we haven't seen him really pop off too much going into today. He's had good games, but we haven't seen him really be the ultimate factor. Picking up the ADC early on is fine, in my opinion. Kind of gets it away from the Doctors and takes it out of the hands of Kier.
And we're going to see Sarah's to round out the first half of the picks for Doctors. Again, seeing the Sarah's and Sarah's duo pick. For me personally, I can't see like the really huge like potential between the two. I think they're fine. I just think the Terror Robo duo pick is stronger than the Sarah's and Sarah's pick, because that's a lot of CC that both the Sarah's and Sarah's have to deal with come from D-Lab. So I think they're going to kind of struggle a little bit against that. I think now it's going to really come down to the dual lane, who they're going to pick for the Doctors. And they're going to ban now the August, because Appy Picker is also pretty dang good on the August. So again, I think Doctors putting a lot of respect on Appy Picker. Appy's been like doing really good in this tournament. I think trying to squeeze him out as much as you can is probably like the way to go for this first draft.
I think it's the right way to target Appy, because what else are you really going to do against him? They've taken 4 mid lane heroes off of the potential picks for him. He's left to, like, maybe an Iggy, maybe a Bellica. It's going to be a little bit tougher for him, especially after that Argus ban comes through. Muriel banned also on the side of Dirty Lake and the boys.
I mean, we saw that on the head-to-head matchup that Muriel is one of their favorite heroes to be picked up. So taking that away from the Doctor just kind of allows to hit them where it really hurts, coming out of the side of the D-Lab. And with the Argus, though, it is going to be a good pickup there, like Joey said. I mean, right now they are focusing that mid lane really well, and Doctors are trying to maybe put their emphasis on Seismic to have him and allow him to carry throughout the game.
I really like this pickup from the Decker right here because they don't really have any options for shutting down Gain Ultimate. The only supposed choice left at this point is the Decker, but Doctors kind of yoinked that away. No, don't have to worry about the Argus, the Decker, all that's taken off the table. Gain's gonna have fun, just pressing the fun button and not being interrupted at all.
Not going to be interrupted. Almost no way for them to stop it. They are going to pick that Iggy up for Appy Picker, it seems. I have no doubts in Appy ever. I have not seen Appy pilot Iggy very regularly. F6, have you ever seen him on this hero?
I have not seen him a lot onto this hero. I also think you're favoring because he is an NA Wester. But I think it is Appy Picker. He's going to do what he needs to do. He's a high level competitor. He's going to be able to pilot this hero just like any other hero. Maybe not as to the strengths of his Howitzer or the Gideon, but I think he's still going to be able to make his play. And with that Narbash pick rounding out the side for D-Lab, we know this is also a nice comfort pick for Toasty, and this man is going to be able to give that sustain towards his team, and he has 2 big tanky frontliners to keep healed up in these fights.
I'm really liking that Narbash pick. We haven't really seen a whole lot, but I think in the case for D-Lab, it's probably one of the best supports they can pick up because Doctors are really lacking that front line kind of capabilities. They're going to be kind of more easily to be blown up and poke out a lot, and I think Iggy's Scorch is not only a kind of good answer to the Saros pick. I think playing around the Iggy like poke damage and then keeping your team healthy with the Narbash here is gonna make it really hard for Doctors to last long in those like team fights. Like it's kind of forcing Doctors to just go in hard and go in fast, because if they don't do that, they're gonna really kind of get poked out super easily.
And we see the Grim in for the last pick. That is going to go into the hands of their new ADC Cure, former Smite professional, incredible mechanically strong player. But we have the first set of teams that will take game 1 for our grand finals of PCC8. Who are you favoring, F6?
I voted for D-Lab from the very start, and this draft is also convincing me. I think they just have a more rounded out build. They have the sustain, they have the dive, they have the peel, they have the sustained damage, the silent. They just have everything that you want out of a team fighting kit. And meanwhile, on the side of the Doctor, it just doesn't look as strong as D-Lab.
I have to completely agree with you there, F6. I think D-Lab just have a kind of the filthy team comp right here. I think the only saving grace of the Doctors team cap is just of course the Gideon. Without the Gideon, I feel like Doctors team fighting strategy just completely falls apart.
And that is it for our closing statements. There's nothing left to do but get down onto the map, start fighting for Fangteeth, start fighting for objectives, and find out who's going to take the crown. We've got TJ and Tang ready to take this. Get your popcorn ready. It's going to be a good one.
Thank you so much, Lance. Welcome everyone to the casting desk for Grand Finals. Dirty Lake and the boys versus the Doctors, the reigning champions from PCC7, looking to become the first team to go back-to-back. But the challengers, the Doctors, man, Tang, they have come out swinging. And you know what happens when we're both on the desk? It's an absolute banger of a series. And D-Lab versus Doctors, one of the hypest sets of all.
Yeah, definitely. Gonna be hype. Just before in the previous set, we did see Chefs dismantle in their previous series against the Professors. Now against D-Lab, I am afraid it's gonna be a different beast. D-Lab, Dirty Lakes and the boys definitely drafted themselves a filthy team composition as well. If we remember with that Narvish, that Aurora and that Iggy just having so much late game team fighting potential that I'm definitely a bit scared for the Chefs. But at the same time, like in the early game, in the early to mid game, I think they have a lot of pick potential in their heroes as well.
Oh, of course, and especially when we look at the players on these teams, we're getting the rosters in for the showcase, the climax here of PCC number 8 as well. The Doctors looking particularly at Mav on that jungle, one of these players that we want to highlight, especially coming in on that semi-final set versus the Professors. So the Doctors, you know, not afraid to get their hands dirty, kind of take the game by the scruff of the neck, but a little bit dicey against Professors. As you say though, D-Lab presents a little bit more of a different challenge here. And when we look at their composition, Tang, I think D-Lab have got a lot of comfort, but a few question marks on an Iggy and Scorch pick.
Yeah, so that Iggy pick definitely does work pretty well in their team composition. The bigger question mark is Epi Picker in the mid lane, usually one of the stars of the D-Lab roster, usually always has high damage, as we see him jump with Seismic in the mid lane. Always nice to see the sportsmanship coming out, but Epi Picker usually not really playing one of those facilitators, usually one of those picks that can actually do the playmaking. And now with that Iggy, he has to play a bit more back, has to respect the enemy team and has to wait for his own team to help him make those plays, set up around objectives, and just play with your turrets.
Of course, yeah. I mean, not being on that howitzer, not being on that Gideon, could throw a few wrenches in the side of D-Lab's plans here at least. And what we have seen from them, at least today and this weekend, is a slightly slower start to the game. It takes a little bit longer for D-Lab to come out of the gates, and it's really when we get fighting around those objectives, when the skirmishing can really begin. So maybe the Doctors have an opportunity here to leverage that in the laning phase. Lorba and Sneak's Terror versus this Seraph as well. Two standout offlaners duking it out in this right-hand side, and already Seraph is feeling the hurt.
Yeah, Seraph has been picked a lot as sort of a counter pick into the Terror that has been terrorizing that off lane, with that Seraph being able to dodge out on a few of those abilities. Also pretty safe, can disengage and then past that level 6 breakpoint with that ultimate of the Seraph can actually run down the Terror in situations as well that we did see in previous games. But so far not really finding much purchase in those early 2 levels. Did lose the trade to Lorba, but not the end of the world. Both junglers are just full clearing. Both started on the red side, now over towards the blue buff. It looks like Import already looking to get a river control, making sure that Epi, his superstar mid laner, is feeling fine in the mid lane.
Of course, you know, taking him off something comfortable for Dirty Lake and the boys, making sure that Abby can still play this game and still find that value because he is against Sion. I don't know what it is, Tang, but whenever Seismic is on the battleground in PCC, it's the call it the PCC buff, call it semi-final Sai, whatever it is, Seismic really shows up when it matters. He's on a Gideon as well, so you can definitely see some fireworks from that mid laner.
Yeah, definitely can. I think Seismic so far has been having a stellar tournament with a few mishaps towards those early laning phases where he did get his blink used beforehand in the Professor series, I think twice in both games. This time against the Iggy, he is faring a lot better. And then once the late game comes around, if you have a Seismic in your team, that is definitely not anything to scoff at. Knows his positioning pretty well. But for Seismic in particular, he does have a bit of a different build on that Gideon. Usually we see people go for the True Silver Bracelet and go for sort of the team fighting sort of build on that Gideon. Instead, usually Seismic goes for that sort of pen build with the Time Warp, allowing him to get in and out, use his combo more effectively as well, and don't really play around his ultimate as much.
Might even be an angle for that time flux band to come in. Seismic goes in, goes out, and immediately hops back. Speaking of hopping around, Lorba's going to go for a blink onto what Sneaks into the Heavens Fury. Help bars low. Sneaks slams the door in Lorba's face. Solo Bolo in Grand Finals Game 1 goes the way of Sneaks.
And that's why he picks the counter pick. Sneaks gets the 1v1 completely dry, no contest. Lorba, good night. You can rest now. Sneaks crashes the wave afterwards. Is gonna let it bounce against him in a slow push. And that is already a bad sign for D-Lab. Docs picking up first blood. Fangtooth about to spawn. Seismic, like it is a clockwork, looking towards the left-hand side, wanting to impact those side lanes. The one thing that Seismic is always known for.
Just wanted to make his presence known on that left-hand side. But both these junglers more than aware of the objective play when it happens. Import, one of the stellar ones here from EU as well. We've seen it time again in PCC, whether it be for even worse timing, whether it be for Deslake and the boys. They are on that objective so quick, and already he is on that left-hand side. Mav will be starting to shadow, of course, dealing with that 5 camp just after his blue buff as well. Both junglers in the vicinity, almost waiting for a bit of a flashpoint here. Mav has got an opportunity to go in, but there is a ward in the river, so Mav might need to get a bit of creative with this pathing. Lake Nature and Toasty should spot this one out before any trouble really happens.
Yeah, they will get zoned away from a few XP from a few CS, but honestly that is a trait that they just have to take. They know that the Ceres is in the vicinity, and really smart of them to stand back. Now Mav has started up that Fangtooth. Import not in a position to actually contest this. Dual lane hasn't really spotted that out quite yet. Toasty knows something is up though. Sihi camping in the river sort of shows that. The question is, what is gonna be the response? It doesn't really look like the side of D-Lab really wants to contest this. This one should go over cleanly to the Docs.
It seems to be an opportunity as well with Deslake and the boys, is they do take things a little bit slow. Granted, this is a bit uncharacteristic. Normally they're the ones who jump in, but Import's got eyes on that right-hand side, trying to help out Lorba in this lane. Hoarfrost is going to connect. Sneaks has the ult, but does not have any mana to really utilizing it. Going to have to burn that blink. So that's a blink on the right-hand side for the first neutral, going the way of the Doctors.
So Doctor's stellar early game so far. Sneaks on that off lane, buying so much space as he gets stunned on the turret, but Mav is there as well.
Looking for the re-engage. Lorba's got no blink, and the Spear of Near hurts so much from Mav. Mav's got a blink of his own, gets the kill onto Lorba, and Sneaks is going to get that Heresy ultimate, but Import's already made his way out of dodge. But the Doctors really coming out swinging here. 2 kills in the opening 7 minutes.
Yeah, 2 carries secured. A bit of an overstep by Lorba, trying to go for the crash now in the mid lane. Epi Picker using that ultimate to try to buy distance, but a good ultimate response by Gideon, dodging out of it, but still Iggy gets to safety by a really small margin there, makes it under the turret, escapes really by small margins, and is gonna be able to get a reset in a second after he catches the wave.
And just looking at this composition, Tang, you really get the sense that Mav and Zihi can really make the mid lane and the right-hand side of the lane so unforgiving as well. That's 2 big blink cooldowns on the side of Lorba, and now also on the side of that Iggy and Scorch as well. Mav starting this game off in a very commanding position, already taking out first Fangtooth. Now he's here for the mini prime at the 8-minute mark. Team is also in position as well. The Doctors really turning up to this grand finals game number 1 in style, and D-Lab looks like they're going to concede another neutral.
Yeah, so conceding there is always the correct choice. With that Iggy not having that ultimate blink up means he would be just free fodder, and Aurora also being on the other side of the map again. To reiterate the point from before, for D-Lab, it's not the end of the world falling behind early. I think chefs need to get ahead early, because just looking at those team comps, it's going to be a nightmare fighting into those heroes. But if the Docs manage to build up a strong enough lead, then it's still going to be pretty hard for D-Lab to do anything in the late game, even with those heroes they drafted.
I really get the sense that when this composition gets rolling, when the ball starts going down that hill and the snowball begins, Deslake and the boys are going to have a bit of a difficult time to fight in towards a skirmishing here. The likes, of course, of Mav on that Zarus. Got Sneaks on the Seraph, Seismic on the Gideon as well, can really start to carry the game in the mid-game stages of this game, as we are going to be approaching that in just a couple of minutes' time. But as you say, Deslake and the boys, their composition rather disgusting. The later this game goes on, it kind of becomes a bit of an AFK comp. It almost plays itself.
Yeah, definitely does. I think the only thing that they need to worry about a tiny bit is the Seraph in that off lane. Lorber is actually not supposed to lose the matchup against the Seraph that hard, but getting solo killed before sort of swings the matchup super hard in Seraph's favor. Also, getting another assist after that second play as Lakinator gets caught in the dual lane, blink away used with the shrapnel cannon, but good gank coming in from the Seraphs.
And that's another cooldown going to be utilized here. This time going to be on Lakinator on that Drongo. Toasty is here just to top him up with that Narbash, but with the second Fangtooth a couple of minutes away, just seeing the signs, seeing the mission objective coming out here from the Doctors. They've started this game off very strong, but on the right hand side though, it looks like Sneaks is in a world of pain as Lorber's going to try and run him down, and Lorber's going to get the kill. Not quite, kind of a solo bolo and a half. I think Import was a little bit involved, but both bars are blinking. Sneaks is still causing problems now. Seismic, what can he do? Torn spaces forward. Lorber and Import are both going to counter the backs and get to a safe position. Neither can be picked off at this stage in the game.
Yeah, looks like Sneaks really wanted to get that tier 1 tower on the right hand side. Did end up having to tank a gank from Import. Still almost won the 1 versus 2. Almost got an outplay, but in the end still dropping. Seismic is just going to push the wave in, collect the tier 1 tower for himself. Say thank you so much, Sneaks. I'm going to take that for myself. So same with the Zion buff. Typical mid lane behavior, honestly, but I think it's fine. Giving that over to Seismic, giving him a good reset, and then letting him reset for that Fangtooth that is about to spawn again.
You said it was like clockwork with how these teams play around the objectives. You see there with the reset coming out, takes tier 1 tower, takes Cyan, resets, and it's going to be all ready for this Fangtooth. Going to be spawning in a matter of moments, and Mav once again is here commanding the jungle from that Zaros roll, as we're going to get a nice cinematic angle as Fangtooth is here on the board, and the Doctors all over this pick as well. Looks like Lorber is going to be on that right hand side. Potentially another objective not going to be given for free here, as Import is around thinking about going in, but that Fangtooth goes down way too quickly. The Doctor's getting another unanswered objective. Lorber's looking to answer back, takes the tier 1 on the right hand side to answer that neutral, but a gank on towards the left hand side. They want even more. They want Lakeness. They're going to find it, but Toasty, big double knockup, crisis him on towards 2 members. Cure is low, but here comes Seismic. Here comes the mid laner. Black Hole on towards the backline, splits them in 2 as a 1-for-1 as Import has now got options. A Hoarfrost will root up members, but he is the one going back to spawn. Mav gets yet another kill to his name. The Doctors, wow, this is how you start a grand finals.
Yeah, Doctor's fully in control. The only shining light is that Epipick is at least getting the mid tier 1. Lorber got the tier 1 on that right hand side. They traded for a few kills on the dual lane, and also the tier 1 tower might also be falling any second now. Epipick actually struggling to get the last hit. Should be getting it now though. But beforehand on that Fangtooth secure, we did see it off screen a tiny bit. Aurora already forced out, had the blink forced before with a good Colosseum coming in from Mav. So Mav, honestly, in the jungle 1 versus 1, sort of having Import's number at the moment, not allowing the Aurora even in the vicinity of the pit, getting the blink early, making any sort of steal really unfeasible for her.
And it's almost, dare I say, making Dirty Lake and the boys arguably feel a bit uncomfortable here as well. I mean, Import, ever the facilitator, always there at the right moment, likes to play on that right hand side towards a solo, and Lake and Toasty, one of the top tier dual lanes that we have in the Predecessor scene, are just almost allowed to kind of do their own thing, maybe get involved later here. But it just feels that with Appy on that mid laner, they have lost a lot of their identity. They might even be losing some structures here, as Saz and ZT going to get some damage on towards the mid tier 1. Appy is also low as well. He can't defend this for too much longer.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're too keen on actually getting the tier 1 quite yet. Instead, they want to get a bit more gold before the mini prime fight starts up again. So far, they've claimed all 3 mini objectives that have spawns, but with that mini prime about to spawn in a few seconds, they really want to get that one as well, complete sort of the quadra objective take. And all of that against an Iggy, right? Usually Iggy, yes, he's sort of a late game hero, not really that strong early game, but we've seen teams really utilize his turrets to get those objectives, but Epipicker in the mid lane sort of not being allowed to actually move out of the lane, permanently getting shoved in by Seismic.
And I just like that from the Doctors to recognize kind of a bit of a weakness, a bit of a random uncomfortableness within the Dirty Lake and the Boys squad. And they're really starting to make him pay as well. It just feels like the Doctors can never let up on the gas. They can never tire for one moment, because for Dirty Lake and the Boys, if there is ever one team that is known for their comebacks, for the late game team fighting, it is Dirty Lake and the Boys here. But right now, conceding a lot of objectives, conceding ground towards the Doctors Tang, I'm wondering how much they can really give away as Import looking to make a gank over on the left hand side, taking down Cure. It looks like that is exactly what they're going to do. It's another trade for the mini prime. Dirty Lake and the Boys at least getting something out of these objective trades, whether it be structures or whether it be kills.
Yeah, getting one kill for it, but a bit of a misstep there by Cure as well, because the Aurora was actually on vision on the left-hand side, so he knew it was happening. Epipick in the mid lane, though, is getting caught by the Colosseum, but just knocks them away. Engage goes haywire. Mav going back to the tier 1, trying to claim that one. Now Sneaks is there.
See, he looking for a pincer as well, looking to try and get a kill on towards Appy, and he's oh so low. He's back to his base on a death timer. Doctors really taking no prisoners, pulling no punches as well. Lorba doing damage, but so does Sneaks as well. Tosi healing him up. Seraph has to get away, but Mass Spear of Near gets the execute, and Lorba is down. Import wants to re-engage the Crisis and will hit on towards Mav. Does root him up for now, but can't connect the Hoarfrost, and Seismic was there, the torn space to get Mav in the Uber and out of danger.
And what a steal that is. The Doctors get away with murder there, getting the tier 1 and literal murder on 2 of the enemy's members. Epipicker and Lorba both go down in that dive. Mav barely escaping with the help of Seismic, using the torn space to full effect, getting his jungler out of danger. Now, a few ultimates were used there. TJ, now Cryocism is not going to be up for Import. Also no Colosseum for that Saris, but that should be up earlier. Import needs to make something happen this time. Third Fang Tooth is going to be the target, but before that, Epipicker gets caught.
And that's going to be the mid laner down once again. It's a disaster because they've also lost Toasty in the middle of that engage. And the Doctors really going for the jugular here. Going to take another Fangtooth, 3 Fangtooths before the 20-minute mark. This is unheard of from the side of Doctors. And wow, what a way to start a grand finals.
I mean, D-Lab just with the comp that is supposed to be strong in the late game. What if the late game just doesn't arrive at all? 17 minutes in. All tier 1s are going to be claimed in a second, with this one falling on the left hand side as well. And such a big gold lead for the side of the Docs. Import so far not really making anything happen on that Aurora. Just Saris everywhere on every lane, making stuff happen. Seraph as well on that offlane, transitioning the lead over to those objectives and making the team of Docs pick up all of those objectives, making them win those team fights as well.
I think it's kind of crazy as well to do this against Dirty Lake and the Boys. You know, I harp on this a lot, but I have to reiterate. They are your defending champions. They have been playing so well all tournaments, especially coming out of the Swiss, going through quarters. But there was a little bit of a rockiness there. They did drop game 1 to Rogue in their semi-final matchups. Granted, of course, they did grow into that series, and that is why they're here to defend their title. But with the way the Docs are playing and with the way they're forcing D-Lab to almost try and find a response, there's nothing they can do here. I've got to ask you the question, Tang. I mean, what options do Dirty Lake and the Boys really have here?
So I think that third game against Rogue, Dirty Lake and the Boys were on the ropes as well. I think they were down 3 Fang Teeth. They were down a lot of gold, a lot of kills as well. And then the comeback started. The fight around Primal Fang, I think, was the trigger for D-Lab to actually make it back and to end up winning that series. And I think this time they just have to do the same, because if that Primal Fang goes over to the side of Docs, you gotta think that it is good night for them. Same with that big prime. If they get any of those big objectives, then they can just snowball their lead even further. But before that, we see Chefs just walk into the red side jungle of D-Lab, not respecting them whatsoever, because they don't need to. They're so much stronger. They wanna abuse that as long as they can.
Got a level lead in the mid lane. Junglers even a level on an off lane. I'm just seeing Lorber going low as this endless battle between the off lanes carries on. Sneaks blinks away. Lorber with the reckless assault to follow. Highland Hurl is going to land. Going to throw the axes, trying to get the damage. Sneaks looks for an outplay, but Lorber gets a solo kill. And now Seismic might be caught out of position because D-Lab, safety in numbers. What can they do as Seismic goes back in with the black hole, causing problems. Toasty in the crash bang boom. Going to knock up on towards side and get the mid lane, and this will be massive, and it goes the way of Toasty here. What about the team fight? Because Import had the Cryosism in his pocket the entire time. Maybe this is going to be the fight, or maybe this is where Cure comes in and stops it all. But this Grim has got so much work to do because 3 members have already dropped the AoE. The team fight and the focus coming out from D-Lab has been too much. Import is going to drop. The Grim is here, but he's not here quick enough to stop 3 members of the Doctors falling.
And that's honestly a giant win for D-Lab, 3-4-2. And they also got the tier 2 tower on the right hand side with Lakenator not even being close enough to help out. So a lot of money over towards the side of D-Lab, also securing a few of those shutdowns for themselves. Now scoreline 10-6, tier 2 claimed on the left hand side. And TJ, you were saying it before, Lakenator not really showing too much quite yet in this match, but with that gold injection from that tier 2, able to get a lot of solo XP as well, level 12. I'm really hoping for D-Lab that this Drongo can actually show us something.
There is a reason that we have seen that their team name, D-Lab, is Dirty Lake and the Boys, Lakenator, the talisman ADC. And to be honest, ADCs at the moment have been a little bit outshined in this tournament. A lot of the action going on the opposite side of the map. 2v2 kind of feels like that island in a lot of these games here. But now, I say, it's up to Lakenator to really start to leave his mark here. But going for the Doctors, I think this is only a very slight step back. Sure, it's not going to be exactly what they wanted. As you said, shutdown's being given away. Lakenator getting that tier 2 as well. But the Doctors still remain in control here, and looks like they're going to start up an early or Prime.
And over on the left hand side, it's going to be a bit late for this one. Prime started up, 4 members in the pit. Mav in the front line. Import knows what's up. Sneak ult.
Glacial Charge is going to go through as the All Prime. We do not know the health bars just yet, but Import's still in the pits here. But Sneaks goes on towards Lakenator. Coliseum down from Mav. Looking to try and get a kill on towards the jungler. But that's going to be Sneaks down. That's also going to be Mav falling as well. And is this the fight Dirty Lake and the Boys were looking for? Because they're still on the All Prime. They're still dealing the damage. And they're still going to get that objective. Import drops down. But the purple buff is on the side of D-Lab. And the Doctors get wiped out of nowhere.
And all 5 of them fall. Only Imports, the only one falling on the other side. And then Lakenator, I think, with the shrapnel cannon, just executes that big Prime as well. Now 11-11, 22 minutes in, with a comp that is just supposed to roll over anybody in the late game. D-Lab clawing the sort of a way back to victory. Now pushing down that mid lane is Lorber with that prime buff, but more importantly, Primal Fangtooth being started up, being secured in a second by D-Lab.
Oh, they just can't keep getting away with this tank. They just can't keep getting away with this. But here we are, 11 kills each. Primal Fangtooth secured for the side of Dirty Lake and the Boys. Again, with how the Doctors were playing, I said that they were in control before, but this is a massive roadblock. Because as you said, right at the start of the game, this comp kind of plays itself a little bit AFK. It just needed to get rolling. It needed to get through the early game. And with that transition of pet play, I think we're at this situation now. It's on to the Doctors to try and figure out how to get out of this problem.
Yeah, suddenly, like, we had a bit of a tap screen there, and we saw suddenly Lakenator so far ahead of Q. Now Sihi, the one getting caught. Import Cryosism onto the Decker. Sihi just there to watch as he explodes. Q in the vicinity, but it's not enough. Primal Fang already used, and now they're pushing down the mid lane, pushing down the right-hand side. The question is, TJ, how much can they actually get?
Well, it's going to be that tier 2 tower for now in the mid lane. Lorber pushing that right-hand side. And seems that the Doctors are going to respond. Are going to respect this. They go back towards their inhibitor line. Your members grouping up here to try and answer in the mid lane. Zihi back in 13 seconds. Up to D-Lab. How much more do they decide to go for? Import going to use the glacial charge, trying to split a member away, but Import's going to get isolated here. Import might gone in way too deep as the Heaven's Fury comes out from Sneaks. Sneaks looking for the kill, but Sneaks can't find it. But Sai with the black hole going to force out the Epoch. Doctors want this fight. They see low health bars, but they're also seeing Lorba run into their face and hit them like a freight train on that Terror off lane. They're going to take the inhib. They're going to take this Grim down. Cure will fall. Zihi is back wondering what on earth happened, but Dirty Lake and the boys with the All Prime buff, with the combat complete, they're looking onto the core. Is this the end of the game, Tang?
It does certainly look like a Lakeinator finishing off the core with a few more shots, and in I don't know, like DJ in like a twist that nobody could have predicted. Within 3 minutes, the game completely turns. Like 3 minutes ago, we were like, what can D-Lab do to not lose the game? And suddenly, we get to the end screen. Suddenly, it's over. It's over.
My word, I don't think anyone was expecting that. I certainly wasn't. I don't think you were expecting that, Tank. I don't think our viewers were watching it. But man, Dirty Lake and the boys, I did say, never count out Dirty Lake and the boys. But honestly, I was wondering if that would cash in probably about 30 minutes into the game. 32 minutes, maybe an All Prime, maybe a steal, something like that. But not All Prime fight into Primal, into Tier 2 Inhib, and then Core. Wow. That's how you answer back. I mean, Doctors, credit to them, man. They were in control until they weren't, really.
Yeah, honestly, like they played stellar and then one overstep at the prime fight. Zihi getting caught there at the end as well. And then suddenly, yeah, Import, he just doesn't care. He's just gonna dive you on the inhib. I'm sure that comes with something like that Import guy is trolling, and suddenly your entire team is dead. They have an Iggy, they have Drongo, they have Primal Fang, and they just have your number. And first game goes over to D-Lab with that one. Doctors, though, in that early game looked so stellar.
I mean, they certainly had their number, but of course it's going to be Dirty Lake and the boys, but they're happier number than that. One game up, but this is a best of 5. It is not a sprint, it is a full-on marathon. Plenty more Predecessor in this one, and honestly, game one's anything to go by. This is going to be a grand final you do not want to miss. But for the post-game breakdown, it's back to the desk to break down game one.
What a game. I am still processing this in a little bit of disbelief. It looks like the Doctors are primed, ready to take game one, have a big lead, take a weird fight around Prime, end up not getting to the positions they want to be in, and it all just slips away. F6, how did Dirty Lake and the boys get themselves in there?
Because Seismic was in the outside of the pit. I mean, waiting for a good engagement, but at the end of the day, that walled off to stop the damage from going through, and then Mav got just 1v1 with the Aurora. They were able to burst him down, and then both junglers out of that fight just allowed for them to do there. Then Lomber with that late rotation came in full health, full mana, and was allowed to change that fight. And just pretty much put D-Lab back on the board, and as you saw, the last 3 minutes, like Tang was saying, they just flipped the script.
And this is actually really unfortunate because I thought the Doctors were doing really good. They were able to secure all 3 Feint Tours. They were on point of the early mid-game. They just dropped the ball really hard as soon as they decided to do all Prime. But not even that, I kind of noticed that there was some kind of miscommunication going on in that all Prime fight. They kind of sealed the deal this first game well. I saw half of the Doctors kind of went in to contest Professors, and then I see like the whole idea of like the Decker and Grim still on that objective, right? So it's just like I feel like if Kyo got off of that objective and helped his team, I think that team fight could have gone way different than what we saw.
If this is any indication of what this final set is going to be like, we have got a banger ready for you. We're going to take a short break, give these players a chance to reset themselves, regroup for game 2. We'll be right back with it, though. Welcome back, Predecessor family, once again. That was game 1 of our grand finals. Felt like Doctors were in control of it early, had the 3 Fang Teeth. One team fight goes the wrong direction. D-Lab runs it right up your mid lane, straight to your core, puts it at 0%. How can they keep the momentum they've gotten from game 1 here with Dirty Lake and the boys in order to stretch this series and try to end it early, get that repeat championship, F6?
Man, it's just them prioritizing a little bit more cleaner comms there. I think, like Joey was pointing out earlier, when the game just ended, there was some miscommunication going on throughout that or Prime fight. They needed to get themselves back together, though, after that mistake. They still had a chance to keep themselves in the game, but I think everything just went downhill from there, and pretty much D-Lab just ran straight down through the mid and just ended the game in like 2 minutes.
Yeah, and all that happened after I felt like D-Lab was a little bit weaker in the early to mid game. What I kind of want to see from D-Lab is to get a lot more aggressive on the objectives, because it's very obvious that Doctors is not scared at all to get aggro on all those like objectives. I think if D-Lab can like match that aggression, I think that's going to make the time for the Doctors even harder going to the second game.
I think so too, and we don't want to waste any time. We want to get straight into the second game. The picks and bans are coming out. If it were me and I was Dirty Lake and the boys, yes, they won that first game, but I feel like they need to prioritize Appy in this. He did have that impact on the Iggy. I'd like to see him on a more comfort hero for him, something that we're more familiar with him seeing. F6, do we expect to see Terra be picked up right away or banned?
I'm expecting the Zarus ban to come out immediately here. I still think he's still one of those stronger picks from the side of Doctors, but they actually choose to ban the Howie again, so they're focusing down Appy Picker. We saw this throughout the last draft phase, but we saw how that game went. Yes, you got the early game, but you guys broke down and then allowed the Iggy, because Appy Picker did not play bad. He had some great plays, and he was allowed to still facilitate inside of that game.
Kind of interested to see the Terra ban come from D-Lab, because I thought they were doing fine on that pick earlier. I think like one of the better picks coming from Doctors was the Sarah, so I felt like that would have been a smarter ban than the Terra, but immediately we're going to see Doctors lock in the Sarah's first pick. Nothing too new right here. What it's going to be interesting to see is if D-Lab is going to prioritize the mid lane roster, because we saw what happened in the first draft where Appy Picker kind of got his mid roster squeezed a little bit too thin, but instead we're going to see Dronga and the Aurora being first to pick.
And for me, you see the Terra ban, to me that's indicative of the fact that they're trying to lock in this Sevarog for Lauber, get themselves into a comfy spot to move up 2-0, as Lauber just doesn't lose when he's on that hero. Instead, we're going to get the Aurora and the Drongo, a little bit of counterplay for the Zarus.
I mean, you don't see Sneaks playing Sev over off into the off lane, so it's pretty safe for them. As soon as that Howie ban was popped up, ban out Terra, get Lauber on his Sevarog. I mean, he's just an absolute monster in both, so either way they're looking good. But going into the second round of picks here, Doctors are going to be in an uncomfortable situation. They gave up the Aurora to counter that Zarus, so that's already one down. But oh, whoa, hello, mark my words, apparently they do want the Sevarog.
Yeah, that is actually quite surprising. So surprising the fact that I think D-Lab was just not expecting at all. They thought they're going to be able to yoink the Sevarog, because I don't think anyone from Doctors really have a strong showing of like the Sevarog pick, but I guess in the second game we might get our mind change and we're going to see Doctors locking in that gadget, because definitely if D-Lab doesn't pick the mid lane right now for Appy Picker, you sure as heck can say that they're just going to ban out the mid lane again.
You sure can. And the Potented, we've seen it work every single time. It's the Lance F6 lane with the Zarus and the Gadget, baby.
Yeah, I mean, that dynamic duo never misses, and a big counter towards him as well. Not only the Aurora, but the Sevarog with the Colossal Blow and the Gadget with the Tesla Dome already on their side. They're looking good. But D-Lab chooses to ban out the Kira here to just take it away from Kira and picking up that Gideon, which we do know Gadget kind of counters, but if he's able to get high enough just right above that Tesla Dome, might be able to change these fights even in that Coliseum.
And we see over here that Doctor is going to go off to ban the Muriel. I think Muriel is like a hero that does so well in this tournament, along as her team has enough CC. And especially like a Muriel that can like alter Gideon or what we're going in. It's such a deadly combo, so I do like this Muriel ban right there from the Doctors. And so all we have left is just trying to pick up the dual lane for the Doctors. We're seeing D-Lab picking up Nogbash right here, which again, like that's going to be a very good pickup for Toasty, and and kind of almost look very similar to the team drop they did right here.
And I expected the Decker to come out from Doctors here. They're going to pair it up with Grim too. I do want to point out before I pass this to F6, Narbash was the most banned hero from the side of the from the side of D-Lab. So interesting to see them playing it now.
I mean, I think they're just picking their poison. If they can't have it, they won't let anybody else have it, right? But I mean, picking up the Grim into that Narbash is a good counter, but also the Decker, being able to kind of just lock the Narbash down and the Drongo inside of a little tiny containment fence, and then biding some time for the rest of the team to rotate, maybe drop a Coliseum on them. I think right now, Doctors have a very solid draft going into game number 2, looking to secure another victory to try and get themselves at least tied up.
And the last pick that we're going to see from D-Lab is Quan. I'm actually quite liking both team comps. The first draft, I wasn't as big a fan of the Doctor's draft, but now it's like looking like they are cooking up something pretty dang good right here, I must say.
Both of these team comps look very formidable. Looks like they got a lot of the strengths, a lot of the heroes both of them like to play. F6, which way are you leaning with these rosters?
Zarus is my favorite hero, and since this is so tight, I'm gonna have to just go with the Doctors. I think Doctors have an all-around comp, able to facilitate for each other, and in that 5v5 team fight, they're gonna be looking like they're gonna hurt a lot.
This is a tough choice for me, but I'm still going to go with the Doctors on this one. We saw how good the early mid game was, and the only reason why they lost us because they dropped the ball pretty hard on that last team fight in O Prime. I think if they can eliminate that mistake, I think they can come in really, really strong going to the second game right here.
Toasty, make note, F6 just picked Doctors over you. We're going to kick it to TJ and Tang for game 2.
Thank you so much, Lance, and welcome everyone to the Battleground for game number 2 here of our best of 5 grand finals between Dirty Lake and the boys and the Doctors. And I don't know about you, Tang, I'm still recovering from an absolutely crazy ending to game number 1. It seems there's now the teams in the game 2 draft really wanting to change up too much with this draft, still keeping a lot of their identity.
And keeping the main farts for D-Lab, though, we do see a few adaptations in that mid lane. Getting that Gideon a bit earlier and then trading that Terror for that Quang, even though they would have liked to get the Terror, but just not able to with that ban coming in. But I think for D-Lab, like the last game they did win, right? Like you were saying it, like we're still sort of reeling from that last game, but I think for D-Lab it's a real scare, right? Like they were pretty far behind. Them winning that game was sort of an upset, not really something we can expect, and they are realizing that as well with that Gideon in the mid lane on Epi now has a bit more agency, and I'm really hoping to see a bit more out of him in this game.
We saw from the Doctors to say that they definitely understand that they want to target Appy. I mean, not just taking away his howitzer from the in the draft phase, but also targeting him as well. In terms of the actual gameplay as well, are we expecting Appy Pick to still be the main focal point of a lot of Doctors' attacks?
I think as the Gideon, he's pretty safe, so I doubt it. I think last game it just is what it is when those blinks are being burned early. I think it's just very natural for the junglers to attack those points. I think this time, like maybe we can take our focus somewhere else, but honestly it just depends on how those trades go. Like we're looking at it right now on that offlane, for example, Lawback and Sneaks both are pretty full HP, right? But the second that changes, we will see those sort of jungle pathing change. We would see Aurora, for that Import is piloting again, make the way over. We would see Mav make the way over. So it all sort of depends on how those trades go.
I mean, just going to that off-lane matchup between Lorba and Sneaks as well. I mean, Lorba got a pretty good perspective on this matchup in the Sevrag versus the Quang pick, especially when he was going up against Bondrude in that matchup here. But this time, completely different. So he's going to be playing that Quang. And looking where Import is currently pathing towards, maybe that Sevrag is going to be in for a bit of a world of pain. Also seeing the heavy trades coming out here from Cure and Zihi just hopping over towards Import, taking that free camp, bit of a common play for Import, perhaps looking towards Sneak, so maybe even just showing face to try and get a bit of pressure over towards Lorba to make sure he can keep up this attack.
Yeah, and he has to crush the wave. That one is gonna shove into Sabrok. So Import taking the Cyan buff. Looks like he is griefing the offlane a tiny bit, but no, he is just helping the Quang out in case Saras actually makes the rotation over. Aurora would be there to handle any sort of aggression. And with them playing it like that, Quang gets a good base with with a crash of the wave, and Import fortunately gets the Cyan buff, because as the Aurora, he really wants to have the Cryosystem up as soon as possible, get that level 6 to try to impact those team fights a little bit better than last game.
And just switching over towards the other side of the map here, I know in game number 1 we spoke a lot about mid lane, jungle and solo. Those seem to be the 3 most important roles in PCC8 with how these games are going. So I want to give a bit of love over towards our duo lane, Zihi versus Lakinator and Toasty. If we're expecting them to be a little bit more isolated, what do you think about this 2v2? How do you rate these duo lanes against each other?
So far, what we've seen from Lakinator and Toasty is that they don't really want to interact too much on lane. They are fine scaling into the late game, and then Lakinator will just be a powerhouse with Toasty on the Nabash providing all that healing. So I think that is their main game plan for the most part. Just making sure that they keep the wave neutral, make sure that they don't overstep, don't die for any sort of CS that they would maybe have to drop. Instead, just play it safe, make sure that the rest of the team sort of is not handicapped by a duo lane that is losing.
Just having a little look across the board with the map where the junglers are both in asymmetric sides of the map to each other, both in their red jungles, going on to their second clears through. Or the Fangtooth spawning in 10 minutes. Of course, Mini Prime going to be about 2 minutes, 10 seconds away here. Import once again over towards that right-hand side, putting a lot of stock in towards this offlane, making sure that Lorber is not going to be too make sure that Sneaks not going to be too happy as the Horvath's going to tag. Import goes for the blink, but Sneaks has got a good reaction, able to blink away himself. But if Import shows right, Mav's going to show left, immediately starting up this Fangtooth again.
And I'm getting flashbacks from that first game. At least no kills happening in isolation so far, but still, Mav and Seismic are going to be able to start this one up with the prio they have on the duo lane as well. Should be able to pick that up any second now. Aurora is going to steal away a few jungle camps in that blue side, so it's going to mean that Mav does not have anything to do for the next few seconds. That is the only thing they really get though, because Mav again picking up first Fangtooth.
Then look towards Appy Picker as that security gate is going to tag onto the route for Appy here. Of course, he is on a Gideon. He's not going to be too worried about that, and also knowing that he has got imports inside of the jungle as well. Trying to pull a little bit ahead. You can see level 5 on import to level 4 of Mav as well, but his play towards the Fangtooth, getting it for the team as well. Once again, seeing the Dirty Lake and the boys not afraid to trade objectives for cross-map plays as well, especially if it's going to help them out in the long run here, Tang. Maybe they're going to need to look again to that right-hand side.
Yeah, this time with the mini prime about to spawn, this gank would be a bit more fruitful. Also no blink up on Sneaks, no level 6 quite yet either. So that Sabrok is definitely a target for import that is going to make his way closer to the shadow wall.
He has got his ultimate, got a crisis sim available. Sneak's going to use that dash low, but can't connect to the tether though. And Import can't find the glacial wall, but there is the Hoarfrost, and there is the ultimate colossal blow. Back Import under the tower, he's got no blinks, so Import's going to go low. And now Mav is here looking to make them pay. Import goes into the dirt, and now Mav wants even more. He's on the hunt for Lorber, and he's got Seismic rotating here as well. The Blast Flower gets a little bit of distance, but roots into Tesla Dome, into a Mav Spear of Near. Once again, Zaris gets the double in the right-hand side of the first blood.
Get first blood, they get second blood. They also had Fangtooth secured from before, and now they're in prime position to look for that mini prime again. And TJ, I hate to say it, but I'm seeing sort of flashbacks to game 1, at least the early game. Doctors again, stellar performance. Sneaks buying so much time, just barely ticking over to level 6, and with Toasty missing his tether, missing his ultimate, and Imports getting knocked under turret, under tier 1, just getting cleaned up by Seismic and Math on the rotation. So a lot of kills going over again. They don't really do anything with their big team fighting ultimates as well. The Criticism is now down, so is that Fury of the Heaven from that Kwang. So now the question is, what does Saras want to do in that window? Does he want to already start up the mini prime? We see the rotation over actually. Dual lane make their way over to the mini prime, so that looks to be the target.
Looks like they have an opportunity here as Zihi is just going to make it over that wall as well. Going to probably scuff the knee on the top of the wall here. Seismic over here. There is a push going on towards the solo lane, but just sheer weight of numbers coming out from the Doctors means that Dirty Lake and the boys are not going to attempt any way to steal away the mini prime here. They have got options on who to give it towards. It looks like Sneaks might be the one who gets the mini prime gifted over to them as well, just to try and relieve a bit of pressure on that right hand side. Gets the mini prime. Mavs sees opportunity. The Colosseum follows the surge through, and now Lorba might be caught, but a good Fury of the Heavens able to get him away from the Colosseum. He takes a displacement orb, which just pushes him a little bit further back towards his tower, but the objective goes the way of the Doctors.
But funnily enough, him getting caught there is actually good for D-Lab because it delays those backs, and on the left-hand side we can see D-Lab pushing down the first tier 1 tower. So that is actually a positive play for them. They give up the mini prime for that one though. We did see last game Chefs managing to open up the map a lot, getting those tier 1s early. Now Sneaks on that off lane. No blink up quite yet. Colossal Blow is the only sort of thing he has up, and Import knows that is the case, and it's just gonna show his presence, but not even attempt a gank.
I mean, we would be forgiven for getting flashbacks of game number 1 with the objective trades, with some of the pathing here as well, and maybe Import getting a bit of flashbacks to what happened underneath that tier 1 tower. Decides to think better of it, go back into his jungle, go back to farming as well. Maybe look towards this left-hand side as Cure and Zihi back over towards a dual lane. Lake and Toasty free farming on this left-hand side to take down the tier 1 tower. I do like Tang that Deslake and the boys are still able to get trades here, but as you say, it's up to them to really make something meaningful out of it.
Zihi might be in a bad spot. Import is there. Blink used by Zihi to get to safety, and he makes it out. Import, Toasty, and Lakenas are not able to pick up that kill, but yeah, going back to what they got, right? On the left-hand side again, Lakenator doesn't get his gold from team fights. Instead, he gets it from just destroying structures, as in the first game. But I think once he gets those item breakpoints, that's when he can really show his worth. Last game, he did steal that prime with his shrapnel cannon, and definitely a scary sort of player to get ahead. Now Cure might be in a bad spot. Import is there.
Grim doesn't really have much in the way of mobility. Got a deflector shield. He's going to use it to get away from that funk. Crisis connects. The blink comes through, and he's still going to get rooted. Import's going to follow it through. Hits him up with the Hoarfrost. Hits him up with the Boreal Sweep as well. Basic attacks trying to stack and Toasty. The crash bang boom comes down to Cure, and he's going to drop. But the Doctors are here. Reinforcements. The Colosseum is going to stack on towards that Drongo. But Sai also losing his life though. It's a 2 for 2. But the rotation from the offlaner. Sneaks is here. Starting to hit the damage on towards Appy Picker. Toasty uses the Song of the People just to get Appy away from danger. Sneaks gonna follow through the torn space to Blink, looking for the pick on towards Appy Picker. Colossal Blow. Sneaks is able to get the stack with the Siphon Soul, and he's still healthy enough to deal with the 1v2. Zihi getting involved, throwing long-range stasis bombs, but the call is to back away, and it was an extended play of action. Lorba on the hunt for Zihi, but not gonna find that Decker.
So honestly, pretty hard to keep track, but I think it was a 3 for 2. Now Cure wants to get one more for them. Lorba is gonna make it to safety though, but I think the bigger target here is again the Fangtooth having respawned in the meanwhile, as we see a really nice replay there. Big shoutouts to Choice on the production side, but now we see both teams group up around that Fangtooth pit. This is gonna be spicy. 2 Fangtooth is gonna be the goal for the Chefs. Matt is in the front line.
That's going to get caught out by the Hoarfrost, but he's able to get towards his team, able to get to 4 members of the Doctors. I don't think Import was expecting that, and Deslake and the boys will lose their jungler with a Fangtooth on the table as well. Looks like the call from Deslake and the boys is to back away. I am seeing Lorba going back towards the right-hand side, but the Doctors don't immediately start up onto that Fangtooth either.
Yeah, and I really like that, to be honest, because last game they sort of burnt their fingers trying to do those objectives when they didn't really have the advantage. This time Mav was in base, he was 1 HP after they got the pick onto import, so instead they wait for him to actually make his way back, make sure that Seismic is not able to steal, not Seismic, but Epi is not able to steal that one away as the Gideon. So with this one, they are gonna secure that 8% movement speed out of combat. Now Sihi gets caught, Epi Picker uses the black hole through the wall. Sihi still running away. Epi Picker needs to connect with one more ability, but Sihi is gonna escape.
Just able to get the distance, avoiding that Cosmic Rift and the Void Breach as well. And we're going to take that River Camp away from Seismic on the right hand side, trying to keep themselves in the game. 6 kills to 2 at the moment here, but the way that this map is looking, Tang, feels relatively even here. I'm looking towards the towers and it seems you have a bit of a diagonal trade here. Tier 1 tower in the dual lane taken by the boys, for the Doctors losing their tier 1 tower in the right hand side as well. What's been your assessment of the game at 13.5 minutes in?
Yeah, so this time D-Lab faring a bit better than first game, but honestly that doesn't really say anything because the first game was pretty hard to watch in those early stages of the game. This time, again, all objectives over to the Docs, 2 Fang Teeth and a Mini Prime, but Q again on that side lane gets caught. Sihi, no blink, is in a bad spot as well.
Well, that's definitely going to help with the assessment towards Dirtsock and the boys. That is a kill in an isolated 2v2 as well. Quite apparent that Lake Nation and Toasty have got the number of the Doctors duo lane. Seismic will be over here. So is Happy Picker as well. Zihi is kind of caught out. He's trying to get away, trying to get to safety, but might know that his life is slipping away. And it looks like he's just going to get who gets the kill. But Toasty is the one who takes it himself. That could have been a lot worse, Tang.
Yeah, it could have been worse, but honestly, getting a bit of gold onto Toast is not bad either on that Narbash. Getting a bit more tankiness translates into more tankiness for the team as well, with that healing keeping everyone up. Now for Lorba on that off lane, Ceres making his way over.
Man's got Colosseum, Sneaks has got a Colossal Blow as well. Lorba already used that Surge, Subjugate going to land. It's up to the Chain CC from the side of the Doctors, and they're going to prescribe a bit of body blocking as well. Lorba with the Blink Away, Seeking Destroy over the top of Mav, was waiting for it. The Colosseum comes down and Lorba can't get over the wall. Mav gets another stack on his Colosseum ultimate.
And I love that gameplay by the Ceres, waiting for that blink to come out before he actually uses that Colosseum to make sure that Lorba not only wastes his blink, but also can't escape the Colosseum. So Ceres really stellar performance again, 5-2, just sort of running the match again. I'm really getting flashbacks from that first game. I hate to say it again, but I just need to. Lakinator though, in the meanwhile, sort of the dark horse for D-Lab, like in last game. Like once he got those few items, I think the 3-item breakpoint was the difference, where suddenly Lakinator was just winning the fights for the side of Docs. Now Mini Prime is being started up, but they want to get a pick first.
In the river, that might be the location of it. I'm seeing Sneaks going for a bit of an audacious pincer here towards Toasty in the mid lane. There's like a boy's not really going to bite just yet. Subjugate will connect on towards Toasty, but Sneaks not going to find a pick on towards the Orc with the drum kit. Mav actually going to start up this Mini Prime as well, and it seems Dead Snake and the boys are either moving away and not aware this is being started, or again they're going to concede this objective, Tang. But even with the pick going their way, I'm not seeing D-Lab actually trade it for anything. No, it looks like the Doctor's going to get a net positive from this play.
Yeah, so this time we do see Cure from base run instantly towards the left-hand side. If we remember to last game, Lakinator was able to get the tier 2 on that second Mini Prime take. This time, good defense by Docs, making sure that they're not sort of losing anything on the cross trade while they are securing those objectives. So 4 objectives so far have been claimed by the Docs. Nothing quite yet by D-Lab, but with that Fang 2 fight around the corner again, you gotta think that for D-Lab that really needs to change.
And it is such an important point to mention as well here, as Lakinator's going to find himself hit by the Colosseum. Mav going for the gank. The play on towards Lakinator. Colosseum, GTFO, and Mav going to get the kill. 6-0-2 on the Zaras. The Docs are still running the show. Make no mistake about that here. But Tang, we talk about the mental, because there are some ghosts coming back from game number 1. How do the Doctors make sure the same thing doesn't happen again?
Yeah, so I think they just need to be a bit more patient in those objective fights, but also like there's no Iggy on the enemy team. I think that hero just deals so much invisible damage, sort of has more carry potential in those late game team fights than the Gideon does. But for this pick actually onto Lakinator, good play by Lakinator to not use his Shrapnel Cannon there, because he was dead anyways. Now he is gonna have that up for that Fangtooth fight at the very least. No Colosseum on Math. Import in the front line is gonna use the wall to sort of split the fight. Sneaks is looking for Lorba.
Subjugate is going to land, so is the Stasis Bomb. Bit of damage on towards Lorba. Sneak still in the backline looking for a Colossal Blow target, but there's going to be a big skid away in the Black Hole coming out from Appy on this Gideon. The Tesserdome splits the fight by size. We can deal so much damage back, and the Doctor's looking to pile on the damage because they have taken out Lorba. Sneaks is too low. Sneaks is out of this fight. There's now both teams jockeying for position around the terrain. Sneaks going forward, very, very dangerous here, and he's actually going to lose his life for it as well. That's going to be a 2 for 2 outside of the Fangtooth pit. Import is down though. Mav's still here, but health bars are low. Looks like both teams want to take the reset, and we might be back here for a round 2 around that Fangtooth.
I really don't like Epipicker and Toasty not resetting. They could get the tier 1 in the mid lane, but does it really matter? Now Cure is there, does not have mana, but still is gonna secure sort of the tier 1 from being taken. But now the respawn timers are a bit delayed. Narbash and Gideon have to channel the recall. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is respawning. This gives Doctors sort of prime position to start up that Fangtooth instantly.
And immediately, that is exactly what they're going to do. Mav here with Cure. Import's going to arrive, but Lakinator takes a very delayed reset as Import's going to jump in towards the pit here, but he is currently on his lonesome here, and the Doctors going to back away, going to make Import waste that cooldown before jumping back on towards the Fangtooth. I'm loving the restraint, I'm loving the discipline here, but I'm loving Lorba going onto the backline. But the Colosseum I love even more from Mav on towards Lorba. They're going to try and burn through the solo laner. Appy Picker, the Black Hole comes in, but is it going to be clutch enough? It doesn't look like it, as members of the Doctors split and run for the hills. Toasty, the Crash Bang Boom, sets up Zehe to drop as Lakinator gets that kill. And now Dirty Lake and the boys have an opening here at the start of the Fangtooth pit, and they're the ones that are going to start it, but Mav is still around, so is Sneaks, so is Psy, but the resources are low. Import will wall off the pit, going to make sure a blink has to be used as the Fangtooth will be secured, but can they get out torn space to get everyone over? Lakinator can't make it over the pit. Lakinator's left on his own in an island, and he will drop for it, but the rest of the D-Lab squad could get away.
Lakinator, the only one that just didn't train his legs in the gym, the only one not making the jump out of the Fangtooth pit, is gonna be secured over to the side of Docs, but more importantly, Fangtooth secured by D-Lab and with a good port, so most of them make it out to safety. And I think in this team fight particularly, the one that actually carried the fight was the Narbash, just providing so much healing, and you could see the health bars going lower and lower onto Mav, onto Sneaks, but Import just permanently being healed up by Toasty, the Appy Picker always being full HP, with the Narbash providing that Song of the People, providing that regen to make sure that his team can stay in those fights when Doctors couldn't. First Fangtooth for themselves claimed, and that is a different story than first game.
Well, I mean, at this point in the last game, 30 seconds, we should be on an all prime. That's going to be stolen away by a Drongo, and then it's going to be a primal, and then we know how this dance is going to play out here. But it's up to the Doctors to not make sure that happens again. That's a bit of an obvious thing to say as well, but I think when we talk about the mental behind this game, of course, a lot of it is played on the battleground, but sometimes it's the war of the minds. The Doctors, with D-Lab able to come from behind and able to really deal a knockout blow in such quick succession, it's up to the Doctors to show that mental strength to get over it, and remember that there is still a best of 5 and still a lot more Predecessor to play.
Definitely is, and I think they're definitely not too scared. Like Mav 6-0-6 against Lorba 0-4-0, like he's definitely smurfing. Toasty though in the mid lane is getting caught and exploded. Microwave used on the big orc, and that is a kill going over to Seismic, pushing down the mid lane next. Cure, 4 members in the mid lane looking to potentially go for the tier 1, but see, he is caught.
So he uses the Rift Walker's play, gets imports and also Lorba together. Mav throws down the Colosseum looking towards Lakenator, but Lakenator still staying alive. Mav blinks away as Import was looking for an angle to deal with that Drongo as well. Going to be the grouping up from the Doctors. Another stasis bomb lands, but there's Lake and the boys able to regroup here as the Doctors try to pull the trigger, but they're not going to get any further picks, and Toasty will be coming back from base.
Yeah, Toasty will make it back, but left-hand side, Severok did manage to shove in the wave, not getting any turrets quite yet. Tier 1s, almost all of them have been claimed except for the mid lane. Now see here again, in the mid lane.
Another fight is going to break out here, and this time they get the pick they were after. Dirty Lake and the boys is out of here, but they're going to lose Import as well to even add more misery to the side of Dirty Lake and the boys. And the Doctors are here. They know there's no hunt on the side of D-Lab, so they're going to start up this All Prime, and they're going to feel confident towards it. It will take an audacious steal from Dirty Lake and the boys to deny it, but looking where they are in the minimap, Tang, it looks like they don't want anything to do with it here, as the 4 members of Doctors going to take down this All Prime and secure the Prime for themselves as well.
Yeah, big plays coming out by Doctors and not panicking, just playing smart, playing slow, getting that Prime, losing that third Fangtooth, but honestly, that didn't matter too much to them. Still able to snowball this game a tiny bit longer with that Prime buff. They should be able to open up the map a bit more, secure some of those tier 2s, look for those tier 1s in the mid lane and in that dual lane, and get more money into their pockets. Because honestly, with this one, we're not really expecting them to open up the base quite yet. Inhibs a bit early to be taken, especially with D-Lab having a really good base defense comp with that Aurora and that Gideon, but getting a few tier 2s is definitely not off the table.
It's going to be picking up some gold in the map, just trying to find an advantage here. And the Doctors certainly have advantages. You know, they have the kill lead at the moment. So just looking towards these structures that, you know, as you say, tier 2 towers are still standing for the side of Dirty Lake and the boys. Looking maybe towards the level. There's a level lead on Sneaks in the off lane. It's going to be 2 levels on map on Azaris. This could be one of the crucial players for the side of the Doctors. Not if he gets caught out though. Having to be careful. But Happy Picker goes for tall space, goes to the black hole, containment defense, a good barricade stun, and the Iron Strike comes out but doesn't root on towards Mav, who thought about going back in, as the rest of Dirty Lake and the boys were able to pounce if that happens. But the Doctors showing some restraint there.
Mav not having the blink up, looked to be almost caught there for a second, but makes it out to safety. Good barricade stun as well to cancel that black hole from that Gideon. Now on the right hand side we see Cure going for that tier 2 already. On the other side we do see Severok push down the tier 2 as well. So we were mentioning it, a lot of gold is gonna be pocketed by Doctors, and then the question is what can they actually do with it. Sneaks on the side lane against Lorba has been a menace this entire game. Honestly, we haven't really had the pleasure to talk about it too much, but Lorba not really finding sort of the team fighting angles that he was hoping for. Usually he is the one that pilots the Severok, but again, back to the mid lane, securing that last tier 2 in the mid lane and on that right hand side.
And this should really be the end of the Doctor's push here. That All Prime buff is not going to be lasting too long. Maybe Sneaks could get that tier 2 tower on the right hand side, but Lorba's really holding his own here, able to clear the waves out, and the Doctors are going to take away the jungle, going to burn this side of the map and also salt the earth as well to make sure that Import is going to start to fall behind in the fighting here. But no, 6-0 and 9 on that Zarus, involved in 15 of the 15 kills that the Doctors had. And, you know, I've already cast a cursing him before as he nearly got caught out, but I'm quite happy to talk about Mav now that he's back in base.
Yeah, I think now is a safe time to talk about him. Just 100% kill participation everywhere across the map. Always finding those angles to get those important cooldowns out of those key D-Lab members as well. And not missing those smites importantly as well. Now, Primal Fangtooth has spawned. Mav and Sneaks already in the pit. I don't really want them to start it up quite yet. See, he has to escape.
Maybe they want to go for a pick, and Sneaks leading the charge. Goes to the blink play, going to catch on to Lake, and it's good blink. Good cleanse, but here comes the team fight coming out from Dirty Lake and the boys. They caught out the chefs. That's a good knock-up. Tesla Dome causing problems though. Hellfire's going to go low, but they take it down Zihi, and they've also taken down Mav. Lorba will be the target, and Lorba is going to drop as a Seek and Destroy coming out from the Gadget, able to take him down. But with the Jungler falling from the Doctors, Dirty Lake and the boys going to start up on this Primal Fangtooth here. It's going to drop a little bit slower, and maybe the Doctors looking to pounce on some exit frags here. Toasty going low, but Import turns away from the Primordial Fangtooth. Toasty still going low. Toasty still keeping himself alive here, but there's a Tesla Dome. Appy Picker, good torn space, gets him out of trouble just when he needed to. But the Doctor's playing this so well. Sneaks double subjugate, double colossal blow, looking for the double damage. But can Seismic follow up with the damage? Yes, he can. Able to take down Sneaks, and Import runs to the hills. What a chaotic fight around that Fangtooth pit.
Honestly, Sneaks is just not afraid. No HP, no problem. He's just gonna run at you regardless. Gets a bit of Siphon healing, managing to get one more rotation off, but in the end, still a trade 1-for-1. But that was a fight that was so in D-Lab's favor at the beginning. A really good ultimate by the Aurora, the Cryocism, hitting onto 3, Cure almost getting one shot at the beginning of the fight, managing to blink away. But honestly, that was the fight that they were hoping for. That they were hoping to get, delaying that Primal Fang from being taken, but still going pretty even in that one fight. It means that they get a bit more time to scale up. Next fight, hopefully they can win a bit more convincingly for them, but for the Doctors, now a lot of cooldowns have been used as well on the side of D-Lab. The Drongo did instantly cleanse Blink away. That could be a target for Mav and next again.
As you had Sneaks going for that classic insect play, kind of showcased a lot by Lorba on that several pick, and him seeing Sneaks playing it as well. Probably going to hurt a little bit there, but as you said, it was a good cleanse and a good blink out. But that is an avenue that can be punished, because we know that the Colossal Blow and that subject combo is still available. But of course, Sneaks did have to blink in to use it as well, so that insect potency might be lost a little bit here. Import, though, cannot afford to be caught out by now, as Sneaks and Mav going to link up, trying to find the play on towards Import, get the wards down. Import still keeping himself around here as Appy Picker, torn space, able to get Toasty away, but Lorba is finding himself isolated. He can't get to safety, can't escape from the Doctor's rampage. They're going to lose their solo laner, and looks like the Doctors are going to go and make the call, starting up that Primal Fangtooth.
Canadian offlaner down means instant start on the Primal Fang. Mav and Sneaks in the pit, the rest dealing the damage. The question is, can they keep Import out? He's known for stealing those.
Import is going to go in. Hoarfrost is going to route on towards Sneaks, but where's it going to go? And it looks like the Primordial Blaze will fall onto the Doctors. No steal attempt coming out of this one here. And now the members are going to group up. Lakenator and Appy Picker immediately run over to the right-hand side to try and probably stop some of these waves here. But the Doctors looking towards the Orb Prime, and with that Primordial Blaze, they're going to look a bit more confident as they start up the purple buff.
So D-Lab gave them the playbook in the previous game. You just get the Primal Fang, you get the Prime, and then you just run it down mid and end within 2 minutes. The question is, can Doctors actually do the same? Side lanes are pushing against them, so they would be on a timer. So I guess the smart idea is to reset, spend their gold, make sure that they have sort of the combat power that they need to end the game, and then play through all 3 sides, because no inhib has been claimed quite yet, and it does actually look like they are doing the smart thing, so good for them.
I could definitely say that the demons of Game 1 have certainly been banished here. We're past the 30-minute mark, and already for the Doctors, they know they have passed that milestone, but they're still in this game, and with a double bubble buff, the Primordial Blaze in their hearts, and a purple hue across their shoulders as well, feeling very confident they were able to really open up this map with the last All Prime buff. And now 3 inhibitors and a tier 2 tower on the right-hand side are the only areas of territory that Dirty Lake and the boys have in their control, at least, so they've got to play defense a little bit longer.
Gotta play defense. With the dive of that Xerath, it's gonna be really hard to defend through that, especially with that Grim being able to follow up on any engage with that GTFO as well. Looks like they just want to go for the left inhib first, though.
That's going to be the target. As Coliseum is going to come out from Mav, seeing an opportunity. Bit of a distraction play as the inhibitor will drop. Strike one going to fall. Lorba, Fury of the Heavens on towards Z. He forces the blink out of the support from the Doctors, but mid lane inhibitor has fallen. Sneaks. That stubborn tier 2 tower has dropped, and now the Doctors are going to group up to take down that one. As Sneaks goes for the Colossal Flow Blade once again, but Lakinate, if your blink is up, so is mine. He's able to get to safety, but the third inhibitor has dropped, and the minions pouring into the base as well. This will have to be a defense, a 5 versus 5 fight. It's up to the Doctors. What do? Do they stick or do they twist? They got to marshal these waves in. Mavs Coliseum is currently on cooldown. Containment Fence comes down on towards Sneaks as well as Import looking for the crisis. But Import gets interrupted. Import is down, and that's just what the Doctors were ordering here. As Sneaks is going to frontline. Happy Picker, torn space. The black hole over the top of the core, but the Doctors had their eyes only on one prize. The core is going to drop. Tang, we have got a grand finals on our hands. The Doctors take game 2.
And thank God for that. They definitely deserve to pick one of those 2 games up. Stellar performance in the early game again, this time transitioning it into the late game. And honestly, like, Doctors picking those Eppies pretty well in the mid lane. I'm trying to make a pun with Eppers this time. It's not really working out, but you know what? We're just flowing with it.
Absolutely, and I know Lance did tell me as well that he cooked up a pun of his own. He wanted us to work it into this cast, and honestly, would be a good opportunity to, but might have wait a little bit longer. But honestly, you know, this grand finals, PCC8 certainly delivering with the hype. 1 game apiece. The demons from game 1 certainly banished Tang, and this makes this grand finals very, very interesting indeed. We're going to throw it back to the desk for the game 2 breakdown.
Thank you, TJ and Tang, for that stellar call of that stellar game 2. We have a knotted up series. This is not going to be a sweep. 1-1 apiece. What went right for the Doctors in this game?
They stayed alive and they didn't sell. That's honestly it. They pretty much played the same game they did in game number 1, but this time they're to close it out. So, I mean, this is the Doctors that we were expecting to face against a D-Lab, but this is not the D-Lab we were expecting to face against a Doctor.
Yeah, exactly as that. Again, Doctors are just doing a awesome job of staying on top of the ejectors, able to get those all those Feint tools and all those ejectors that I kind of touched on briefly earlier, that D-Lab is sort of like lacking a little bit in that department. I do realize you want to help lob it from time to time, but you can't give up every single Feint tools like that. And going to this third game, I think D-Lab really needs to step up the objective game.
I think that there are some definite adjustments that need to be made out of D-Lab. They stole game 1 from the Doctors, to be quite frank about it. They got in there, they not Lakeinator had that really nice shrapnel cannon to secure the Orb Prime. They ended up taking it all of the way down the mid lane, take the inhib, take the core. Now it is knotted up 1-1 as Doctors takes the second game. We're going to do our last platinum giveaway of the day. Hit that exclamation point ticket in it. See if you can beat JYT, or if we're going to pad his pockets even a little bit more. You've got this break to get that 500 plat. We'll be right back with game 3.
Ooh,
Welcome back, Predecessor and PCC family. Thank you to everybody who joined our giveaway during that break. Shout out to Kyaruga. ADC for Mind the Gap, I believe, just won himself 500 plat. Spend that somewhere nice, Kyaruga. We have a series. We got to focus in onto this. Knotted up 1-1. We essentially have a best of 3 left between Doctors and the Professors. What are we seeing so far from these junglers? We have some stats we're going to pull up. Take a comparison from Mav to Import you see here. F6, break this down.
I'm seeing a lot of damage. Well, this is between Sneaks and Lauber. But within the off lane, the damage is definitely going over towards Sneaks. Looks like he's just been gaming overall throughout pretty much everything that he's trying to do. And that you've seen that in the last time, or the last fight, he's just able to facilitate that.
And we're looking at Import Map now. So the one interesting thing to kind of take note is the fact that Map has a higher KDA than Import. And Jungle is one of those roles that like you want to see to have the higher KDA because they kind of make or break the early mid game for the team. Being able to get those ganks off, get those objective kills, and being able to kind of get the snowball rolling a little bit. So it kind of seems like Map is very on top of the early game aggression while Import is kind of trailing behind him in that regard.
It does seem like he is starting to get the edge. Maybe it's a little bit late for Import. He needs to get to bed. He's got to wake up and work tomorrow morning. But we still have a minimum of 2 more games that need to be played in this finals. What worked well for the Doctors in that last game and helped them get this series knotted up, F6?
Honestly, he's going to have to be able to just get themselves back into the game, right? I don't feel like they're playing like Dirty Lake and the boys like we are used to. They're going to need to get themselves back into the game. They're going to need to contest these objectives. I don't think they've really even contested any of these early game objectives, which allowed for the Doctors to just kind of skyrocket and keep going throughout these games.
Yeah, I really think Import has the capabilities of matching that early game aggression when it comes to the objective. We just haven't seen it yet, and I think it's very obvious by now what's the bread and butter of the Doctors. They want to just secure Fainters as soon as spawns in. I think you just have to get ready to go fight them straight up.
Oh, I hope they just want to fight the whole time. I hope they meet level 1 5v5 and just brawl in the pits just for all of the viewers. We do have the drafts ready. We don't want to keep anybody waiting for this Game 3. Will we see what we've seen in all of these other drafts?
I mean, possibly. I mean, I don't think the game plan really changes. I mean, the only people that's really going to change for us is possibly Dirty Lake and the boys. But we know both of these teams are draft experts, and they just understand what each other are trying to achieve. And Azara's first ban coming out of Dirty Lake and the boys, and they seen how that impact was last game.
Yeah, not only that, I think D-Lab is going to be a little bit more open when it comes to save our priority. We saw them ban out Terra before because they wanted to give away that kind of matchup and give it to Lauber, but Doctors proved that Sneak can power that Servlog pretty well, so they don't want to play for Servlog as hard anymore, and we're going to be seeing D-Lab pick up the Terror right there. And I do think, again, Doctors, same strategy, just banning out the mid lane every single time, because I think if Appy Picker is not having a stellar performance mid, I think that's sort of where the early mid game of D-Lab kind of crumbles a bit.
And so much respect and strength put on the NA West mid laner that is Abby Picker. Can't give him that comfort hero in the Howitzer. They're going to pick the Terra up as well. Probably not as concerned if Docs pick Sevarog in this draft as well.
No, I mean, I wouldn't be. Terra is that natural kind of counter towards the Sevarog, just allows to bully mid lane. But at the same time, Sneaks had a stellar performance on it. And I mean, we do know Lauber is pretty great on Terra as well, but the fact that the last 2 games, the matchup, Sneaks has just been pretty much killing it inside the offline. But Aurora pick up here with the Muriel, something we have been waiting for the Doctors to pick up. We know this Muriel is one of their favorites to be picked, so this is going to be very spicy to see how they incorporate throughout inside the lane.
Yeah, that's actually such a spicy pick because we haven't really seen this high prior pick on like the mirror this early on. But seems like Doctors are trying to cook with that mirror support. But on the side of D-Lab, we're going to be seeing Gideon and Decker. So nothing too surprising right there. Kind of like the expected kind of picks we've seen this first half. I do like the Decker pick, not only so that the supports don't get like banned out on the second half, but also take away the potential Decker pickup from Doctors. Who knows, maybe they do Decker off lane, right? So try to like really make sure that D-Lab's Gideon can be able to ult and not get interrupted.
And they've taken away a lot of the natural counters for Terra as well. You know, the Zarus is off. They pick the Decker themselves. Get around this up with the Seraph from the Doctors for this first rotation before we get into our next bans.
I mean, from right now, it looks like Dirty Lake and the boys do have a good comp set up here. I mean, this is kind of the first time we really see them get themselves back into something a little bit normal. The Decker for Toasty, this is one of the key signature heroes that I like to see on him, is because he's able to facilitate more for his team. He's able to rotate throughout mid, get a little bit more impact there, maybe to start helping out Appy Picker to be able to get him to get himself involved into this early to mid game.
I am quite curious to see who the Doctor's going to pair with Saris, because we see a lot of Saris from the Doctors, but Saris is no longer able to be picked up, but I still want to run that Saris in the off lane, so I'm actually very curious about what jungle they're going to pick up for the Doctors. But either way, I think they have to go for a little bit more CC. They definitely got a lot of CC from the Aurora, but they lose a lot of that value of like crowd control with the million pick, so they kind of want to go for like maybe like a Quam pick so you can kind of get that knockup going. We're gonna see Doctors ban out the Drongo, which again, Drongo has like a very, very good performance in this PCC, so I'm not too surprised right there.
And they'll follow that up with the gadget ban on the side of Dirty Lake and the boys. So much like what we saw in the first draft, but this time going over to the side of Doctors as the mid lane hero pool being pinched quite heavily.
I mean, they're going to have to figure something out here for the side of the Doctors, but I mean, Seismic is very comfortable on a lot of these mid laners. I mean, their job is to try and squeeze it out on the opposite side, but able to get Gideon is going to be able to be another comfort area. I mean, he's a very reliable hero, so they're not pushing the pressure back over towards the Doctors to see what they decide. But the Drongo ban is really what's really surprising towards me here, because we do know that Lake area does like Drongo, but at the same time, he's also available to play a lot of these different characters like the Kira, has been shown here, and also the Twin Blast.
And for once, we actually get a Kira pick not against a Drongo, which I'm still kind of surprised that a lot of people keep picking Kira against Drongo, where I feel like that's a big counter matchup to it. But this time, no Drongo. You're going to go against Grim. I think this is actually the one matchup where Kira can start to shine a little bit more heavily. And we do see the Sevok signature pick up by Lobber right there.
And all of the way to the very last pick, they had the opportunity. 9 picks are in, 4 bans are in. Sevrog still available for Lobber. I'm a little surprised to see it.
Yeah, I feel like the Doctors aren't scared of it at all, but we've also seen with Dirty Lake and the boys in game number 2, they actually put import on the Sevrog and put Lobber on the Terra, and they actually just came out on top there. Lobber had a great game with that, so he's able to facilitate. So really, this is still a flip-flop 50-50 for anybody, and we have to wait till we get into the game to see here.
And we're seeing Doctor's last pick, the Argus, which is actually a popular pick to go against the Gideon, because he has a way to interrupt the Gideon ultimate, and it's going to force that Gideon to pick up True Silver Bracelet early on, or else he's not going to be able to ult ever.
One of these teams will be one victory away from the grand prize, from the title, from the respect that comes with being a PCC champion. We got to break down these drafts real quick before we throw it over to our casters. What do you like about them?
I like the comfortability coming out of Dirty Lake and the boys. I see the Terra, I see the Sev, the Kira, Gideon, Decker. They're all just something that screams to me D-Lab. But on the side of the Doctors, though, this does scream out everything. Like, they just don't know ever what you're going to be seeing over there. And but for me, it's going to be definitely be D-Lab, where I'm kind of like, yeah, this is going to be their game.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to lean towards D-Lab for this game. I just think D-Lab just got more comfort picks all around. I think they have a bit easier execution with what they want to do in team fights. I think Doctors have to have a very specific strategy or mindset to be able to win these team fights as the game progresses later into the game.
I cannot wait to see who takes this, who puts the pressure on the other team. TJ and Tang, walk us through this.
Thank you so much, Lance, and welcome everyone to the casting desk for this one. Things starting to definitely heat up here in the grand finals matchup. Game number 3, Tang has already had to abandon the waistcoats himself here for this one, but we're back on towards the battleground for this match. And Tang, I want to start with something a little bit different here. I'm finding it very interesting that this story being told in the banning phase, so many target bans all towards different members here.
Yeah, so I think for the side of D-Lab, banning away that Cyrus is just like one of those target bans that you can just like watch the last 2 games and you know why that one happens. Like it's sort of the story being told. Like we were saying it behind camera as well. Like we were saying like, yeah, we see those draft adaptations coming in like after each of those games, like a best of 5, like each sort of game in that set sort of tells a different story. We can see like which heroes performed in the last game, which heroes are so scary that we don't ever want to see them, looking at the howitzer there for Epi Picker, and then what are those sort of inconveniences that we don't really want to play into, which could be like that gadget that could potentially be flexed in the off lane, because we know Sneaks likes to play that as well. But yeah, definitely interesting drafts coming out.
As you say, every ban, every pick kind of tells a different story in this grand finals, a best of 5 here as well. As I say, I think every single ban just makes sense. Targeting towards Lakeinator, going towards Seismic on that gadget here. But we're going to go in towards the here and now. As you say, we are on the battleground, but it looks like there's going to be no crazy shenanigans, no crazy invades. We're back towards the laning phase. And Arai is naturally going to look to probably the most volatile lane of all that's proven to be this offlane matchup. Lorba versus Sneaks once again, running back Terra versus Seraph.
Yeah, and I think it's almost a sacrilege seeing Lorba on the Terror when Severog is on the team as well, that Import is piloting. But yeah, we did see that matchup before. It did go into Sneak's favor. Sneaks also played that against Switchers in that matchup against Professors, always knowing his limits. I think that is the biggest sort of a thing you need to know as the Seraph player, because you need to know when you can actually all in, because apart from that, the hero doesn't do too much otherwise. Like Terra does have hard CC, does have a dash, does have everything. Seraph can dash onto you and then decide whether she falls or you fall, but definitely expecting Sneaks to know it really well, and he's proving it in those last games.
It's quite a powerful ability you have there on the Seraph, the ability to decide whether you live or die in some of these regards when that Seraph is able to get ahead here.
Oh,
it looks like it's like in the boys actually getting things off with a flying start. That's a blink coming out of Import there by the looks of things, and that is going to mean that it's going to be a blink down. No kill in the mid lane, no, but Death's like in the boys already getting things off to a flying start.
Yeah, I have to yeah, no, it was actually Seismic blinking that into his own pillar, so that was a bit of a misplay by him. Yeah, Import still has the blink up, I think. See, it was Seismic actually blinking into the wall and then just walking it off because he was pretty close to the turret anyways, but sort of a bit of, maybe a bit of nerves coming in from that mid lane player from the Doctors. Those early games are usually not his strongest suit as well, so it just depends like how Imports can actually capitalize on that. A blink missing on the Argus doesn't have too much in terms of escapes, does have that pillar to lift himself up, but apart from that, he is sort of free fodder for any ganks that would come from the left side.
Because this is what the Doctors were punishing in their match as well when had they punished against them when Seismic was playing that Argus against the Professors in their semi-final matchup here, and already going to have that blink on cooldown, going to really hurt as well What can this dwarf do? Well, we know what this dwarf can do for certain. With that Dread Nova, with that Particle Shredder, the Ether Crystal can cause problems. I want to still talk about that jungle matchup between Mav and Import. Very important for Mav to not be on that Zaros, but almost denying the Aurora away from Import, taking a bit of comfort. And Import on this Sevarog jungle, and we're expecting a bit of a slower start from a Sevarog jungle, but already he's getting involved in the ganks.
Yeah, has good lockup with his root from a distance, right? The subjugate making stuff happen, at least getting the blink in the early game. Aurora is just farming though. She is a farming machine with that passive as well, clearing so fast, and we can already see her invading over towards the blue side. Import though is looking towards the dual lane again.
And start to move through the river as well. There'll be a meeting of the minds in the river lane, but there's a blink coming out from Zihi as Import. That subjugate really doesn't take any prisoners, especially early on in the game. But that's 2 ganks and 2 blinks down for Import wherever he goes. Zappy Picker going forward, ring around the Rosie players. Seismic and Mav dropping down from the top road. Zappy Picker still has a torn space available here. This might be behind enemy lines. There's a torn space to the right of the wall. He is able to get away, keeping his blink intact though, which was the important thing.
Offlane trading Lorber against Sneaks. Lorber gets the level up, and that might be good night for Sneaks. Blink away to get him to safety. Lorber looking to follow and is gonna get the 1v1 outplay. First blood going over to D-Lab.
Oh, that was so close as well. We talk about throwbacks, we talk about echoes of previous games' passes. Lorber and Sneaks both on a blink, both on a heartbeat left of HP as well. And it was where that kill was going to go. But this time, Lorber getting that solo bolo in the right-hand side in the isolated 1v1. And we saw Lorber as the game goes on. Sneaks are having the better of the matchup, but now he's falling behind. How much does that change the dynamic, Tang?
It changes a lot, because once the Seraph actually falls behind, she can't really do much against the Terra anymore. Also is a bit less useful in those team fights when she just dives in and doesn't do any damage. But it's still not good night for her, and like she is still gonna be a Seraph, she's still gonna get her level 6, she's still gonna spike with her first item, so I wouldn't worry too much about that. But in the jungle we already see that XP lead building up as well, and I think that is a bit more worrisome, because for Mav again, level 6 already hovering around that Fangtooth that we did see being cleared earlier, but this time we might be looking for Import river buff claim.
It's also going to be used as well, trying to lock up Import. It is going to root him on into the water. Dread Nova, the waiting arms of Psy, and Mav getting the killing blow onto his opposing jungler. And it looks like the doctors are here to start up a Fangtooth off the back of a good pick.
Yeah, it's a jungle kingdom, and you see the queen right here in the ice and flash, getting that Fangtooth as well with Cure and Sihi making the rotation over. With having permanently the prio, doesn't matter what matchup they're up against, it seems to be always them having first move whenever they want. Now Cure and Sihi both need to be careful, because those Decker stuns can still be a hassle trying to go back into those lanes. But DJ, again we see first Fangtooth going over to Doctors.
And again, it just seems for Dirtslake and the boys, or not necessarily part of the game plan, but maybe just a stumble on the long road to defending their PCC crown. It's now the 3rd game in a row that they have lost the first Fangtooth objective, and they honestly haven't been too rattled about it too much. But importantly though for the Doctors is that Dirtslake and the boys have not been able to trade. Normally Import's in a position where he's able to, push a wave on the right hand side, start with that mini prime. Not this time. A good pick is able to get the Doctors off to a good start here, but evening up the kills, one for one here. But once again, much like game 1 and game number 2, it's very much a very patient and restrained start to this match.
And I think Import still only ticking over to level 6 now. Is just really hard for him as the Sevarog. Before we did see Aurora go for that split play, invading vertically towards his own blue side and getting sort of all the camps there, making Import not have anything to clear and being forced away again. Import not, it's Doctors not stopping, forcing Import out of his jungle again, making it so that he can't contest the mini prime that is just instantly getting started up by Doctors again.
Just seems to me that Mav wants to drag the Doctors through this early game. What else can we say really about Mav? He is having the tournament performance of a lifetime as well, and I know that when the devs start thinking about MVPs, I wouldn't be surprised to see Mav in contention for it if he continues this stellar performance into game 4 and potentially game number 5. Remember, this is a best of 5 matchup here, and we were kind of joking about it backstage, Tang, is that whenever we're on a finals, it's a minimum of 4 games, but we have actually casted a best of 5 as well. So, stuff to look forward to. Sleep schedules be damned and all that.
Yeah, I mean, sleep is for the week after all, and we are just looking forward to see some good Predecessor to be played. So there's definitely worse things than casting 5 games of banger series like that. So definitely something to look forward to. But Stockstars, D-Lab, both of them probably don't want to play 5 games. Probably both of them want to end it in 3 clean games. 1 already dropped on each side. 1-1 so far in the series. But this time again, Doctors in that early game, pulling ahead early. Import getting ult.
Criticism gonna land on towards Import, but he waits for the Phantom Glide and then uses it right at the end, so he will not be picked off by Seismic. He's just coming out of base. That's a black hole though on towards Mav, but the reversal of fortune comes down from Zihi, making sure the jungle is still alive, and they're able to push the mid laner for Desek and the boys out of the lane here as well. Some good team play coming out from the Doctors to keep this game as a 1-1 kill score.
1-1 kill score, but now on the right hand side, Olorba secures the first blood in terms of towers already. 10 minutes in, has a level lead over Sneaks as well, and most of that actually comes from that first blood that we did see Lorba get in that 1v1 solo bolo before, and just able to snowball it off that. But now Math again on the duel.
Import, sorry, that's going to be Mav, unable to find the Glacial Charge pick on towards Lakenator, who was able to use the glide to escape there. Also had Synaptic Obliterator charge by Seismic, not able to find the mark. Sneaks though in trouble. Happy Picker makes the rotation, going to tag that passive on towards the Seraph. Lorba with the blink, the Highland Hole, not going to find the mark, but the Reckless Assault does a lot of the damage forward, and now Sneaks is now caught out. He's got nowhere to go. Might try to delay, use the Ascend, trying to waste time. Got the fancy footwork, the dancing shoes, but he stumbles at the last moment, and that's going to be Happy Picker getting the kill with the Void Breach.
Yeah, they're getting the kill, a bit of time wasted, but honestly nothing really the worry for them. Now Cure and Sihi pushing down the left tier 1 as well, winning those trades against Lakenator and Toasty, but neither one of them has mana, and Import is in the vicinity, but I think Appy actually was able to be spotted out there by the mid laner, by that Argus. So no ganks happening on the left hand side, and I think both of them want to reset, because Fangtooth again on the table any second now.
We'll be spawning shortly. Well, the Cure and Zihi definitely need that reset. Their mana bars really are about as low as you can go. And seems with the reset for the dual lane of Deslake and the boys as well, everyone understands this. And right now you have got Sneaks pushing out that right hand side, freeing up Lorba to make the rotation over towards the left hand side, getting involved. A 5 versus 4 is potentially brewing as well, unless Sneak starts to make the move. Deslake and the boys have first pick, and they're going to start up the Fangtooth. Mav waiting in the wings. Potential for a steal. Criticism. Glacial Charge going to go in towards the pick, but Deslake and the boys Import. The hunt finds its mark, and that's the objective going their way. They do not drop the ball when it matters.
Yeah, and important there for Docs to not overplay their hands. Sneaks is pushing on the right hand side. They shouldn't really contest this. Anyways, at this point, like, just give it up. Dual lane also reset really, really late. Sihi and Q are not really respecting sort of the Fangtooth from spawning, so they are late to the objective as well. So at that point, just give it up. It's fine. You can trade it for something on the other side of the map, which is going to be a lot of damage onto that tier 1 on the right side. Sneaks might even go for the finish, but Epi Pick is there.
We're going to hear 2 rocks on in. The black hole comes down, but Sneaks can't get the distance. Heaven's Fury throws him back into the black hole, but it's into the waiting arms of the abyss that Appy Picker is able to provide with the ultimate. Sneaks is going to go down with a tier 1 tower. Looks like it did drop though, so Sneaks at least has that going for him, but another kill into the pocket of Appy Picker on that mid lane.
Yeah, Epipika definitely feeling good. Now Lorba against Seismic in the mid lane. Reversal of Fortune used by the Muriel is gonna knock Lorba up, but Seismic still in the middle of everything. Import is on top of him and Seismic makes it to safety.
Yes, Seismic. Does he have the ult though? Does he have the low health bars? Dreadnova not going to find a mark of Import, who just stuck behind that wall, and that may have saved his life as well. No pick here, but that was another commitment of the team fighting ultimate here. Zihi really has been on point with those reversal of fortunes, and there's a reason the desk were quite excited to see Zihi play that Muriel pick.
Yeah, definitely. Reversal of Fortune saving the day there for Seismic, making sure that he is not gonna go down, and secures him from the Sevrog and the Terror that were trying to dive him in the mid lane. Did not have the blink up, did not need to use it with that Muriel providing all the shields that he needs. Now, Sneaks is, I think, the only problem really that Doctors have so far, because level 10 on the Seraph, a level behind Lorba, and sort of not really getting any farm on the map, not really able to make much happen in that split lane. Now, Seismic is on the off lane instead, is gonna look for Lorba. See, he is there as well.
We're able to sidestep the Dreadnova, going to get hit by that Alacrity. Ether Crystal on the blink coming down from Seismic as the Particle Shredder lives up to its name. Shreds him down, the Obliterate coming out from Sai as well. Gets the kill on towards Lorba, and there was really nothing that Terra can do, but Import wants to make a play on the left-hand side looking for Cure, who does not have his support with him. The Purge comes out from Lakenator, and he will get the kill given over to him as well, with the dust being procced here. Import also able to escape without taking too many towers. For the right hand side, the mini prime was secured, and looks like it also went onto the side of Sneaks as well.
I think that's the play that we've seen all 3 games so far. The Mini Prime being secured on the right side and Import diving Cure on the other one. But Cure, honestly, like, he didn't even try to get a kill there, which is understandable because he just wanted to get the wave. Make sure that D-Lab cannot get the tower too easily, have to invest another wave of time to actually get it down and get a bit more CS in his pockets as well. He was already there at that point anyways. Now, I didn't quite see who got the mini prime. I'm expecting it to go over to that Seraph, with Mav not having picked it up.
Yeah, we did see Sneaks as he was able to get the Orb Prime buffed up minions underneath the tier 2 tower, and we are going to get that confirmation as well. A little bit more difficult to tell with the purple hue here reflecting off the armor of the Seraph, but those buffed up minions still give the game away here, and an opportunity for the Doctors to exert some pressure and try to equalize in the right hand side. Tangy did say that Sneaks is going to cause problems on that Seraph if he is left unchecked here. Maybe that's going to be the job of Lorba, just to stay in this lane, kind of make sure that Sneaks does not get out of control on that Seraph pick. But I'm seeing Import making a move over towards the left-hand side. Cure goes aggressive here, but Cure's going to get Colossal blowed underneath the tier 1 tower. There's the blink. The Obliterator will come out from the mid lane. Reversal will drop from Z. He keeps Cure alive. The GTFO. Import plays Bodyguard and stops the ultimate connecting on towards Lakenator. Now Seismic is on the scene. So is Abby Picker. So is Mav as well. Members grouping up on this left-hand side, looking for a pick that seems to be too elusive for both teams.
Yeah, no picks happening quite yet, but all 5 members towards that left river. Lorba in the mid lane having to blink away from Sneaks, that with that mini prime and that ultimate popped can just pop the Terror herself. But they're looking for that mid tier 1. Also looking for that Fangtooth with no contestation possible, with Import having to channel the recall, getting back to base, not able to contest that Fangtooth from going down.
Black Hole comes out in the mid lane, but the tier 1 tower is going to drop. Maybe they can take the mini prime buff away from Sneaks, but that does not look like the case. And the Doctors securing themselves a second Fangtooth of the game at the 18-minute mark here. 2 kills to 4. Very, very interesting game we have on our hands here, Tang, because it feels like the slowest paced game of the 3 games here we've had in Grand Finals.
Slowest paced and also like the most even one, right? Like the first 2 were all like sort of stomps for Doctors, at least in the early game. This one feels a bit more even. Now Cure on the dual lane has to be careful again. We see the full squad rolling up.
They do at least take the tier 1 tower, but can they get away? See, he's got that Reversal of Fortune. Should he need it on towards Cure? He's just going to be tanking stun after stun. Consecrated ground, the shield. Going to be enough to keep Cure alive. Cure still is able to provide a damage, but Appy Picker rocks his world and getting that killing blow. And now Import with the rotation, looking to find the pick and will get it on towards Zihi. They lose Appy Picker, who was traded off by Seismic, getting the kill from range here. 2 for 1 on that left-hand side, but not really much on the board for teams to capitalize with.
So they get their frags, they can't really transition that into anything else. Sneaks fighting against Lorba again, using that ultimate.
There's no blink for Lorba. He's going to have to fight his way out, but he is dealing a lot of return damage on towards Sneaks, and it seems the mini prime buff was the main difference maker in round number 2 between these ones, and now Lorba's feeling a little bit more confident to step up to that Seraph as well. Junglers meeting up in the mid lane once again. Or Prime, though, might start to complicate things, might make things a little bit more interesting. 10 seconds before the big purple buff will be spawning. There's going to be a Primal Fangtooth in about the 3 to 4 minute mark as well. So a lot of avenues for this game to start opening up.
Yeah, but for that to really happen, they need to look for picks first, and it doesn't really look like either team is really confident enough in catching somebody out. A lot of ultimates were blown on the left-hand side before, but Reversal of Fortune is up again for Zihi, so that is one thing they can always play for. Maybe bait Lorba in when he thinks it's only a 1 versus 1, and then the Angel makes her presence known. That's usually how those kills happen, but with the entire team rocking up around that Prime, wanting to get some vision down, that is not going to be a play that is possible. So I think it's just going to be D-Lab controlling the river for now until Doctors actually channel their recoils, go in together, because only with the buddy system they're really safe in walking into the river alone.
Ah, the buddy system. Completely infallible and has never failed in the history of the buddy system as well. And it seems as, for both these teams, the safety in numbers, because we have seen throughout the semi-finals today and also in the grand finals, that players can get picked off. Mistakes can still happen. And as we mentioned about the best of 5, the mental fortitude, and also how mentally taxing this game is. When you're locked in for so long, you're going to start to see mistakes happen. You're going to start to see some recklessness coming through. And honestly, for D-Lab, I'm surprised that it hasn't already set in, because they have already had a 3-game series so far, whereas the Doctors dispatched Professors quite quickly with a 2-0 themselves.
Really interesting to see on the left-hand side that Zihi is actually holding Lorba in the off lane. Zihi can always group up with his team with that Reversal of Fortune. So Lorba needs to make something happen on that lane, because the Mural is always going to be first move to whatever fight that happens. But if Lorba is fast enough, if Lorba can actually shut down the tier 2, it's fine. Also, he could look for the dive. It's a good trade of damage onto Muriel already. But Lorba knows that Argus could make his presence known over towards the left hand side, needs to stop pushing, and that gives sort of Zihi a lot of solo farm to catch. Also gives Doctors knowledge that Lorba is still somewhere around the left side.
Yeah, Zihi just hoping that he can really match up to that Terra in the left hand side. Also noting as well with his crest option going for the Silentium. Going to go really well against the likes of the Gideon, against that Kira, and against the Terror, stopping that ultimate. Potential flashpoints in the mid lane here. Size are going to hit the Dreadnought on towards Imports. D-Lab can't afford to lose their jungler. That's going to be the Blink expended. Seismic still hitting damage with that Particle Shredder. There's no ultimate available for the Dwarf hit. It's just going to be Imports Blink here. But in the grand finals, in a game of Predecessor, sometimes the finest of margins can make all of the difference.
So Lorba on the left-hand side is gonna get that tier 2 in a second, but Cure and Seismic, both of them making their way over. Muriel can't really hold him there. Lorba is just going the long way around. Might look for Zihi now, Seismic in the vicinity.
Gonna channel that ultimate, giving him that CC immunity, trying to get away from the Dreadnova. The Ether Crystal, not going to stop him either. Able to get around the wall here. But this is a gutsy play by Derek and the boys. They're going to start up the Orb Prime. Sneaks is here, so is Mab. But this is a 2 versus 4 because the dual lane is in the mid lane. Zihi can at least take the Reversal of Fortune. Mab's in the pit. The Black Hole comes down and trying to get a kill on towards this. Seraph is able to ascend, able to get away with the help of the Reversal. That Orb Prime still at 3k. Mab still here. Health bars still dropping low. Orb Prime secured by the side of Derek and the boys. But now Cure what is here and what can this Grim do, because Dirty and the boys, it took them so long to take the Orb Prime that it dealt so much damage back to them. They lose 3, and even with the Orb Prime buff on 2 members.
Yeah, so now it's a bit of a question what they're gonna do, because their health bar is actually pretty healthy. Only Seraph, the only one that had to recall. They should be able to instantly go for that Fang Tooth. They might look for Lorber still. No blink up on the Terror, but might be able to bait just enemy team instead of getting anything. Seismic though picks that one up, so with Lorber falling, nothing stands in their way, and they're gonna pick up that Primal Fang Tooth. Only Epi Picker in the mid lane. Very unlikely that he's gonna even attempt to steal that one.
The Primal going to be gifted away. The All Prime buff only on 2 members. Now going to be on 1 less, because Lorber did have the Prime buff himself before he fell, but a Primordial Blade is going to be on 5 members. Happy Picker still keeping the purple hue around his shoulders as well. So it feels like those the boys going to have to play defense here, Tang, against all 5 members of the Doctors. Very strong with their skirmishing here. The team play has been pretty on point as well. I mean, for their first appearance in the grand finals of the PCC, what have you made of their performance so far, Tang?
Honestly, I just look at the jungle role. Like, this math guy is actually pretty insane. So, like, he is fun to watch, and I'm enjoying every second of it. Getting that Primal Fang now as well. I think, TJ, one thing that we haven't touched on much in this cast, because it just feels like it happens by default anyways, is that the 3 Fang Teeth have been claimed by Doctors. That's going to give them a lot of temporary stats as well. So not only are they going to be strong now in those team fights with that Primordial Blaze, those are going to be strong later on, having that scaling option available. But in the mid lane now, Seraph showing on the right hand side. They need to be careful still.
Can't afford to overstep. Stasis Bomb going to land on towards Cure. That is a lot of damage, but Happy Picker senses an opportunity to go to the black hole. But he's overacted a little bit here. Cure still going to drop, and Happy Picker still keeping himself alive. There's a multiple stun coming out from the Dread Nerva of Seismic. But do they have enough damage? Because Lorber goes to the pincer, goes to the flank, and looking for Seismic, who blinks away, and Lorber still undeterred. We've got a split fight here as Import is dealing in a 1 versus 2. The Reversal of Fortune comes down and keeps the members alive on the right-hand side. Lorber having to give up the chase. Is a 3 for 2 as Desek and the boys are able to remove 2 of the Primordial Blaze.
A big misplay coming in by Doctors, as we were praising them, not having the numbers, even with the Primordial Blaze, not enough to shove in the mid lane that aggressively, with Seraph showing on that right hand side, but still Lorber could be caught, is getting chased around by 2 members, as the Terra is getting pincered by the Muriel, as well as Sneaks is pushing down that tier 2 in the mid lane. Lorber 1 HP still running, but Seismic might be able to catch her off any second now. Particle Shredder not quite enough, and with the goo, she is speeding towards the Grim though. That one should be undodgeable, and kill goes over to Cure.
No amount of fancy footwork from Lorber is able to get away when the GTFO is channeled by Cure on a Grim.exe pick, and now they're taking the boys are going to be staggered for the next 40 seconds, but with the Doctors still recovering from that team fight here, unsure really what they're able to get on the map without them grouping up. They just seem to be controlling their waves, getting left lane pushing, getting the mid lane in a good control. Lakenator, like what he's doing here, trying to reset the right hand side, trying to delay the Doctors from getting too much with the small power play they still have.
Yeah, and I think that power play has already expired anyways, with that Primal Fang Tooth being off their members. Not able to get much with it, did get at least a teamfight win, did get a few frags, and did get the tier 2 in the mid lane, but still a lot of their own teammates also falling there in that sort of overextension towards the mid lane, and that's exactly what D-Lab was hoping for. Teams, like, they are really strong with that Primordial Blaze, but if teams overstep, if teams don't respect the advantage that numbers have, then it is a different story anyways. Now, tier 2 is the target, but so is Epi Picker, just gets died, just gets deleted.
Happy is going to get picked off underneath the tier 2 tower, and this might be the pick that the Doctors were looking for, Primordial Blaze or not. They're looking for a siege onto the right lane. Inhibitor Imports currently pushing down mid. Mav channels the Glacial Charge, trying to keep members away as the Inhibitor is going to drop. Sneaks goes in towards the backline, looking for Lakenator. The Reversal of Fortune will be channeled on towards that Seraph. They have got the Inhibitor. Now, what else do they decide to do? Import, at least push the minions out, so they have a window here for Desolated the boys to mount a defense. Stasis Bomb, not going to find the mark. Neither does that Subjugated. The Doctor's keeping members alive, making sure they do not get picked off at this important time in the game.
Minions are not buffed up. This is going to be a hard siege for them with that ranged wave clear coming in.
Lorber currently frontlining. Sneak's going to have to use the Ascent to get away. Mav splitting the fight, walling off the members from getting towards the inhibitor. Maybe that's what they were looking for, but the Subjugate is going to connect on towards 2 members. There's a blink, there's a Colossal Blow, but it's going to be cleansed, and it looks like Lorber just couldn't find the angle. Sorry, Import couldn't find the angle on the Colossal Blow, and he is going to fall happy. Pick a low health bars. The Black Hole starting to rip through the health bars of the Doctors and Desolating the boys, wanting to team fight when it's get back into the game. Sneaks doing what he can. It looks like he's done enough, and Akira is going to fall. Desolating the boys is going to lose 4 members here. Toasty is the only one who is left unmarked from the play, but the Doctors finding a massive fight in the mid lane.
4 for 2. Now the question is, what can actually get? Mid inhib is only a formality. The question is, do they want to end 20 seconds for the Tavrook? They have the wave on the right hand side, and it's only Toasty defending it.
It's just got to hold out for 15 seconds, but Toasty doesn't really have wave clear. The core is going to drop. Seismic and Mav just hitting on it, and it looks like that is going to be curtains for game number 3. The Doctors, in their first appearance in the grand finals of PCC, are going to move to championship points and take game 3.
They take the lead. Honestly, again, Math, what is that guy doing? Why is he so good? Doesn't matter if it's the Ceres, doesn't matter if it's the Aurora, doesn't matter if he gets target banned, he is still a menace on the map, just facilitating the early game, and then in the late game, in those team fights, finding those angles with the Crisism to get those team fighting wins. Did look sort of like D-Lab had a fighting chance there with that Primal Fang to fight where they were able to get rid of a few of those buffs, but Seismic also catching out Epi on that side lane sort of sealed the deal for D-Lab.
Sealing the deal indeed, and that is enough to move them on to championship points here. How do you solve a problem like Mav? How do you solve a problem like this Doctors team? Able to really start to run the show. Again, what a performance from them in their first grand finals appearance. We're going to mull over that one as much as Desolated the boys are going to as well. It's back to the desk for the game 3 post-game breakdown.
Thank you, TJ and Tang. And the pressure is on our champions as Doctors take game 3. They had a big lead in game 1 as well and ended up giving that game away. If you're Dirty Lake and the boys, how do you maintain composure?
You see, you asked me a question. I literally, I could tell them what to do, but the way that these guys are playing, the Doctors, is what I can tell you. They are putting on a great performance, and I don't think you can stop them. The way their entire team is playing, there's nothing that I can tell Dirty Lake and the boys to do other than shut down the entire team.
There's one thing that I can't say to D-Lab, and that is get on the Dane objective. Like, we keep talking about how Import's been a little bit slacking on the objectives, and then he locked in Sevar Jungle, which you can't do early objectives with Sevar Jungle. Like, please, you need that tail pick and get Sevar to the lobby, because it's not even just like the jungle is like the issue. It's the fact that Sai showed big time. Like, we keep hyping on how good Appy's been doing, but Sai is showing up why he can like really put up a stellar performance. So I just think D-Lab needs to give more respect to Sai, and I think D-Lab just has to just do those objectives early.
Top to bottom, this Doctors roster is looking exquisite, looking like that 8, 9, 10 years of school has paid off for them. We potentially have 2 games more for you, maybe only 1 game more. We're gonna have to find out after this break if Doctors can win their first championship. Welcome back in, everybody. We are at game point. Doctors have taken a 2-1 lead on our defending champions, Dirty Lake and the boys. We want to highlight the mid lane matchup between Seismic and Appy Picker here. Two mid laners I like to model my own game after. What are these stats saying?
They are screaming holy, because look at that damage per game. I mean, a lot of this, like we talked about in the backstage, is, I mean, we do see Seismic play a lot of gadget, so it kind of skews it a little bit, but still, the fact that he's able to do this consecutively over and over again, up on that much damage, but still not be getting a lot of kills, just helping, that just shows how much in these team fights he's helped facilitating to make sure that the Doctors are picking up these wins.
And you can keep doing really good in team fights because look at that farm. He's farming like so good with that CS per minute right there. Like I think this shows like a two different like mid lane playstyle. For the Doctors, they really just need the mid lane to do damage, and then Mav and like Snakes can go in for the kill, whereas for D-Lab, they rely on Appy to get the kills for them, and if Appy is not performing, not able to really get the ball rolling in the mid lane, they kind of just start to crumble a little bit, and that's kind of what we just keep seeing in these last few games where Appy is not having a stellar performance, and as a result, D-Lab is not able to put out a strong performance around those objective fights.
So, we kind of talked about this before in our last post-game analysis. It is Dirty Lake and the boys who look like they have been playing on the back foot so far in this series. What can they do to be the aggressors and be the ones to put the ball in, or to take the ball, put it in their court, and put the pressure onto the Doctors?
I mean, they just got to put 10 toes down. They got to contest these objectives. They have to contest the aggression that they are getting brought to them. I mean, Joey said it more than 3 to 4 times now. Go to the objective, contest it, make sure you have your vision up, make sure there's wards there, make sure you know their timing, play towards these objectives, because that's all the Doctors are doing, is they're playing for these objectives. You know, as soon as the Fang 2 spawn, they're going to be there. You know, when the mini prime up, they're going to be there. They might not start it exactly right away, but they're definitely looking at the corresponding lane, like the duo mid or the off lane, to depend on if they can go to the objective right away, or kind of just get a gank, get the kill, go to the objective, and keep playing like that.
Yeah, DLF definitely had to change up the strategy, because I'm noticing this trend of Import favoring the offlane a little bit too much, to the point that he's keep giving up early objectives. I think Lopper is a fantastic offlane. He doesn't need the jungle help. I think Import needs to focus more attention on the mid lane, more attention on the dual lane, because if you can get that edge on the mid and dual, you'll naturally be able to get that edge on the objectives, and you have to get on top of the objectives, because you cannot let this first game go by and not just gain every single Fang 2 under your noses.
And it is time for that draft to begin. We will see if they try to work a comp out that can take some of this objective pressure that the Doctors have been putting onto them. Does anything change, F6?
Doesn't. Gadget's banned out. I mean, we saw the damage numbers, obviously, from Seismic, that how he's picked out away as well. Doctors don't need to change their strategy, but D-Lab does. But at the same time, they can't abandon their whole entire strategy going into this game.
And we're seeing D-Lab first pick the series, and this is exactly the kind of pick that Import needs to get on. Just a really good early to mid game jungler that can have huge impact in lane with his ultimates. Like, this has to go on Import, because I just see no other better jungler that Import can grab if he actually wants to make those big early game, mid game like impact for the objectives. And we're gonna see Doctors pick up the Terror and the Sevlog, so they're like, hey, Snakes is fine with Sevlog. We don't want Lava to get Sevlog, so let's just junk it for ourselves right here.
And the beef in the first rotation for the Doctors. We might have to alter the food pyramid, because it looks like beef is good for you now.
It is, but also the Aurora is good towards the D-Lab, kind of help just fight off into the rest of these tankier guys. I mean, to be able to use a sweep, Aurora is just good generally to dive the backline as well. So we know a lot of times Curious sitting on the backline, just being able to do whatever he wants. We've seen how effective the Aurora wall has been throughout this entire PCC, able to use that to facilitate, just to maybe block the Terra from really trying to charge into these objectives is going to be really good.
I do find it funny that D-Lab pick up August more for the fact that, hey, if you're gonna take my Lava Serval, we're gonna take your side August right there. And then Doctor's gonna last pick the Mario right here and gonna ban out the Drongo. It seems like Doctor still really want to play that team fighting strategy. I think Mario pair over the Terror and Serval is pretty disgusting because not only they're very beefy, very good at diving the backline, now they're gonna get the knockup and shield support from the Mario.
And we're going to take both the Drongo and the Iggy off of the table as well. Going to be Dirty Lake and the boys, making sure Seismic doesn't get that Iggy. It's going to be the Doctors, making sure Lake doesn't get that patented signature Drongo pick for himself.
Definitely seeing a strat being switched up here. D-Lab focusing out Seismic this time. If you're going to focus our mid, we're going to focus yours. And I think it's really good for them to do that. And we do actually have a slight little change here. It's going to be a Gideon being banned out instead, which I think is even more fair because we've seen Seismic on the Gideon and he is ridiculous. But we have the Iggy and Scourge going towards Dirty Lake and the boys, maybe potentially going into the off lane.
Yeah, it's gonna see like kind of a reversal right here. Doctor's really pushing Appy all day long, and now D-Lab is starting to finally put pressure on Sai all day long, because now that mid lane roster is super like pinched right there, and I think D-Lab is showing some real respect to Sai for once. So now the question is, what mid lane the Doctors want to pick up for Sai?
We'll see. I would like, or am a little curious if they're going to go towards the Bellica here. Seismic named after the primary ability of Bellica with the Seismic Assault here, and it is going to be that. So, some signature picks in this. How do these rosters stack up against each other?
I mean, when it comes towards the Argus, if it is the Argus into the mid lane, maybe Argus might go to support as well, but they're building out Chemical Rod in the first place. That's already a natural just kind of counter in itself as itemization wise. Bellic is going to have a field day with the funny button. And of course, it doesn't hit as hard as it used to, but still enough when that matchup is there. But with the Grim Diet EXC, he's going to be able to also kind of stop any type of CC coming out of the Argus if he is in that support role with that Dread to at least keep him alive in certain situations.
As much as I like that Bellica pickup by Sai, I think now the biggest problem I'm seeing from Doctors is the lack of sustained damage. Because obviously Bellica has a very nice knockup and the ability for his team to follow up on that, but doesn't necessarily have that sustained damage. Like Iggy's Squash would have been the perfect pickup for Doctors at that point, but you see why D-Lab ban Gideon and just pick Iggy for themselves, because I know that mid lane is not going to bring as much sustained damage going to this game. So I think this is going to be the game where Sai's going to struggle a little bit, and that's probably what D-Lab needs if they want to make this the 2-2.
The draft is done. The analysis has been made. Doctors one game away from getting their first crown, from knocking Dirty Lake and the boys off the top of the podium. TJ and Tang, let us know if they can do it.
It will be our pleasure, Lance. Thank you very much for transitioning over to ourselves. Me and Tang here are ready for game number 4 on the Battlegrounds. A very interesting draft phase, Tang, that we watched here. It seems that no need to ban away the tanks. 3 bans in the mid lane and a double mage composition coming out from Dirty Lake and the boys. Seismic's got to dig deep into that champion pool.
Definitely has to dig deep, and it's gonna be the Bellica that is gonna be the treasure that is uncovered. Even though, like, treasure, I'm not sure. Like, Bellica definitely not been in the meta for quite a while, just doesn't have enough damage to actually go through most of those squishies in one rotation as she did before with those ultimate changes, not scaling with missing mana as well as it used to do, and this time has to play against the Iggy that Appy is piloting again, as in the first game, but D-Lab this time really hoping to not fall behind as much as they did in that game.
Oh, the game number 1. Feels like so long ago in this series. Game number 4 of this best of 5s. It's like an eternity since we saw that incredible comeback and the running down of the tier 2 inhib straight to core for Dirty Lake and the boys. Of course, Doctors do not want to repeat that, of course, because they are on championship point, definitely stepping up, and Dirty Lake and the boys. I said that Seismic needs to dig deep here, but for Dirty Lake and the boys, throughout this entire series, we need to see something more from our defending champions.
Yeah, and so far, like, they've only responded to the doctors making the plays. They are always the ones being reactive, just sort of cruising by and hoping that they're gonna win one of those team fights in those later stages at the game. But I think F6 said it best, right? Like, they just need to go 10 toes down. They need to contest those objectives early when they spawn, because they know Doctors is gonna be at the Fangtooth at 5 minutes. They know they're gonna be at the Mini Prime at 8. So they need to actually find a game plan against that, need to find sort of what works for them, because at the moment making those cross map plays is not working, right?
Well, maybe they can make something happen in the mid lane as Mav going for the long gank on towards Appy Picker as the Seismic Assault connects from Sai. Gonna blink to Import, keeps himself alive, but already a resource has been burnt in the mid lane. Mav ganking at 2 minutes 40 seconds.
Yeah, that's a good cooldown being blown. Appy Picker not having that ult up, that blink up means that for the next 4.5 minutes, he is gonna be perma-ganked by Mav most likely. And with that Iggy not having any survivability before that level 6 comes in, that should be a threat that Appy Picker should take very, very seriously. But now, on the left-hand side, Q in the bad spots as well.
Import going for the gank. The Ether Crystal's going to pull Cure back in. He's going to blink back towards safety, but he's got to dance around his turrets. Import is so low, so is Cure. It's now to the dual lane to provide the damage, just like Cure is able to waddle away. So does Lakenator, but I can barely see their health bars on the perspective here of the Spectate. That was close. No blood drawn just yet.
So Aurora blink, TB blink, Grim blink, Muriel no blink. Okay, so at least she didn't have to use it there, but yeah, 2 blinks exchanged for 1 on the left hand side while Import is actually doing the gank. So definitely not what D-Lab was hoping for, and Matt is gonna get a bit of a cheeky invade of the back end of it as well. You should be able to get the 5 camp completely. Toasty there trying to steal away the 2 camp and forcing Mav out of Aurora's jungle that is instantly heading over towards the mid lane. Seismic is low.
Seismic, he doesn't really have much mana either. Could be forced out by Appy Picker. Seismic on one of his signature picks as well. As I say, it's been a very long, it feels like a long time since we've seen Lieutenant Bellica in the meta here, as Seismic has had to go really deep in towards a champion pool to get one of his iconic mid laners from PCC events past here. We need a big performance as well from him just to make the pick work. Doctor's changing things up a little bit more as well, Tang, noting of course that this time we don't have a Sevarog jungle and a Terra off lane. Gonna flip the roles around. That's gonna be Sneaks taking the Sevarog into the off lane, and we're gonna be seeing the Terra jungle for the first time in the grand finals.
Yeah, Mav already making his presence known in the mid lane with the Terra, but it does look like that D-Lab wants to do the same, at least secure those river boss. Terra not having the easiest ganks, at least has a gap closer with her dash and also the root with her axis, but the lockdown needs to come from somewhere else. Usually the Bellica in the mid lane works pretty well for that, or the subjugate of the Sevarog being able to lock them up. So Terra can actually guarantee her root with the access, with it being empowered. She roots, right? And then with the dash she gets a knock-up stun as well. And that is sort of the play they want to go for. So far has been getting that blink in the mid lane, but blink alone is not enough. She needs to return towards Appy, needs to find that kill as well.
Say that Appy is definitely quite a tasty target for the Terra, as you mentioned, with the gap close, forcing out a blink as well. See if Seismic can land another one of them Seismic Assaults. It's almost like that's where his namesake comes from. But even over towards left hand side, where a lot of blinks were burned from Import's gank on that left hand side. And it seems that he's going to be over there as well once again. But the dual lane's not really in a good position to go for the gank. Import still sniffing around. 6 minutes gone. It's gone by so quickly as well. It might be our longest time we have waited for a first blood. But Import's over by the opening of the pits here. Team is jockeying for position once again, even with no kills on the board.
Yeah, so they have so many wards around that Fangtooth pit, so at least they know that nothing is gonna happen. They don't have vision onto the Terra though, so they don't know exactly where she is. They also don't know if she's already ticked over to level 6, which is pretty unlikely to be fair at this stage of the game. But Aurora has cleared her red side, so now is the timing where she either walks over to the blue side or forces her dual lane to start up that Fangtooth with her, because otherwise she doesn't really have anything to do on the left hand side of the map.
And without the blinks, with the blinks down as well, maybe the dual lanes not feeling confident enough to just go for that play. Game 4 in the grand finals. Can't afford for mistakes to happen at this point. I mentioned to you, Tang, about the mental exhaustion that can come out in these very long, drawn-out games. I mean, I'm certainly starting to feel it, and I'm sure you are as well. I got no idea how these players are feeling it. As Tang, you know, you have a bit of a unique insight because you were here PCC2 when your grand finals went to game number 5. How was the mental by game number 4?
Honestly, we were 2-1 ahead. We were exactly in the position the Docs were. Then we lost our next game. And then honestly, last game, we were just looking forward to end it. Like, it was like 3 AM for us. And Mav also wants to end it on the dual lane, going for Lakenator, no blink up, and Cure secures first blood.
Cure gets that first blood, lulling us all into a false sense of security, making Tang reminisce about PC times gone by. But it seems to be going to be Lakenator going bye-bye with that gank, and that's what the Doctors were looking for. Mav straight on towards that first Fangtooth, going to start it up as well. But it seems that Dirty and the boys have got a mini prime to trade it out, and that's where Import is headed over.
And for the first time, we actually see a trade of objectives happening. This time, Epipicker setting up those turrets in the Prime Pit is going to make it a breeze to get that mini objective. Probably in the hands of a Lorber to sort of bully the Severok even further in that off lane. So with the Ceres picking up that Mutilator first item, should be having a pretty decent matchup into Sneaks that has been struggling a tiny bit, but honestly, as the Severok, as long as he doesn't die to the Ceres, he is smiling. It's just trying to get those stacks, trying to stack up his shoulder pads.
And another pick as well, that Zaras, which Mav has been really running the show in this grand finals. Can be given over to Lorber on the right hand side, denied away from the Doctors for the first time this series. And I'm just looking for the players as well. We've spoken a lot about Mav, spoken a lot about Sneaks, Psy, Appy Picker in this matchup, Tang. But in game number 4, who are these players for both teams? Who needs to step up the most? Who needs to find that impact to make a difference?
Has to be Seismic on the dual lane, is looking for the gank with that Seismic Assault, but it does look like Lakenator is just barely gonna escape on the left hand side, with the dash being enough to get him to safety. And I think Seismic is gonna have a big task ahead of him, TJ, because with that Bellica, he's gonna fall off a cliff in the late game. Like, he is not gonna be able to one-shot the Iggy, neither is he gonna be able to one-shot that TB, especially with Toasty always being close by. So I think Seismic really has to look to position well, has to look to play around with a Mav, the Terra, to follow up on the damage, because alone he's gonna have a hard time actually getting any frags.
It seems to me with this composition as well is that is where most of the damage is going to be focused here. Import, though, for those like the boys, also has a lot of damage. Going to use that Cryocism to shield, not going to protect Cure from the Cryocism, but at least a little bit of distance enough to get the dual lane out to safety here. Import trying to make the gank on the left-hand side. Only the 1 kill in 10.5 minutes, Tang.
So no reversal of fortune tells me that Lorber on the right hand side can play infinitely more aggressive now against that Severok. Big team fighting ultimate down for the side of D-Lab as well though. Cryocism not up on the Aurora makes her kind of useless in the next stages of the game, but mid lane again, fights happening.
Mav went from top ropes, dropping down, but Import linking up with Appy Picker, able to get the kill on towards that Terra jungle. Toasty even helping out with the Synaptic Obliterator. Dirty Like the boys able to answer back, 1 kill to 1 to keep game 4 in this grand finals close. Lorber's going to be more than happy that, as you said, without reversal of fortune, Lorber playing aggressive, might even be able to take down this tower before Sneak's able to get there and secure himself a first brick over towards that solar side.
Lorber is gonna be so strong now. He secured the first tier 1, also got the mini prime and a lot of XP on that right hand side. It's gonna take the Cyan before recalling, and that Saras is gonna be a pain to deal with for Doctors. And that's definitely not something they're looking forward to, because all of the previous games, you were alluding to it before, was always Saras in their side on their team, just making things work. Now it's gonna be piloted by Lorber. Seismic gonna do a lane again onto Lakeinator.
Gonna hit that Seismic Assault on towards the Twin Blast. Gonna force out Lakeinator's Blink once again, but there is the impact town that you were looking for, not quite resulting in the kill. But the finest of margins can decide Predecessor games. If game 1 didn't need to go by 1 pick, led to an absolute snowball. Game number 4 though, and see how this is going to react as Seismic hits yet another Seismic Assault, and that displacement orb from Cure was absolutely perfect. The wall from Import had to be better to keep the life of his mid laner as the collapse was threatening.
So at least it was the blink used by the Iggy, so at least it wasn't for Nord for the side of Doctors, but they couldn't capitalize on the Iggy blink after that early level 3 play. This time they hope to do something nice. Mav in the mid lane is gonna get a bit of damage onto those tier 1 towers, but needs to worry because that Fangtooth is gonna spawn in about a minute's time. He needs to worry that his tempo is not delayed, that he is first to the target, because for the side of Doctors, they wanna still play for that third Fangtooth win condition, and they also really don't want Appy Picker to be the first one setting up in that pit, because if that Iggy already has 3 turrets in that pit, it just makes those fights infinitely harder.
We've seen time and time again in this tournament what the Iggy and Scorch can do, as you say, Tang, when Appy is able to get in towards this pit. And we're gonna have to watch a second game of Appy on a pick that he's not quite known as. You know, taking him away from his signature howitzer has caused Dirty Lake and the boys some problems. So we're going to need to see the adaptation coming in as this grand final set goes on. Second Fangtooth spawning, and Import, just like the desk wanted, is there for the cooldown. But Zihi, Mav and Sai waiting in the wings. Cure is going to be on left hand side. Sneaks can't be involved. So this will be a 4 versus 5 as the Fangtooth is going to be secured. Maybe the Doctors can look towards the exit frags as Mav looking for an opportunity, looking to pass. He's stuck inside the Colosseum. Mav has got nowhere to go, even with the unstoppable assault. His assault does get stopped by the side of Dirty Lake and the boys. Appy Picker getting the kill. That's going to be 1 pick for the Fangtooth. Sneaks is able to trade it out for the tier 1 tower in the solar side.
Very uncharacteristic misplay there coming in from Mav. Pretty weird that he even tries to contest this with Sneaks just not making the rotation over. They know they're in a 4 versus 5 and they know the Fangtooth has already been claimed. Like, what are you doing there, man? Just leave. Just give up that Fangtooth at that point. Like, it's already gone and that's fine, right? Like, you don't need to get every objective. You just need to do your best to at least trade it for something on the other side of the map. The Savrock, as you highlighted, did get that tier 1, is able to back, is able to get a few more items, and once that Savrock gets a good chunk of armor online, I think he's gonna have a lot easier time contesting the side wave against Lorber.
Lorber coming off that second item build as well. Tainted Blade picks up, making sure that whenever he deals damage, going to be dealing 8% more on his target when he's able to provide that blight, be it the Sevarog, be it any member really of the Doctors. I mean, Lorber has had such a fantastic tournament so far. We're going to need to see another great performance from him for Dirty Lake and the boys to really rally behind him at this point. I am wondering as well, with the play that we saw by Mav, uncharacteristic, but maybe that's a sign of the exhaustion. Maybe that's a sign of this series starting to take its toll. Lorber and Sneaks heavily trading. Neither of them have a tier 1 tower, but thankfully both have mobility, so they're able to get away. But Dirty Lake and the boys grouping up, looking towards the mini-map. Thinking about the mini-prime itself, Import Toasty waiting in the wings. Can also call on Appy Picker if needed here. So Dirty Lake and the boys starting to dictate a bit of tempo, and Doctor's going to respond, getting some information into the D-Lab red jungle.
So far, we've always seen the mini prime being traded off and diving Cure on that left hand side. This time it's going to be Lakeinator's turn. It's going to be blink forward by Seismic, not connecting with anything, which gives the story away. Lakeinator able to just walk it off, get to safety. Tier 1 on the left hand side is still going to be claimed, but now the question is, can D-Lab trade that for the mid tier 1 potentially?
Well, Import was the one who secured the mini prime, and he is in position across that mid lane to try and take it down. Mav is currently the one who's got to be stalwart and try and defend it. With the buffed up waves, might cause problems, but it seems Derek and the boys have other ideas. The call is to back away, so Import's going to have that mini prime buff on him a little bit longer, but running down on opportunities to use it here. I'm looking towards that minimap. Fangtooth about 2 minutes away, potentially going to be another flashpoint in this crazy grand finals.
Yeah, I'm really expecting Import to try to do something with that mini prime. Maybe open up the dual lane, give Lakenator a bit of space, able to impact those fights a little bit earlier than those last few games. But in the mid lane, Mav not having the impact that he had in the first 2 games on that Terra pick, not really finding those angles to get those repeat ganks, to get the picks onto Appy Picker or Lorba on the off lane. So far, 0-1 did claim the first Fangtooth, but not much else.
Mav starts to cause problems here. Feels like Mav really starts to grow into this game when he has agency, when he is able to be that primary engage, catching out members. But on the Terror doesn't really have that trouble. Uses the Reckless Assault to go towards the mid lane. Import going to have to blink over, find himself out of position. But a tier 1 tower in mid lane does eventually drop for your side on Dusk, as Doctors are going to get here just to watch the embers burn on that structure in the mid lane. But once again, look towards the minimap. Nothing available just yet. Team still jockeying for position, trying to probe a weakness. An Import losing a blink might be just that.
Yeah, getting Blink removed for that next Fangtooth fight stings a tiny bit. Cryosystem is still gonna be up though, so it's not the end of the world. Aurora inherently has a lot of mobility in her kit, so a Blink is nice to instantly engage onto the backline, but not necessarily the most important cooldown in your kit. Now we see Kyosihi Mav securing the left-hand side, implementing the body system, making sure that they can't be caught in the river, and instead getting those deep wards, for that Fangtooth that is about to come.
I swear this cast is going to be sponsored by the buddy system. We're seeing it used so well as these teams start to group up, find another member on the team and group together. I mean, we have seen throughout this tournament the strong duos, the duo lanes coming out swinging, but also mid-jungle and off-laner in the early stages of the game. Fangtooth going to drop, and Appy Picker and the side of Derek and the boys are here where the 3 turrets have been dropped. Going to be so difficult for the Doctors to really play into this one. Mav's going to simply face check this as a Glacial Charge comes out. Mav is caught out in the Colosseum by Lorba. If they lose the jungler here, Mav doing what he can. Reckless Assault, the momentum carries him forward on towards Lakenator. Might be causing enough problems here, but they're going to lose Toasty for it as they're distracted by Mav, causing problems in the backline. Mav is still here. Curious has found an avenue, takes down Lakenator, and this is turning into a disaster for the side of Derek and the boys. They at least get the kill on towards Sneaks, as the Fangtooth will be secured by Derek and the boys, but man, that looked dicey. They did lose 3 for it.
What just happened? So I think while all of this was going on, while we did see Mav getting chased around, chasing Lakenator, getting chased by Lakenator, chasing after everybody else, we did see Import and Appy just staying on the objective and saying, okay, we went to the Fangtooth pit to do Fangtooth, and that's exactly what we're gonna do. If you guys are gonna fall, that is not on us, and that's exactly what they did, securing the second Fangtooth for themselves. All in all, the team fight was 3-1, but not the end of the world. For the first time in this entire series, we do see D-Lab pulling ahead in terms of Fangtooth for the first time, securing themselves the 8% out of combat movement speed.
It feels like they do have maybe a slight lead on that strong side of the map here. Duo lane though, for the side of the Doctors, level 12 and level 8 versus level 11 and level 10. That's going to be the biggest difference for the side of Dirty Lake and the boys. If they can utilize it, but they can't afford Lakenator to be isolated by the Doctors coming out swinging. The All Prime has spawned, and already all members of the teams are converging on the right hand side. Looks like Doctors are going for a very gutsy call here to start the All Prime early, maybe trying to bait a member in. The Colossal looking for a knock up on towards Toasty, able to get away, but that's a lot of AoE damage onto Import, who is able to find value with the Hoarfrost, but he's going to have to find more value in his spawn, and he is out. Zihi getting chunked low. The Doctors are still finding the damage. Appy Picker, those turrets turrets starting to do work here, but the Doctors do not care. They simply run up the mid lane, take down Lakenator, subjugate on towards Toasty if they can get the Argus, and that's exactly what Cure is going to do. Happy Picker is still here. He's still dropping turrets. He's still going to blink away, but he's dealing with a death ball. That is the Doctor's team. He's going to get chased away, but Happy Picker misses the Blast Flower, but it looks like the Doctors are not in a position to contest. He will get away with that. As it seems the Doctor's got their eyes on your prime. Seismic there, Seismic Assault. That's Neural Disruptor not getting the killing blow on towards Happy Picker. Lorber, fresh from base, goes back in towards his blue side jungle. Health bars very low. This game, Tang, is so tense.
If Epipicker fell there, that would have been so crazy. That would have been such a delayed death that would have opened up the map for chefs or for Doctors to try to start up that objective instantly. Instead, barely manages to escape. Doctors not really realizing that he did not manage to go over the wall, and now it's themselves starting up that prime already. Aurora in the front line looking to get a catch.
Mav's got to be careful. Cure on the right hand side. Doctor's split over towards the left of the pit and also towards the right, but seems that Deslake and the boys do not want to commit towards your prime. Seems both members are trying to bait each other in towards a fight, and this now opens the door for this all prime dance to continue. As now the Doctors going to start it up, but the walls are still down. Deslake and the boys will be aware of this one. This is normally where imports and getting towards the pits. GTFO is going to be channeled. There's reversal of fortune used as well, still trying to bait members in, still getting resources out from both of these teams, and once again health bars are low. Your prime will still be standing. Here comes Dead Second Boys, here comes Lorber Coliseum on towards two members. If they can get the pick on towards one, this could start it all off. As Glacial Charge comes through, walls off Cure, walls off Mav, but Sneaks is gonna fall for it, and now Dirty Lake and the boys, this is where they excel. This is where they have made their name as a team. They're going to find two outside your prime pit that still remain standing in this almost endless dance, Tang.
Yeah, endless dance, because the waves are just not in their favor. So even with winning that team fight, it just doesn't matter, because they almost lost two tier 2s for it, and they're low enough where just Cure standing in the vicinity can threaten sort of the counter engage, so they can't even start it up. So all in all, team fight win for D-Lab. Good proof of concept, showing that they can actually do it, can use that Iggy to team fight effectively, can abuse those chokes with the Aurora walls to keep the sort of buffer zone as small as possible, and they can beat Doctors in their own game of team fighting. But now with that Primal Fang also spawning, it's gonna be double as hard as Sihi is getting caught in the mid lane.
Lorber seeing an opportunity. Think about the Colosseum. He's going to have to think about it. Blink though. Import, Glacial Charge. Walls off Sneaks as the Hoarfrost route is going to land. They're going to look to pounce as Mav Reckless assaults forward, but Sneaks takes a healthy chunk of damage from Dirty Lake and the boys almost after the fact here. There's a lot of range in this D-Lab composition, and the Doctors is really feeling every single punch. But once again, they have safety in numbers. Buddy system, what about all five? They're going to look again towards starting up your prime. This has to be a bait, Tang.
I'm so scared for them. They are in the pits, they are starting, but all of D-Lab is around.
Happy Picker looking for an opportunity. Cure displacement. Bass going to go in. Import goes in with a massive crisis. He's going to hit on towards 3 members, but there's no follow-up, and Import might be the one who's in trouble. Glacial charges over the wall, but Happy Picker is going to get a kill onto Sneak, stuck on an Ether Crystal. He goes in with the Inferno, but Happy Picker's down. Cure still causing problems. The reversal of fortune does not live up to the name, and Dirty Lake and the boys seem to be finding a team fight win once again, splitting the fight so well. It's 2 for 1. And now Seismic is isolated. He's got the dual lane hunting him down in the blue side of the D-Lab jungle. What can Seismic do? He's going to go into the Epoch, buy some time, but that might just be all it is, because time is running out for the mid laner of the Doctors. Sai is going to fall, and another reset will occur. 8 kills to 8 as we approach the 26-minute mark.
And that's a really delayed stuff. So actually, that Seismic taking so long to actually fall is actually really bad for Doctors, because that gives the side of D-Lab time to actually try to take one of these objectives while he is actually in base, still in spawn respawning. So it looks like they are trying to go for the Primal Fang, and Sihi getting caught trying to ward it. What are you warding? You are just warding your own demise with Lorba getting the stun off, and now Primal Fang is just being started up by them.
The ward provision, but you cannot ward away the damage that has been dealt towards the support, and also Seismic still on a death timer means that the Doctors are very staggered, and Deadstaking the boys see the opportunity, gonna pounce on it, taking the primordial blaze for themselves. And now this is going to make that all prime dance even more interesting. But first of all, good housekeeping needs to be established. Waves need to be pushed back. Waves need to be equalized. And get the foundations relaid again. But that primordial Fangtooth Tang, I feel that might change some things up for D-Lab.
Yeah, definitely. We saw in the first game how they can instantly flip the switch once they have it, and this time with the Prime up as well. I think it's just a formality for them to honestly get it with that Iggy in the jungle as well, in the mid lane, providing so much damage over time with those turrets, and just really hard in general for the side of Doctors to walk in, especially with Seismic showing on the left hand side.
This gives a good opportunity for D-Lab. Not only do they have the numbers advantage, but they also have that primordial blaze, the blaze in their hearts, keeping them warm, keeping them going. As this series, this best of 5 draws out 27.5 minutes into game number 4. Deadstaking the boys, no more opportunities left. They're going to have to do this the hard way, 2 back-to-back victories, which they have been denied so far, with the Doctors causing problems. Seismic is going to be spotted on the left-hand side. A bit of a collapse coming out here from Deadstaking the boys, but Sneaks will be on hand to make that a 2 versus 2. Mav in the mid lane, going to take some damage from the Obliterator, but on the left-hand side, ZT's reversal of fortune going to change the fortunes of the Doctors, and Lorba's the one who has to retreat, but Sneaks can't catch up to him just yet. More team fight resources have been burned as this eternal dance. It takes 2 to tango. Man, my feet are starting to ache a little bit here, Tang.
Definitely. And so you gotta think for those players as well. One misstep at this stage can cost them the entire game. The cooldown timers are pretty long at this stage, so every mistake can be capitalized on. Now we see Import Epipicker still around the Prime, now dropping those turrets. You gotta think that at some point they gotta press the trigger. Primal Fang is also gonna expire any second now. Mav is gonna be on the stairs frontlining.
He's already lost about a third of his HP, but lost a lot less than Seismic. Has been chunked down to half. Seems to us tagged it here. And so just going to get a little bit of that buffering sign. Seems to be buffering for the teams as well. Drecking for position, waiting for this start. Appy Picker, the turrets are down. Or Prime will be pulled. Looks like we're going to keep on going. Currently got Mav over by the Cyan buff, but with all the turrets down, it's so difficult for the Doctors to play into here. That Primordial Blaze is still on the members of Dirty Lake and the boys. They dropped the aggro, turret still causing problems. There's Glacial Charge, Cease looking for an opportunity. Mav going for the flank, going in towards the backline, but these tanks are just being melted through. Colossal Blow comes out, and now here comes the rest of the damage. The Doctors need to find it, but Dirty and the boys are too stalwarts. They're too much to handle, and they're still going to keep themselves alive, but they're quarter health bars. I don't think anyone has above Heart HP. Incredibly, Tang, all members are going to survive. That's very tense moments at the All Prime pit.
How did nobody drop that? That's one of the first time I saw TJ himself become speechless in one of these fights. Just HP bars, sliver of HP, just everyone surviving though. Import by the what is it called? By the skin of his teeth surviving as well. There we go. This time I actually managed to say it. And now we are back to square one, TJ, because they're instantly running into the enemy red side. They instantly want to get the vision control on lock again with Sihi showing on the left-hand side. They know they have a bit of a timing, but again, Sihi on that Muriel has his reversal of fortune, can rejoin those fights anytime he wants, but if possible, he wants to get the level 11 first.
Giving him that second level, and there is going to be the level 11, so the potency of that reversal of fortune, the shield's going to be a little bit more. Whoever Dirty Lake and the boys catch on to might be given just a second longer in this fight. But what we have seen about time, how fickle it can be, that a second is sometimes all you need. But there's a Colosseum coming down from Lorba, sensing an opportunity, but Dirty Lake and the boys are not going to commit, but that's going to be another team fight ultimate down. Mav, though, struggling to really get towards this pit. He's currently dealing with the mid lane. Your Prime not being started again, waiting for members to arrive. Import's got to be careful. Can't afford to lose either of these junglers here. Sneaks with the Razorback charge. Sneaks looking for an opportunity. Colossal Blow going to go wide, but the reverse the fortune comes down. Not going to find any knockout. Ventilate coming out from Lakeinator. Sneaks going low, but the Razorback and the tankiness keeps Sevrog alive. But can't say the same thing about Appy Picker. But Mav is the one who takes matters into his own hands. But can Mav get away? And it looks like he can't, as a lone turret shot takes him out. Appy Picker removes the jungler for Fidelity Lake, and the boys and the doctors are going to also find Lakeinator. Cure is causing all the problems in the world. Import walls off that entrance in towards the right hand side. 3 members going to drop, and once again health bars ticking dangerously low.
Seismic against Toasty. Seismic really doesn't want to get caught here. Does have full resources, so doesn't need to actually go for the reset. Instead, he should have looked to get the right wave, potentially to maybe offset sort of the slow push building up against them. But honestly, the Prime does not even look to be the target for them, because they instantly go towards that Primal Fang with that Severog and that Grim, already starting that up, while Import still dewarding around that Prime pit. Seismic is gonna catch him out in a second, but Import definitely knows something is up.
Well, if there's ever one moment you need Import to steal an objective, Dirty Lake and the boys fans, that time is now. But he's got to take the long way around. Got to get through Seismic, misses the Seismic Assault. There's the double jump, the Glacial Charge. Aggro will be dropped. Import doesn't go in towards the pit. There was 3k on the Primal Fangtooth. The aggro seems to still be going. But the doctors are not carrying on here. Sneaks is tanking up. There's the Obliterator coming out. Looks like they're going for the poke. Trying to burn through the Primordial Fangtooth is secured by a Mav. And now with the team fighting buff, they want more. Import Glacial Charge. Walls off the fire. But the Death Ball is just too strong. And they bowl Lakeinator out with a strike in this river. He's going to fall. So is Appy. Import might be the one falling as well, as the doctors find a huge team fight win. And with the minion waves pushing here, Doctors could go for the end.
They're looking for the left wave. Lorba is getting caught out by Mav, is looking to get rooted up in a second, but just tries to buy more time. As long as Toasty can get rid of the wave on the left-hand side, they might not be able to end. Sevrog and Muriel trying to go for the end, while Mav is looking for the Lorba pick. Now Toasty, the only one up in the base, trying to clear it. Sneaks and Sihi are trying to get the waves, and Lorba falling in the meanwhile.
Lorb's going to drop. It's only Toasty and 3 members of the Doctors. They are half HP, but Seismic going to zone away Toasty. And this looks like the crowning moment. Semi-finals in PCC6, semi-finals in PCC7. Change the name, change the logo, but never change the drive. The Doctors are here. They're going to take it all, and they are your PCC8 Grand Champions.
And what a series we just witnessed. Honestly, like, looking at the games, it could have even been a 3-0. In the end, beating D-Lab 3-1. The defending champions falling short to the Doctors, just having the prescription to any game plan that D-Lab was trying to cook up. And honestly, in my opinion, Mav, the definite MVP in my eyes, but honestly, I think the desk has something else to talk about that later on. But yeah, really well played by Doctors, definitely deserving their title as the PCC champions.
They become the 7th unique champions here in the PCC, joining along the ranks of those other winning titles over near enough over a year and a half here of competitive predecessor action. But wow, what a finish to that game. It felt like that dance around your prime is going to last so long, but in the end the chefs persevered. You know, Mav struggling a little bit in the early game, not finding that impact on the Terror, but man, I don't know, the Doctors just turned it up when it matters, turned up the heat. Not going to be called the chefs anymore, but they turned up the heat in the kitchen. D-Lab can't handle it.
Yeah, honestly, like, after the Primal Fang play, I was almost expecting the side of D-Lab to run away with it. They had the Primordial Blaze, they had it on the Iggy as well, on all 5 members. They were playing around the Prime for so long, but Doctors able to stall forever. Like, it was like somebody giving up an order, and the Doctors, like, they just don't care, right? Like, they are just gonna play back. They are not gonna get baited into a fight. And in the end, their patience pays off. They won the game.
They win the game, they win the series, taking grand finals of PCC8 in this best of 5, 3 games to 1. And just before we pass it back, Tang, closing thoughts on Dirty Lake and the boys. The 2-time, I felt at times in this grand finals, the back-to-back was possible, right? Dirty Lake and the boys, massive showing up from them in stage of the game, especially in game number 1. But it just wasn't enough in the end. And that's gonna hurt. That has to hurt your defending champions.
Yeah, I think for D-Lab, I think they got actually baited a tiny bit to counterplay the Doctors a bit too much in draft as well. I think instead of playing something that they are known for and playing something that they are strong at, instead they try to sort of counter Doctors play, which could work, right? But I think if D-Lab is on their A game, they are definitely a sort of a real hard target to beat. Chefs, though, on the day, just definitely better and 100% deserved as well.
Well, there we go. That's going to be it from myself and Tang right at the start. So long ago, I promised you a banger series when TJ and Tang are on the casting desk. And this series between Dirty Lake and the boys and Chefs will definitely live long in the memory. For the final time tonight, it's all from us. We're going back to the desk for the post-set breakdown and a winner's interview.
Thank you so much, TJ and Tang. Thank you to Dirty Lake and the boys for participating, but congratulations to Sneaks and the rest of his doctor colleagues for winning their first championship, PCC8 champion. Sneaks, we have you with us for this post-game interview. How does it feel, man?
Man, it feels pretty good to beat D-Lab. You know, their egos were getting up there. You know, they thought they were going to win 2 in a row. And we just shut them down. Put them in the mud.
What do you think worked for you guys? Not a lot of people had a lot of belief in you. Like, you know this just as well as I do. D-Lab's the very heavy favorite coming into this tournament. Honestly, I'm going to say it now. I'm on broadcast. There's 600 people here. I don't care. You guys should have 3-0'd them. You threw that first game really hard. What did you guys do? What was your strategy? What worked well for you?
Yeah. Honestly, it's just take Labrov Sev, and it's free. Like you take Labrov Sev, try and get Lake off Drongo, get Appy off Howie, and we just win lanes, force it into objectives, and take it home. Labra's just nothing but gum on my shoe, man. That's all I could say. It's easy over there in the solo lane.
On the shoe, that is definitely a hot take. But let's speak about Mav a little bit. I feel like Mav had just an exceptional showing throughout these grand finals. I mean, he took it to what most people believe to be the #1 jungler, but now it's definitely in question because Mav played one hell of a series.
Yeah,
I do have
Mav was gaming out of his mind. Like, I mean, those flanks that he had on Terra were nuts. Like, they're crazy.
I do also want to kind of give a shout out to Sai, because I think he took us a lot by surprise, because I think we were focusing a lot on Appy because he had a very good Swiss, have a very good quarter semis. But as soon as we got to the finals, you guys hard locked down Appy, and then Sai got a chance to really shine on Dude with his pick, especially the August in game 3. So I think he's also pretty pivotal on you guys being able to secure those wins.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's crazy. How many times was Import in mid lane post 10 minutes? I felt like it was all game. Import's just sitting on Appy.
So,
crazy.
First championship for you guys, Sneaks, as a roster. We had a tiny bit of change. You guys replaced Cold with Cure. This is Cure's first event. Anybody that knows Cure personally or has met him through this game knows the history he has with Smite. How do you think you guys assisted him in his transition to learning Predecessor, and how did he elevate your guys' team to now being Prime Championship Circuit champions?
I mean, honestly, Kier came in and he fit our team style like insanely well. Like he's aggressive. We're all like aggressive players. We want to run in, fight, box people up, and he fits it perfectly for us. We had to like help him with like wave management and stuff because it's not really that much of a thing in Smite. But after that, he's been beating everyone in the duo lane. Like I'd say he's the best ADC in the game, hands down, right now. I mean, maybe Cold, but at least this PCC, he's definitely the best right now in this PCC.
F6, do you have anything else that you'd like to ask Sneaks before we cut him loose?
Yeah, no, just one other thing. So we didn't really expect you to really pilot that Sevarog. Do you optimally play that Sevarog? Because we've never really seen you play it throughout the PCC. It's usually something that we saw sporadic. We do remember one game from yesterday where you were just kind of completely dominated throughout the PCC with it.
Yeah, I mean, I used to play jungle way back when I used to play Sevarog jungle before like they buffed the minions where you get like more stacks for killing minions. And I always thought I was pretty decent at Sevarog. It's just he doesn't really fit my playstyle all too much. But against D-Lab, I take it, so Labra can't get it. Because when you take Labra off Sev, it's like, and it's just it's way better. Like they have less front line. It's just so much easier to play against them when they don't have Sev. Like the Sev like helps their team so much and like puts them together, I feel like.
One last question I have for you, Sneaks. I'm kind of curious about why you liking the Seris pick in the offlane a lot. Like Seris is a good overall hero, but I kind of feel like there are other offlaners in this meta that does a little bit better than her. But it really comes down to player preference at the end of the day. What kind of clicks with you when you're playing Seris offlane?
Honestly, today I played Sarah terribly. Like I just played bad, but I really like it into Terra. Like Terra, I played into Terra. I like Seraph and like Gadget. I like into Terra. Those are the only two I like playing into Terra. So I usually pick those and run it.
Sneaks, we would like to take one
the ability
opportunity
to like
to congratulate
jump all of Terra's abilities and queue them.
Sneaks, we'd like to take one more opportunity to thank you here for participating, congratulate you and the rest of the doctors for doing this. I have one more question I just want to sneak in. We're not going to go through another rotation really quick. You guys have an incredible sub on your roster and Obusa. What did he do to lift the spirits of you guys as a team? How did Obusa help you guys like maintain that mental and that composure in order to get the championship?
Man, Busa came in, like, in the middle of the game, he came in, and he was like, good shit, guys, good shit. You guys are teaming. And we're like, we're in the game, bro. We're in the game right now. And, yeah, I mean, he was really cheerleading us, right? He was fucking cheering us on and shit. And, he actually went to go train because he's preparing for a fight right now that he's about to do in, like, August 6th or something.
Sweet. Yeah. Shout out Obusa. Shout out the rest of the doctors. Sneaks, thank you very much for taking a little bit of time out of the celebration to join us. Thanks again, Sneaks.
Uh-huh.
So, we have it. Our newest champion is crowned. The Doctors 3-1 over Dirty Lake and the boys. Once again, still no repeat champions ever. This event is finally over. Took 104 total games to crown our champion. F6, let's reflect on this event.
I mean, this event was completely controlled by the Doctors. The entire time they've been playing throughout, we've seen them just play phenomenal. A little bit against MTG, though, there was a little bit of hiccups, but once they got that fine-tuned up, they were just working towards this finals event. And in this finals event, we saw what they've been working for, what they've been able to produce, and that is going to be a championship to be crowned on top of their heads.
Yeah, again, we keep saying this over and over again, but I really feel like what you saw how close those team fights went every single time. Like that old Prime like whole thing, there was like 6 different fights happen, and no one was just dying until like the 5th or 6th fight on that, and it was so dang close. And I feel like the only reason why Docs was able to still win that last game is because they still have very good objective control. Getting 3 fainties means you just get a boost of stats across the board, and I think having those fainters lead, having that objective lead is what tips the scale towards the Dogs, and that made a big difference in being able to secure those wins.
And the wins they did get, all 7 of the necessary wins in main event in order to get that championship. Only drop 1 game the entire time. That is going to be a wrap on PCC8. We will see you in October for PCC9. But before we go, I want to give a heartfelt thank you to all of you guys that tuned in and watched us and supported us throughout this. Don't forget to hit that like button, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button to support us. Join our Discord, follow us on X, follow us on Instagram. F6 be posting up good stuff every single day. I want to thank a couple of the people behind the scenes, of course, on production. We've got the big man. There is only one choice plays. In our admin team, we've got I'm Stranger, we've got Monarch, we've got a new addition in April's. In our graphics team, we've got Hot Sauce, Noctisera, Corvin, all of our on-screen talent. I love all of our on-screen talent so much. Thank you guys for the work that you guys put in. Our observers, Tedium, Shift AC, and Tricks, and of course the HBIC, the big man upstairs, Jolster23 himself. I have been Lance Cecil. This is F6. This is yours truly, but I pointed the wrong direction. We thank you once again so much for joining us. We will see you in October for PCC9.